Come on, Ruby. Good girl. Hey, good afternoon. Come on, dog. Come on. How's it going? Quite a day so far today. We have an eclipse going on where I am. Although we're not getting the full one. We're not on the path of the full one. Hey, what's up? So I was in an Israeli live earlier, pro-Israel live, and they were saying how they wanted to debate me so badly. So hopefully one will show up here. I would love to go up on their panels. There's a guy named Troll of Israel, or Troll of Eretz Israel. I think he changed his name too. And even though I find his way of communicating incredibly unpleasant and foul, but I'm willing to have anybody up as long as they agree to the basic decency, like not use foul language, not result to third grade ad hominem attacks, and just express their point of view. That's fine. And I'm also willing to do equal time. So if you're one person thinks I'm on a monologue, somebody said you talk too much. Okay, I'll time it. We'll each get 1 minute, 2 minute, whatever you want to do. In fact, I'll let you set up the time frame. I'll just track it. Is that fair? Hopefully that's fair. And I won't interrupt you, even if you're saying stuff. I mean, as long as it's not personal, or nothing insensitive to the audience either. I don't want you to. You get the idea. Just be decent, right? Make a point for your point of view, and I'll make mine, and people can listen in and think what they think. I will say this. These so-called accidents that keep happening. The unaliving of Israeli hostages. Oh, sorry, it was an accident. That poor girl Hind that was in the car with her 5 family members, and the two ambulance workers came. Oh, that was an accident. Everything's an accident, right? Everything's an accident. Somebody says, "Is the eclipse a distraction? Why the hype?" There was one in 2017. I remember that. In order to look at it, though, you can try looking at it if you want, even with sunglasses on. But the sun is so strong that if you look at it without special glasses, you can permanently damage your retina. So I can feel it because you can see the light here is not the same as it usually is. But luckily, we don't have too many clouds, so you can actually see it. I just don't have the glasses. You can go down to Murat. The book you sent me was 128 pages of text. I can't go through stuff at that length. I don't have unlimited time. If you want to send me a summary of like your cliff notes on the book, I'm happy to look at that. But with all the workload I have with other stuff I researched, to stop and read somebody's 128 electronic, plus it's hard to read electronically. I hate reading books on like iPhones or iPads because the strain on the eyes is too much. But if you want to send me a summary of it based on what you read, yeah, please do. I mean, if somebody really wants to read their book and they're willing to pay me, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 bucks, I'll take the time and do it. I just don't have time to read an entire book. Come on, dog. Where are my glasses? My regular sunglasses, I don't know, they got lost. But I'm not looking at the eclipse without glasses on. I'm just the sun is over my shoulder, but you can tell it's different than usual because the amount of light coming through. It's supposed to get a lot less too in the next like 20, 30 minutes. So you'll be able to tell. I'd point the phone at the sun, but it's too bright for even looking at through a TikTok live. But no, seriously, if there's somebody in the audience, I was on Zabita's live earlier today. Came up and actually as a guest, we went through some stuff. And there are some people in the Pali community that absolutely want nothing to do with me, which is fine. But man, there's some judgmental people out there. Cancel culture, especially among the younger generation. And if you're not one of them, I'm not trying to say that's everybody, but God damn, I tell you, these people, they have such an outrage culture. Like, oh my God, this person did or said this. I can never. They just put people in the trash can so fast with anything about them. It's so ridiculous, I think. There are people like, for example, Alex Jones. I'm not a big fan of Alex Jones. Like, he says and does some stuff in ways I'm like, whatever, that guy's crazy. But he does say some things, in my opinion, sometimes that do ring true. And Just because you don't like, let's say, two-thirds or three-quarters of what somebody does, why would you completely cancel them? I just think that's idiotic. Anyway, I mean, believe it or not, this is going to sound crazy, but I actually watched interviews of Charles Manson, the guy who was in charge of that whole Helter Skelter thing. And I think he was definitely mentally ill. But some of the shit he said during his jailhouse interviews were not, he wasn't dumb. He was a little bit off, but he wasn't stupid. Yeah, for whatever reason he did those things, it's pretty disgusting. But he kind of had some insights into the overall system that I thought were, not crazy observations. You know, I'm a big free speech advocate, as you probably know, and I don't believe in anything being off limits, even if, no matter how repugnant it may be. There's a dead mouse. I've seen a lot of dead mice lately. I don't know what that's all about. If you are somebody who is, yeah, I think a lot of it is Gen Z, unfortunately. I think you got to remember the inclusiveness movement that's been added into schools and stuff. It really emphasizes uh, unquestionable all inclusivity, what they call, what is that called again, that movement? Anyway, people call it woke. Listen, there's nothing wrong with being accepting of others. That's a good thing. But it can get a little bit militant, right? I think that's where the problem comes in. And, as far as I see it, everyone is worthy of acceptance. Behavior is what makes the biggest determination, I think, and that's fair to criticize. The problem is that when I made a comment, I didn't do it I didn't frame the speech properly. And so for one instance of that in my entire life, people come down on me pretty hard. It's too bad. Says Gen Z doesn't have the patience for boomers. I'm not a boomer quite yet. I'm a Gen Xer. But maybe I look that old. I'm 56. I think to be a boomer, you have to be at least 61, 62. But yeah, I can see that. Listen, every generation has their differences. Most people in my age group didn't grow up with cell phones. The information age has been a complete change for younger people. They have so much information at their fingertips, and they have an attention span of about negative 37 seconds, unfortunately. Hello, Aurora. Yeah, so, it is what it is. It's okay. Listen, we don't have to all see eye to eye and stuff to be able to have, communication. But again, if you're somebody who is pro-Israel, I would love to have you come up because I was told that I'm unwilling to debate people. The reason I'm not going up in any more pro-Zionist panels, they just cannot help themselves. They say, okay, I'll tell you what, we'll talk about the issues. No one will attack personally. So the host might do that for 4 minutes, and then all of a sudden it just goes all in the wrong direction. And listen, I can bring people up and just lambast them and call them names and tell them they're an idiot and have everybody in the panel gang up on them. But what does that accomplish? I mean, maybe you feel good. It's like grabbing your punching gloves and just punching a punching bag. I just think that's an idiot. And why would anybody volunteer for that, right? It's not that I'm afraid of them. It's a waste of time. I've tried it so many times, and I've sat there a lot of times and just been on mute and just let people say what they're going to say. I even recorded it a couple times to show people how incredibly vile they can be. But it loses its luster, and everybody has been telling me, don't go on those damn lives. It's a waste of your time. They've told me not even to have people up on my panel who are pro-Israeli. Why are they building a dock? Well, the U.S. is building what's called a port on the coast of Gaza, and you can wonder why. Why wouldn't they just put pressure on the Israelis to open up the different crossings, right? That would be a lot more sensible. And, well, I shouldn't say open up. I'd say to stop restricting the flow of aid into Gaza, because that's what they're essentially doing. It's not the crossings are completely closed. But normally, if they're getting 500 to 1,000 trucks a day, and they're only getting, let's say, 120 or 160, that's not enough. Especially when the logistics to get it to the north, all the logistical pathways, the roads have been destroyed. You need an armored vehicle with tracks to be able to traverse some of that terrain. You got to remember, they've come in and completely destroyed the entire northern part of Gaza and a lot part, down towards Khan Yunis. Just look at the drone footage. It's absolutely insane. So, you got to remember, if you have a position on an issue and you feel strongly about, listen, these people have loyalties because it's family, it's their culture, they're going to stand up for what they believe is right. They're going to ignore anything and everything that doesn't flow with their point of view. That's why I made a video about this. I said, when you're talking to a Zionist, they have one factor for what they call truth. If it supports what they believe, it's truthful. If it doesn't support their position, it's false. It's false information. What the hell what kind of barometer is that for the truth? So it's impossible if somebody's going to take that viewpoint that they're not going to weigh evidence and look at different points of view to have a legitimate exchange with someone like that. Somebody says, "Aren't I watching the eclipse?" I'm in the eclipse right now. I'm actually outside, just going for a nice walk, and I've never been too enamored with staring at it. You can see videos of it, and it doesn't get me that excited. I think it's really cool, by the way. I love celestial things. I study the cosmos, and it just fascinates the crap out of me. But it doesn't make me want to go outside with a bunch of people and stare at the sky for 20, 30 minutes. Anyway, yep. How long does it take to build a port? They said 6 to 8 weeks minimum. I think it'll take longer. But why would they want to build a permanent port on the coast of Gaza? Just think for a second, okay? Does it make any sense when the Americans could easily put pressure on the Israelis, like's happening now, by the way? It's amazing how one phone call from the president that pretty much lays down the line, opens up the crossings, and they pull back on their forces. That's all it takes. James Traficant, if you've never seen that interview with Greta Van Susteren, Congressman James Traficant, who unfortunately went to jail and then was killed. But he said that Israel owns the place, and he said that, basically all it takes is the president to make one phone call, and the whole thing changes, but they don't do it. But since Biden did communicate to Netanyahu some other stern words, of course, we see an immediate change. They withdraw their military troops, and they open up the flow of aid, at least more than it was. So anyway, but why would the U.S. build a port? Why not just go that way? Well, the reason they're building the port, if you know what's happening with the natural resources, the Israelis have been auctioning off gas leases off the coast of Gaza. And they're giving Western corporations the right to come in and actually explore and develop those gas fields. Illegally, by the way, like everything else Israel does, illegally, off the coast of Gaza, which is their sovereign territory. You go out 12 miles is international water. So up to 12 miles away, you have the right to explore directly off your coastline. It's almost like, your property. You have the rights beneath you and above you when you have a property. Same thing for Gaza. And again, the Israelis are always trying to find ways to screw the Gazans out of money. Now, let's face it, energy resources are a huge source of power. We saw what the U.S. did when Russia was trying to build a second pipeline to Germany. Well, the U.S. didn't want Russia to have the leverage that gives them as well as the revenue stream, so they destroyed it. They would have destroyed it either way. They just had a proper excuse to do it with the invasion. But if you control the access pathways, pipelines, shipping routes to energy, that gives you a huge leg up on your adversaries. So, and the financial system too, SWIFT, if you don't know what that is, that's how money is transferred internationally for payments for goods. And the Americans cut off the Russians, and they also took a lot of their foreign reserves that were being held in the New York banks. It's such a bad thing to do, man. The U.S. is just, decent people, horrible government, bad actors. I was scolded by somebody earlier today. They said that I'm not a good American because I don't support Israel like America's policy does. I said, are you kidding me? The only good Americans nowadays are the ones that are well informed and that push back against bad policy. If you're a get along, go along American and you just kind of go with the flow and like, whatever, dude, wave the flag, you're a fucking idiot. And if you're going to be an idiot and uninformed and basically not push back against bad things, what does that say about you? You might as well be complicit. But I think most people just don't even know what they're supporting. Remember what Kid Rock said on the Joe Rogan podcast? Again, doesn't seem like a bad guy, but just not well informed. And so if you hear, like Dr. Phil said, if you hear that what they believe to be a terrorist group just nonchalantly goes into Israel one day and unalives a bunch of people, Kid Rock would say, turn it into glass, turn the whole place into glass, man. That kind of bullshit. These guys say the same thing about Iran. There's a lot of ignorance in the American public, which is very, very hard to watch. And if people really understood how the geopolitical landscape works, they would probably refrain from saying such things. Oh, I got a death threat by the name. I didn't tell you all that. That was fun. I had to actually report it to the local police. Somebody said they were actually outside my apartment, which is rather alarming. Anyway, hopefully that kind of stuff doesn't go anywhere. Listen, we can disagree all we want. and have very spirited debate, but we shouldn't want to wish each other physical harm for having opposing viewpoints. That's a little silly. Yep. I mean, if you know who Haley Rothschild is, Haley's gotten several because she actually, put it this way, she's much more direct in her language about supporting the resistance. She talks directly to it and she speaks of specific things that happen. I don't go there. I don't think it's my place to quote unquote cheerlead for one side or the other, but as far as the policies and the actions of the governments or the different militaries, I can discuss that. But I don't want to become a cheerleader. That's a different role. It's almost like if you're watching a football game, you have the guy calling the game, and then you have the person next to the person who's giving commentary. That's kind of what and they can't root for one team or the other. They just have to kind of call the game, even if they, you know, kind of see one side differently than the other. And that's what I try to do. But goddamn, I get blamed for every fucking thing under the sun. I got called a anti-Semite again today. Here's the question: why do you hate Jewish people so much? That same silly question. I don't hate anybody that much. I don't hate anybody. They can't distinguish between the word Zionist and Jewish person. And then I said, well, what about Jewish people in Israel and outside of Israel who don't support the occupation, who support the struggle of the Palestinians? And you know what they say? Oh, those people hate themselves. They're self-hating Jews. What the hell is that? What kind of deflection shit is that? Think about that for a second. Just because somebody doesn't support your position, they must hate themselves. How about maybe they have a fucking clue and they have a heart and a conscience, and the reason they disagree with your point of view is because your point of view is evil. And I think that I believe this, and listen, a lot of people agree with this, and I'm not trying to use unnecessarily, this is not language that others have not used who study this for a long time. I believe that Zionism is a racist, political, settler colonial ideology and movement. And if you read the language of the founders and those who were the sort of the provocateurs that pushed it into place in the 40s and in the early 40s, late 30s, early 40s, David Ben Gurion, Menachem Begin, those folks, they say as much in their diary, their notes. They say exactly the same thing. We're taking their land. Why should they make a deal with us? We've come here to take their shit. Well, I don't know exactly how you can parse that and say, well, we're the good guys. You're not the good guys if you come in and steal somebody's shit. Anybody can come in and say, well, hey, 5,000 years ago, my great, 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 whatever, we said, you got to go right now. Like, what? Get the fuck out of here. Candace and Shapiro, when is their debate, by the way? Yeah, if they are on the mediator, I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, Beth made a good point. If you don't know, Candace Owens, most people probably know this, but I'll just repeat it in case. So Candace Owens was a contributor, an employee at the Daily Wire, a conservative platform, or no, conservative. That's not a platform. Anyway, they're a big conservative, well-known place and very well funded. And so they had a falling out because Candace was critical of the Israeli response in that it was, unaliving a lot of children, and she thought it was more like a genocide. And Ben, of course, thinks it's totally justified. So they got into a Twitter battle and blah blah blah, and then eventually they fired her. So now they're talking about doing a debate, and they're going to do it, I think, in Tennessee, where the Daily Wire is located. I don't know how they're going to format it. I think it's going to be no moderator, just a discussion, and we'll see how it works out. But I don't know when it's scheduled for. But it was kind of big news that's coming about. I want to watch it. And I got to tell you, I've never been a big fan of Candace Owens. I think she's an odd human being. But I think since she's been married and has children, I think she's actually softened a little bit from what I can tell. She used to be pretty damn, I don't know, her tongue was so sharp and she was so, I don't know, she seemed angry to me. I don't know exactly why, but I'm very pleased that someone with her platform and her reach is speaking to this issue. And she's not even anti-Israel. She's just against killing children in mass. Imagine that. Imagine being against the mass unaliving of children. What a crazy position to take. Anyway, God, I don't know how anybody can think that the children, the 3, 5, 6-year-old kids are somehow fair game from another person. That's sick. That is sick. Somebody says, are they supposed to debate today, Beth? What is that? I got to check the schedule on that. So, Beth, if you know the schedule, can you please put it in the comments? I'll try to see if I can pin it. But yeah, listen, I'm really not a big fan of Ben Shapiro. Everyone thinks I don't think he's that smart. I think he's quick. He's quick and he speaks quickly, which makes people think that he's super knowledgeable. I think he does have some depth of knowledge on some subjects, but I wouldn't call him smart. But a lot of people look up to him and love him. So I'll tell you what, we got the wrong kind of heroes in this country. The best people in the world are the quietest people. They don't have a huge platform. They're doing things like helping rescuing animals or helping the homeless. And they don't seek notoriety. They just do it. And God, do we need more of that? Oh, there's somebody with glasses. They're trying to look at it right now. Yeah, some people are checking it out. I think they have free glasses at the library. But the nearest library to me is like 25 minutes away. I don't feel like going down there. Getting it. Somebody says, that's me, Chip Rudolph. I'm not sure what you mean. But, somebody says, Rudolph, in other words, that's you in terms of the work you do? Yeah, that's great. If that's what you're doing, fantastic. In fact, if you don't mind telling the audience what it is you do, I used to volunteer at the local animal shelter quite a bit. Sorry about the noise. And then I worked with a private cat rescue. At one point, this was kind of crazy. I had 6 kittens and 7 cats under my care, 13 total beings in an apartment. It was crazy. A lot of cats. I love cats. I love all animals. I like all life. I mean, even insects, even bees. That as long as something's not directly harming me, I don't harm it back ever. When I see people stomping on ants or spiders, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? That's completely unnecessary. Let me see if this person will let me take a look. Maybe I can show this, see if this person lets us. Are those the proper glasses to use? I'm doing a TikTok live. Do you mind if I just show the audience through the glasses if I can do it? Okay, all right, no problem. So that person said no thanks. So unfortunately, no. We tried. Get your own damn glasses, dude. I wasn't going to show him. Maybe he thought I was going to show him. Yeah, spiders. By the way, if you're scared of spiders, a lot of women are grossed out. Spiders are amazing. Very few are venomous. Almost none of them will bite you. They kind of do their thing. They catch a lot of insects. They're like nature's bug repellents. That's what they do. This is how it all works. The one insect, one predator catches the other, and it kind of balances out. So, I don't know. Nothing's. Listen, nature is brutal. Think about it this way: if we didn't have all this stuff, go back, I don't know, 35, 40,000 years ago, before we had fire or organized anything. Like life's pretty brutal, man. Trying to survive outdoors and the predator prey situation. It's brutal, but it's also incredibly beautiful, and it works. It balances out. It maintains an equilibrium. And we've really, really, really changed that, unfortunately. How much is it eclipse right now? Really? I would love to if you don't mind. Yeah, have at it. Yeah, have at it with Ruby. Okay, someone's gonna let me see the glass. Thank you so much, by the way. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna see if I can't let you all see it too in a second. Okay. Oh yeah, it looks like the moon does when it's sort of like the one playing the saxophone. Let me see if I can do this. If I can. Sorry, I'm gonna turn my camera around towards the sky.
It is getting cold. I'm getting chilly.
Yeah, you can see the temperature here. Let me see if I can do this.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I don't know if you all can see that well or not. Probably not. I think you need to have the dual glasses. Thank you for letting me see it. It's very kind. Oh yeah.
Ruby's my dog in Hillsborough, Virginia, and I have a lovely, lovely place there.
Nice, nice, nice. Watch your leash, baby.
You're fine, Ruby. Hi, Ruby.
Yeah, you can definitely feel the temperature is different. It was a lot warmer like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, it's getting a.
See how quiet it is now, everybody?
Yeah,
You
what
all
do you
saw
what?
traffic. When I went to do it in the mountains,
Ruby,
everything got
sorry about that.
the whole barometric pressure completely changed.
I'd enjoy it. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, good. I'm glad you could see it. Yeah, it was hard for me to see it through the camera, but I'm glad you all could see it. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's kind of weird. It's kind of like I don't know. There's nothing you can really compare it to because clouds don't normally do it. This level of light is just very odd. But very cool. I'm glad you all could see it. Okay, so anyway, I would love to have a guest. If you're someone who is pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, please come up. Gosh, people in that last live were challenging me constantly. Come on, let's do a live together. I said, okay, let's do a live. I'll do. And then crickets, crickets. Unfortunately, that's what I was really hoping for, is a good old-fashioned exchange. The person that was, what I'd like to do, if you all would like, I want to see if people would like to see this format. So if it was just me and one other person who's pro-Israel, and the criticism that I've gotten is that I talk too much, like I take the airtime. So what I was going to do is do like a timer, like each person can start with 2 minutes, then maybe we can go back and forth with 1 minute or whatever. And I just won't mute them. I'll just leave them off. I'll just mute myself and let them talk, and then vice versa. And the rules would be no personal attacks, no foul language, nothing inflammatory in terms of, personal stuff, and just talk about the issues. Because what I found is when I go into these Zionist lives, all they do is attack. It's all they do. All they do. Did I hear back about the young man who suggested the YouTube video too? Caitlin, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Oh, you're talking about Mark V Dash, the one who I shared, Anna Balter. Nope, I went into a live with him recently, and I did ask the question in the comments because I wasn't up on the panel, and he didn't respond. And if experience is any indicator, there's probably a 0.0% chance that he'll watch even the first 30 seconds. I've found in my travels that when I suggest something to someone after I've watched everything that they've sent me or looked at the articles, they never look at a single thing. And it's because all they want to do is have confirmation bias. And if anything, like I said earlier, if anything contradicts their beliefs, they just want nothing to do with it. Yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Low for show said, nice name by the way, said they have no substance, so they must attack personally. I couldn't agree more. That's exactly what I think. I mean, it's like a third grade thing. If you're in third grade, you're like, nah, 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 nah. I mean, what the hell is that? That's not Zion. Yeah, by the way, the other thing I wanted to ask the audience was, okay, this is an informal poll. I usually go live on Wednesday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Maybe I can get a good debate scheduled for that night. And then Saturdays, I usually go from 12 to 4. So here's my question. There are 3 different things that I'd like to show the audience if you're open to it. So one is that documentary, Life in Occupied Palestine. It's about 40 minutes, maybe 44 minutes, I think. That's literally painstaking ask the Israeli government for. And then what the Israelis wouldn't let them investigate, like the more egregious stuff. So if you'd like to see me play a documentary of some length, I think the Al Jazeera piece was about an hour. I think the other one was 40 minutes. Just type the number 1. And if that doesn't interest, type the number 2. Because I don't want to play something if no one wants it. Someone says cutting out. My signal, let me see. Somebody says 1. Let me change to my cell. Actually, it should be okay. I'm near my Wi-Fi right now. Okay, let me go back inside. This will fix it. Okay, we're seeing some 1s coming through, so we'll do that. That'll be fun. Come on. All right, so let me know if the signal. Isabella, the question is, there are a couple different documentaries that I was hoping to share with the group. So I was just asking if people would be interested in seeing them. First one is called Life in Occupied Palestine by Anna Balzer, a young Jewish American who traveled to Ramallah at the whip. Oh my God, it's really getting dark now. Damn, it's pretty cool. Let me see if that's clouds or if that's the eclipse. Yeah, that's clouds. Yeah, so just basically what they're talking about is what happens to people's lives in Palestine, in occupied West Bank. And then the second one is a recent Al Jazeera documentary that tries to go over the events of 10/7 and kind of parse through what really happened, what really got done. The Israelis have made a lot of claims, which a lot of people on these lives will parrot, like, I can't believe you support a group that did this and this and this. Well, we don't know for sure that some of the thises actually occurred, especially some of the worst things that were said. We heard about the babies at first, that got thrown out the window. But I've been excoriated for not acknowledging that the things that they believe happened actually happened. And I'm just, listen, I can't deny it. I don't think anybody should outright deny it because who knows. But if there's no evidence that people can or will put forth, then it's not fair when you say, trust me, bro, it happened. So that documentary gets into some of that. And so it does show, you know, and I fully believe now after watching several documentaries outside of that, but listening to the testimony of other Israeli soldiers, there's a very low likelihood that this just kind of happened. Like it wasn't like they caught them off guard. If you look at what had to be done, Ruby, on your bed, come on. If you look at what had to happen for this to actually occur, and the timing of it all, and the sensors, and all the stuff, all the protocols that are normally in place to make sure something like this does not happen, were messed up that day. A good example is I don't know if you know this about 9/11, but there's something called NORAD, the North Atlantic. You know, it's the U.S. government's air deterrent. It's like the Air Force that protects the airspace across North America. And on that particular day, it just so happens that the entirety of the NORAD system was up in the Arctic Circle doing exercises. Pretty convenient, right? So somebody says the Al Jazeera documentary, yeah, we can show that. And what I'll probably do is the next weekend I'll show the other one. What do I say about 10.7? Well, I was just kind of getting into that. So again, not all of it's perfectly clear, right? There's still, a lot of questions, but based on what I've been able to get my head around, I believe that it's very low likelihood that it just kind of happened as happenstance. There were warnings given, just like the U.S. got on before 9/11, same kind of thing. And it just seems that it was highly unlikely that it just kind of happened like, oh my God, they had their pants down, as people say. And I know it's very hard for people to understand how in the world could any leader or people within a government potentially let something like that just occur. Like, think what happened to their civilians. Look what happened that day, right? All that stuff. How horrific could that be? Yeah, I agree. It takes a pretty depraved, demented human being to even think about something like that, much less letting happen. Here's what one would ideally look at to try to make that determination. What happened afterwards that otherwise probably wouldn't have happened afterwards? That's all you got to look at. So let's go back to 9/11. What happened in the United States right after 9/11, and what happened subsequent to that over the next 5 to 7 years? Well, the U.S. completely rewrote the way civil liberties work with respect to surveillance. The Fourth Amendment, which is to be free from unreasonable search and seizure, it's normally the one that protects us from being surveilled domestically. Our internal agencies were allowed to do intelligence work outside the country, typically by tapping phones, but then, of course, later internet traffic. And so that all changed. That all turned inward. That's what Edward Snowden talked about. So they were able to monitor everything. Now, that's a big difference. And the way they justified that was that we have to eliminate the T threat, right? Because of this grave threat, we have to sacrifice this to protect us from that. That was the selling point. Well, how has that changed American society? Well, now we're no longer under a grave threat, but look, these tools are in place, and this right here. If you don't know this, everything that goes on in all the web traffic in the United States and elsewhere in the Western world goes through servers, and it's all analyzed with AI or sometimes recorded or both. It's all archived. And so the idea is, and this is something really alarming that I've heard, I'll get back to the other point, is that with AI, they can use this metadata that's been collected, whether it's our movements or whether our actual, online activities, searches, going to websites, whatever, even our speech, like right now, all this stuff can be searched with smart AI to put together patterns of behavior. So for example, let's say I'm somebody who goes to a certain place, like I go to a mosque periodically as an American, which is unusual, right? Someone who's not a committed Muslim, that'd be weird, right? Or different. And they have these profiles they put together based on unusual behavior. And then they use that as a way to sort of go further and do what they're going to do. Well, nobody should have a right to know where the hell I'm going, right? I mean, that should be data that's completely unavailable. It's like we get to live our lives, but that's no longer the case. As long as we hold one of these devices, anything that goes on with this device, including where it goes, is completely fair game according to the user agreements that we sign when we accept the software, and when all that stuff you go through, and yeah, all that shit's there. Plus, the government likely puts pressure on the communications companies, not necessarily the hardware providers, because Apple has its version of stuff, so does Google. But what they'll do is they'll go to Comcast or Cox Communicate, whatever the hell it is, and they'll say, "Hey, your internet servers, we need to have mirrors of that shit, so that all the data packets that flow through your internet, like I have T-Mobile, so they probably go to a place like T-Mobile and say, dude, or AT&T, all these places, and say, hey, dude, we need X, Y, and Z because of national security." And so they have a hookup, it just runs through. So getting back to what happened. So what else did the U.S. do? And by the way, people say, well, what if I'm not doing anything wrong? You never know how that data is going to be used. And what if they have a profile for a certain type of erratic behavior that your behavior just happens to fall into, but you're not doing anything wrong, but you get pegged and arrested or whatever because it's just they're using that now as a basis for detention for whatever reason they justify it. I don't know. It shouldn't be in the hands of the government, in my opinion, but that's just me. As far as what happened in the United States, so look at the wars that were waged. Look at the money that was allocated for Afghanistan, Iraq. Think about that for a second. How much money was made by contractors? How much disruption occurred? The Western multinational oil companies, Iraq had their oil nationalized, meaning the Iraqi government got most of the money from it. They may hire an outside company to come in and help with development, but the revenue sharing was not in the favor of the Western companies. That flipped. Now the money is gotten by the Western multinationals and a smidge goes back to the central government. And that's not unusual for the American model or the Western model of imperialism. You don't have to take the country over as long as you control its banking system and its resources. Who cares who's actually? In fact, it's less of a headache if you can do it that way, right? You don't have to keep everybody under control. It's someone else's problem. So look at 10-7, just to take the same thought process and just let's bring it to here. So look what happened after 10-7, right? There was this massive response, public backlash, anger, we got desire for revenge, right? There's always been a tension between the two parties anyway. We know that Israelis are conditioned to say that these crazy people that live beside us, all they want to do is push us into the ocean. They're told from birth that everybody around them hates Jewish people. And all they want to do is unalive the Jewish people and get rid of their state and annihilate them. That's what they're told. So there's a fear, a natural fear that's built up within them. And they look at anybody who's outside of them as these, quote, crazy Arabs, especially Palestinians, as potentially attackers to take away their very existence. And so if somebody does something that's indicative of that potential harm, that vulnerability that people are kind of conditioned to feel, it just ignites that. And that's what it did. It ignited a firestorm of anger throughout the whole society. And then what was the government able to do based on that anger and that response? Well, we're seeing it. We're seeing it right now. We're seeing what's happening. This is it. And it's the total destruction of most or all of the Gaza infrastructure, hurting all the people down to a very small segment and potentially either administrating over or annexing the full northern half of Gaza, maybe taking the property and developing it using the gas fields, having beachfront stuff, the whole thing that the Jared Kushners of the world are talking about, and use it as an economic development platform for Israel. Maybe keep a few token people like they did when they were, and they have, people, we have Palestinians here. We didn't kick them out of the territory. Well, yeah, 95% aren't there anymore. And this is the kind of game they're going to play, in my opinion. And that probably would not have been allowed politically, at least at the pace that it occurred, for a long period of time. So again, I always look at who benefits and what were the results of something to see why it might have been, why it happened. Somebody here saying, Mitchell says, don't worry, Chip, we'll allow the bakeries to flourish. Okay. Well, Mitchell, I mean, this is all I would say in response to that. And that's a very snarky comment. But just flip the script for a second. And what if somebody can, I don't know where you live, if you're from Israel or outside, but imagine you live in Israel. And imagine if somebody, let's say somebody on, quote, the Israeli side did some sort of attack to a more powerful group they feel like they're under the thumb of. And then in response, they came in and unalived 30, 35, 40,000 Israeli Jewish people. They destroyed the infrastructure of 3/4 of the territory in which these people were living. They herded everybody down to a little area and then threatened to come in and finish the job against the militants. And you're laughing about bakeries. So I don't know about you. I mean, Israelis seem to think, or people who support Israel seem to think their children and their people matter, and their families feel suffering when something happens, like happened on 10/7. Granted, but everybody feels those feelings. So whether you're a young Palestinian mother of three or whether you're an Israeli mother of three, it's the same exact thing. But why you can't feel compassion for those that are harmed, but those of us who can see this for what it is can see both sides of that, escapes me. So let's not talk about bakeries. I think you said, Mitchell, if I read you incorrectly, but you said something about, don't worry, Chip, will allow the bakeries to flourish. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. I thought you were just kind of kidding around and saying that, you're going to be kind enough to let bakeries exist in the North. But if I misread you, yeah, I read it verbatim. So I don't know. If you were trying to convey something different than that, then just, reword it. But either way, I do think there's a callous disregard on the Israeli side. Not everybody, but a majority of society sort of looks at Palestinians as like less than. Like whatever happens to them, so be it. They voted for those people. And the idea is we have to finish it this time. We have to finish the job to protect us. And if that means a bunch of people have to die, so be it. It's their fault. That's the idea that I get. So I think this is really bad. I think that, and again, the thing I keep coming back to, if you are someone who's pro-Israel, and a lot of people are, understandably, listen, it doesn't make them bad people. It means that they just have their beliefs. But what this has resulted in, if you don't know, because you may be in your little group of people who think the same and like, oh yeah, go Israel. But the number of people around the world now who have shifted their views of Israel has changed dramatically. And I think ultimately that's going to be to Israel's demise. I think Israel has this silly illusion that because they maintain a temporary position of power vis-a-vis their military and the way the U.S. backs them up, that they can just do whatever the hell they want without any repercussions. And that's not the truth. The world does hold in their minds accountability for misdeeds like this. Look what happened to the Germans. The Germans were doing some horrible shit, but it was more so the imperial nature of them that got them in the biggest trouble, believe it or not. I mean, I know it may sound sick that the powers weren't as concerned about the people that were dying, but it was more so the Germans were just conquering land, right? They were a huge threat to the security of nation states and their economies. Somebody says it's not our fault that Biden is weak. And you keep putting an Israeli flag in there. I'm not sure that means I don't know what you're trying to say there with that. Well, when you say it's not our fault, Biden is weak, the American government is not Joe Biden. Let's face it. Biden is the person wearing the suit and tie with the declining cognitive ability who's the figurehead. If you think policy is being determined by Joe Biden, you're out of your fucking mind. Joe Biden delivers the policies. He's the face for the policies, but he doesn't make the policies. The people making the decisions are a combination of wealthy people, corporations, and some people that are layered throughout the government that influence the policies. Remember when Joe Biden, this is a great example. You ready? Remember Joe Biden stood up and made an address. He says, he says, I've been doing this for a long time. I never thought I would see the day when I would see babies with their heads removed, or however he phrased it. And that was totally untrue. He was fed that. He never saw shit. He was fed that statement to read to the public as part of the propaganda campaign. And it worked. How many people still think that shit? It's crazy. But that's Biden. He's being fed stuff. And the person that has the most influence, in my opinion, is Anthony Blinken. I think he's one of the biggest influences in this particular set of policies. And he comes across as sort of a mild-mannered, he's a bad, bad apple. That guy is bad. Really bad. So Mitchell, this is why people are critical of it. And it always gets misconstrued as people being against Jewish people. And this is the hard part. If people who are doing things that are not in the interest of the majority of the country, and they're doing things that are beneficial to a very small subset who happen to be Jewish, calling that out and criticizing it for what it is not anti-Jewish. It's anti the behavior that does not benefit the whole, if that makes any sense. And therefore, but why it's considered off limits, because as I often say, and I don't know if you've heard this, Mitchell, forgive me if you have, but if we had Mexican if we had a lot of Mexican representation in our government, in our industry, and we were doing favorable things in terms of money and supporting military in Mexico, and the American public is being asked to pay tens of billions of dollars every few years to support Mexico. Like, well, that's kind of weird. Mexico's a friend, but why such a disproportionate focus and attention, especially if Mexico was doing some crazy shit like's going on right now? We would say, is it possible that there's some undue influence in the American government from these dual citizen people that have Mexican dual citizenship or have an allegiance or some sort of a leaning towards Mexico, right? I think that's fair to point out. Well, why is it unfair if people who happen to be in the same exact roles happen to be Jewish? Why is it anti-Jewish to point that out? It's not conspiratorial. It's called numbers, right? Now, someone named Mitchell asked me a very strange question. Have I watched H-Cost movies, and if so, which ones of you don't mind? Well, I've seen Sophie's Choice. I've seen Steven Spielberg's, of course. Everyone's seen that movie. I don't know if there are any others. I've watched a lot of documentaries. I like a lot of nonfiction documentaries. World War II. I don't know if there was one done. I've watched some stuff on PBS. I don't remember the exact names. It's not that I have favorites, and it's not that I have no reason. I've never been one that says anything dubious about what's been presented to the world as far as the people's accounts of it. Some people have gotten into these deep debates of what who cares what the numbers are? If it's 6 million, 10 million, 4.2, 3.8, it doesn't matter. I have no reason to doubt the official numbers, but one is too many under those circumstances, in my opinion. Yeah, and I heard this again today. So let's cover this ground. So there are many people who sort of identify themselves as Zionists. Some people aren't Jewish, and they say that Joe Biden says he's a Zionist, but the vast majority of people, other than Christian fundamentalists, which is a much larger population, but they have their own reasons. But people who identify Israel for the reason of being Jewish and call themselves Zionists. And they believe that the fundamental underpinning of the word Zionism to them means the desire for an ethno-state in the Holy Land that they believe is theirs. And therefore, that's a benign concept. And I would be remiss for anybody who's trying to look at this with any sort of an objective eye. I'm not one to criticize that objective. I think, as I've said before, I'm all for any group of people finding their way to a place free of oppression. I think that's a perfectly sensible aspiration for anybody. But you have to ask yourself the question, did it come at somebody else's expense? Was it done in a way that was reasonable and just? And so if you're someone who ends up getting something out of that process and that aspiration, good for you. I'm not unhappy with that outcome. But if other people suffer dearly because of that aspiration, is it not fair to acknowledge that suffering and to empathize with those who endured that suffering? I can empathize with what Jewish people went through in their different versions of persecution throughout the eras, as well as World War II, of course. Why is it somehow out of bounds to empathize with the Arab Palestinians that were pushed off their land and unalived in mass, 700,000 plus people, as a part of the Nakba? Why is that not considered fair to have a rational juxtaposition? Right? I mean, to say that's not reasonable is to be disingenuous, in my opinion. Now, you can make different arguments as to what is justifiable. I've had people say, I've heard this a lot, well, the Arabs colonized all the land over the last 23 centuries or whatever, 18. So we have a right to take back at least a little piece of it because why should they get it all? I've heard that argument before. Here's the kicker. When you have an aspiration for an ethno-state, nothing wrong with that, and you're considering the location for it, and you're thinking about the pros and cons of those locations, yes, maybe you do feel in your heart that there's a historical connection, that some of the indigeneity that was in the territory during this modern era, and others who now live elsewhere also tie back to that indigeneity in some form or another, if that's the argument. I can understand the argument for wanting to do it there, but in terms of looking at the actual conditions on the ground at the time this is being proposed, it's like, imagine right now if you decided where you're going to spend your Saturday afternoon. And you can either sit on a nice comfortable lawn chair, you can go for a nice drive, or you can stick your head in a hornet's nest. Which one's going to be most problematic for you in the next immediate future? Well, you're probably not going to get in a car accident. You're probably not going to have any trouble laying on your chair. You stick your head in a hornet's nest, you're probably going to have a tough afternoon. I believe that the decision to forcibly implement this particular ethno-state in this region, regardless of which side you're on, was ill-advised. Because look at the strife that it's caused. I mean, you can take sides on it, but it's indisputable. There has been massive amounts of strife and suffering on all sides since this happened. Was it the most sensible thing to do? I don't think so. Now, I'm not the one to say. I'm just giving you my analysis. It's not that, and it has nothing to do with trying to not let one group have what they want to have. It's simply looking at the disruption that it caused. It's been incredibly disruptive. Now, those who are proponents of Greater Israel and return to Zion and the Holy Land that they believe God gave to them a long time ago that was, quote unquote, taken by others, so they're just recolonizing or decolonizing the land. I've heard that argument a lot. Just imagine yourself, just for a second, if you're upset that other people kicked you off at some point, how then can you look at it and kick somebody else off and say, well, we're just going to do this because we want to get what we want to get? That's the part of Zionism that I don't like. It's that selfish, self-serving, arrogant, it's mine, fuck you type of attitude. That's what I don't like. And when you add to that the injustices and the harm that it caused to people, but even more so, in my opinion, the brutality that's been shown by the Israelis since the 1967 war, but even from the beginning of this with the different unalivings of people in villages, the massacres, all the horrific mistreatment. Most people don't know what the Israelis do. People who support Israel somehow fit into a little compartment and it says, well, we just have to do that. This came up a lot in a conversation I had 2 days ago with someone named Poker Queen. Well, we just have to do what we have to do to maintain our safety. You can have that attitude, but any third-party bystander which watches you, give out brutality to others around you has a right to go, that's fucked up. That's fucked up behavior. You can try to justify fucked up behavior, but if you're doing it, it's worthy of being called out. Nobody cares that you're Jewish. As people who are Palestinian Muslims have said, if my cousin came in and took my home and unalived my family and kicked me off and made me a refugee, I'd be at war with my cousin. It's not about Jewish. Who gives a shit? Same thing with the Mexican thing I talked about. It's about the impact that your actions have on others. Now, is it historically unique for that impact to occur? Absolutely not. Did that impact occur in America? Absolutely. Am I sitting in a place where land was stolen? 100%. Does that make me a hypocrite? Yes. Yes, it does. If I was being in adherence with the very values that I'm laying out here, I should be long gone. Right? I think that's fair. The only difference that I see in this is the time frame, and it's happening right now. I wasn't alive in 1810. I can't go back and try to somehow impact what happened then. But it is happening right now. There are settlements being built in the West Bank right now. There are bulldozers and heavy equipment crews and soldiers protecting it, and all this stuff. People being knocked off their homes, having their homes destroyed, their olive gardens. Everything's being done right now. Like literally right now, if we had an aerial camera on Google Maps, we're watching, that shit's being done right now. That dispossession of land, unaliving of people, settlers going crazy, land being stolen, it's happening right now. We have a chance to influence that. Not working very well, but we have a chance. That's why I talk about it. That's the only reason why. The most important thing out of all this, forget about all the nuance, it really comes down to this. People who are not free and don't have the access to self-determination, they don't have equal rights, deserve that. And until the other side finds a way to accommodate that in some way, shape, or form, it's on them to deal with the repercussions because they're creating the conditions in which a resistance occurs. I talked about this with the person on the other, same thing, Poker Queen. I said, is it fair that the Americans who resisted the British occupation, was it fair eventually for them to take up arms to overcome their struggle and defeat the British and have their own autonomy? Yep, of course. Was it fair for the majority black population that was being oppressed by the minority white population in South Africa for them to eventually do what they had to do to win? Yes. Okay, yes and yes. Is it fair for Palestinian people who are being ruthlessly oppressed by a much stronger military and have had land repeatedly stolen from them and been unalived for many decades, for them to resist? Oh, well, we just got to do what we got to do to stay safe. 10-7, 10-7, 10-7. Are you seeing a little bit of an unfair logic being applied there? Inconsistency? Inconsistency? Yes, yes, well, well, well. Yes, yes, hedging. Yes, yes. So that's not being consistent. So if you're going to be consistent, and again, I don't condemn the poor people that were in the Warsaw Ghetto for resisting their conditions. Obviously, I think they have every right to resist an oppressive situation where they're being horribly mistreated and marginalized. And at the same time, I'm consistent in that I don't condemn any resistance movements anywhere, including what happens in occupied Palestine, because people who are being oppressed have a right to resist. It's just the way it is. And in fact, it's written in the international law. It says if you're oppressed and someone is blockading you or militarily occupying you and mistreating you, you have the right to resist. It doesn't say by going to court and being polite. It says with any means available. So if that's throwing a rock, it's throwing a rock. If it's throwing a Molotov cocktail, so be it. If it's breaching a fence and going in and engaging soldiers and trying to gather intel, and in this case, they gathered hostages, you can put that in the maybe category. The reason the hostages were gathered, as far as I understand, is because the Israelis are holding so many Palestinians under dubious charges or even administrative detention. So to use those, it's not illogical. You could argue the morality of it. It's not illogical to want to get a leverage point to try to deal with that problem. And it's been a long-standing problem. The Israelis, in their brutality, have been doing this for a long time. You can't sit on one side and go, well, everything was fine on 10/6. If you're a Palestinian sitting in an Israeli jail being horribly mistreated and you're there for no reason at all, and you're stuck there because someone else just decides they're going to take you, that's a hostage. And yet the hostages inside of Gaza, as far as we know from what we've seen so far, are treated way better than any long-term detainee in Israeli jail. Way better. And yet you vilify these people as barbarians and call them every word in the book. So this is some of the stuff that I point out that I believe is inconsistent. And if somebody gave me a chance to advise Israel, not that they're going to give a shit about what I say, and I don't believe people really want this because they wouldn't take the advice because it's not what they want. But if they really wanted peace, if that was sincerely their objective, then I would say withdraw your goddamn settlements, work a deal out to remove the militancy by giving somebody the autonomous space to have dignity and respect within the territory they're going to live in, and give peace a chance. But as long as you keep the boot on somebody's neck and don't give them a chance to get up off the ground and brush themselves off, they're never going to be able to accept a deal where you keep your boot on their neck. Who would? You wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. That's crazy to think that, right? So if you keep the boot on somebody's neck in perpetuity, you keep taking more, you keep putting more boots on their neck, and then expect them to behave, you're out of your goddamn mind. You're putting a standard on somebody that you would never want to have to adhere to yourself. Warsaw Ghetto is the example of many. Everyone in that ghetto had a right to rise up, in my opinion. I support it wholeheartedly. And everybody in occupied Palestine has a right to try to do whatever they think they can to overcome the plight in which they find themselves. I don't agree with the tactics. I wouldn't do those things, and I wouldn't want to do those things, at least from the position I sit in. Maybe it'd be different if I lived through their experience. Yeah, I saw the eclipse. We're still going on a little bit here. So that's why I advocate. And people say it's for money. I got a death threat today. I could easily just pack my phone up and go do some other shit, But I'll tell you, I'm gonna keep no matter who decides I'm a piece of shit or don't want to talk to me. I'm gonna keep talking about this if I have one person following me, because it means something to me, and I think it's the right thing to do. And I would say this, and this is going to sound over dramatic, but think of it this way: we're all going to die someday, right? Do you want to die cowering in fear that someone's going to come hurt you if you speak out on an issue? Or do you want? Listen, if somebody comes by today and blasts me in the back of the head, I can go out feeling like I was being just advocating for what I believe was truly right. If that's what happens, it happens. I won't know it if it happens anyway. That's the good news, hopefully. And that's fair. And I'd rather die for something that's just and reasonable than live my whole life in fear and be a coward. I mean that. Now, I don't want to take unnecessary risks and be a moron. I'm not going to go with a megaphone in front of a rabid bunch of settlers and start calling them bad names or something like that, But, okay. I know I've been talking a lot here. I'm really trying to bring up a pro-Israeli guest. if you want to advocate for your point of view. Even Mitchell, if you have mixed feelings, or I'm not even sure what your position is, quite frankly, I'm a little confused, but whatever it is, it's okay. It's all good. But if you want to come up and talk, if you're pro-Israeli, I really don't want to have too many pro-Palestinians. That just gets echo chamber, which really isn't very entertaining. Yeah, everything about, I mean, the eclipse was amazing. It was pretty cool. I tried to show it to the audience through a set of glasses earlier. And by the way, if you want to see it, if you didn't get a chance to see it, you'll probably see other recordings of it. But this is going to be uploaded to my YouTube and Rumble channels sometime this afternoon when we finish up. Yeah, this is a good example. Somebody here named Econ 52 says, I used to like Israelis, not anymore. That's a bad outcome for Israel. And maybe the people who are in charge just don't care. Maybe they want what they want. They think by taking land and projecting power that's all that matters, and who cares what the consequences are. Maybe that's their mindset. I guess it probably is. But I think in the end, if you're going to be a participant in the community of nations on earth and be a peaceful participant and have people respect you and recognize you and have commerce and not vilify you, you can't choose to behave this way. It doesn't last forever. It's not a good precedent to set. And I believe that by these sets of actions, this is the beginning of the end of the current structure that we understand as Israel. And for all you haters out there, it doesn't mean there's going to be this wave of invasion that's going to unalive Jewish people. Just get that out of your mind. That's not even near on the table. But what should happen in a just world is that the entity, the Zionist entity that calls itself Israel, that's an ethno-state, that's inherently racist and marginalizes anybody who's not Jewish. Yes, they can navigate through society if they're very adept, but not many do, and most don't live and have other rules. They can't do certain things that native population can't, who's Jewish. But trying to maintain a Jewish majority and then have rules that don't favor and don't have equal rights for anybody in the occupied territories is not right. And here's the only question you have to ask yourself. Very simple test. If I was on the other side of this particular deal that these people are in, would I be okay with it? That's all you have to ask. That's all you have to ask. And if the answer to that is no, then it's not right. A deal is only as good as the willingness to take the other side of it. So there's someone named Roland Dharma who wants to come up and talk for a second. I'm going to have this be a one-sided, bash fest.
Hey, Chip.
What's up?
Hey, man. I don't know if this will be appropriate. I did email you. I didn't get a response from you. But something's been coming up in the pro-Palestinian lives, and they've mentioned you and a Twitter and
Yep.
that they're angry at you about. And I really have a lot of respect for you, and I can't believe you would do something that would, have them boycott you about it. If you don't want to talk about it here, I understand. We'll try to do it.
I've addressed it at length, but I'll address it one time here if you would like me to. I'm not something I'm running away from. So to tell the audience what happened was, I was on Twitter for about 2.5 years, I guess, somewhere close, had about 7,000 followers. And I was on somebody's page where they were showing a lot of videos of people misbehaving, to put it mildly. People mass shoplifting, people beating the crap out of somebody once they're unconscious, still kicking them in the head, doing some really horrible things. Or maybe they're in a public place throwing a cup of soda in somebody's face who's a worker because they were, whatever. So I, unfortunately, 2 times, when the anger in me about seeing this shit over and over and over again, said some insensitive things, right? Put it this way. I wouldn't even call it clever. I used secondary and tertiary references to a derogatory term in referencing behavior in that video, rather than talking about the behavior directly, which I should have done. So here's what I did, okay? Somebody found these tweets and brought them to light. It kind of made this embarrassing video, sort of a montage of trying to disparage. And fair enough, it was content that was unacceptable and fair to criticize. And so that spurred a lot of anger among people. So here's what I did about it, just to let you know. The very first thing I did was I contacted 5 or 6 pro-Palestinian content creators who I know from the platform and I value their opinion. And I said, hey, this is what's come to light. Before I do anything else, I want to ask you, because the last thing I want to do is become a distraction to something that I'm advocating for. So if you think it's better for me to kind of just go away, then I'll respect your point of view and do that. So that's what I asked. Each person said to me to a turn, this is what they said. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody does dumb shit sometimes. The best thing for you to do is to own it, apologize for it, accept it, and try and move on and do the best you can to advocate for it despite it.
Hmm.
So what I then did was I hosted two separate lives. They were each about 3 hours. And of course, I owned it. I sincerely apologize for it as I do now. I feel terrible. I don't want everyone to do anything to hurt anybody ever. It's
Yeah.
not wired. And what I said there was hurtful and offensive. I acknowledge it. And it's not something that I can't undo it. I wish I could. But of course, the content is no longer up on the internet because that would be really inappropriate not to remove it. I removed that out. And I also, the other thing I noticed was as I was going through my Twitter feed, I noticed that the Twitter experience in general, not even about that issue, but just in general, was eliciting a much different version of like angrier responses and like negativity. And so I just decided to completely take down the entire Twitter thing. And I'm actually happier that I have. But getting back to what I did. So I hosted two separate lives and invited anyone and everyone who knew me in the community to come up and air their views. Whatever they wanted to say, I just sat there and listened. And a number of people came up, probably 15 or 20, and they shared their views. They said, hey, this is whatever they wanted to say, they said it. I just didn't interrupt them. And we had a conversation. To each person, I directly apologized for the hurt that I'd caused.
Did you feel like it cleared the air? Was there forgiveness? Did you feel that, or
Well,
was there still bitterness?
I think some people were still bitter and are still bitter. And I have nothing to say about that except for I have to take responsibility for my part in this. And wherever somebody goes with it after what I did about it is for them and the path they want to choose. And so, for example, if somebody believes that because of those things occurred, that they've put me in this bucket called cancel culture and they want to put you there, that's their right
Yeah.
to anybody on the platform. And if they believe that having happened diminishes or completely eliminates the effective nature of somebody advocating for this issue, that's also their right to do. And if they don't want to have you up on their lives or their panels and don't want to quote platform you, that's also fair to do, or whatever they choose to do. There were some people who have since contacted me and said, hey man, I see that as something that is not your normal behavior. Everybody screws up. I'm going to take you at your word that you're sincerely sorry about it and that you've committed that nothing like that will happen again, which I have.
Yeah.
And we try to move on. Now, not everybody feels that way, and I completely understand. And I have no issues with anybody as far as what they want to do with something like that.
Yeah.
That's not how I function. In terms of when somebody screws up or I don't like what somebody said, I don't automatically just write them off. But other people do. And that's their choice. So I have to live with navigating that. And I think it has affected the audience that I have, understandably, and that's okay. But the more important thing is the people who counseled me said was just keep doing what you do well. So that's what I've done. That's it.
Well, I feel you're a man of integrity, and I appreciate what you're doing here. And when I heard these rumors about you, I was completely confused. So when I'm in the groups, and if I hear it again, I'm just going to keep advocating for you, just to let you know that because I think it's petty from because they threw the when I heard about it, they threw out the term YT supremacy, like he's a typical, and I thought that is totally absurd considering everything I've heard from you. So I just wanted to hear it from you. So when I hear it in my spaces, I'm gonna correct it. Okay.
Well, like I said, I appreciate you advocating for me. The most important thing to me of all of this, and people have said, you're just doing this for attention, you're doing it for money. I could give a shit about that. The only thing that matters to me in the end, really sincerely, with all the harm that I've seen done in all this for so many decades, is just for a better outcome. Doesn't matter who carries the message that changes the hearts and minds. If it's not me, someone else can do it. Zobita does it amazingly well. I really admire her and others. But that's all that matters. So again, that's why I asked, the very first thing I asked was not how do I make myself look better? What is better for the cause? That's the very first thing I asked.
Yeah. Can I ask what was it like? Was it the COVID era and the George Floyd era and
No,
the
no. What basically happened was, and again, my experience is I live in a city that's probably 70 to 75% African American. I've lived in neighborhoods for many years at a time that were 100% African American. I was the only white guy in town. because I own property as a landlord, and so at some point I actually lived there while I was doing work on the property. So my lived experience is not reflective of being an idiot a couple times on Twitter and speaking that way. The other job that I've done in the last couple of years is I've done a lot of Uber driving. And you meet all sorts of people, but because I live in the community I live in, and many people either don't have a car, their car's getting fixed, whatever it may be, they take Ubers. And I've had hundreds and hundreds of amazingly wonderful conversations with a lot of people. Not everybody, but most people.
Yeah.
So I have no ill will towards any one group or any people at all. The
Yeah.
behavior that I saw in those videos is what the focus should have been on, not an indirect reference to a broader group, which was completely unfair and unnecessary. That's
Yeah.
where I screwed up.
Yeah. Well, I remember watching the LA riots, and I was off the coast, um, and I had all kinds of emotions. And if a microphone were put in front of me, I probably would have said some pretty heinous stuff at the time. So I understand where you may be coming from on those, and I'm relieved to hear that you went through that extensive process of reconciliation and that people acknowledged it. So,
Some have, some are unaware of that. So I'm not going on a
yeah,
parade trying to promote what I did, because it is what it is. I'm trying to be a decent human. The other thing I did though is I have a therapist at the VA that I see, and I just brought it up because it was part of life, and I just told him. And what he said to me was, everybody has hidden biases. We all have them. They're in
yeah,
us. That's just the nature of being a human being. We have different groups and stuff. It's just we're kind of tribal. And he said, just try to be more aware of them. And if you feel something like that bubbling up, just be aware of it. That's what he said to me.
yeah. Okay.
Thought that was good advice. So
Well, like I
that's
said,
what happens with me. And by the way, I've to be clear, I've heard pro-Israeli people say things that are absolutely horrific towards Palestinians, and I've
yeah,
never once brought it up against them.
yeah. Well, I
'Cause I
guess
don't.
Twitter is such a nature that it just lives like it's written in stone for some people.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Twitter. I have an account, I just observe. But again, I just want to say that the reason I'm doing this is because I wanted to man to man hear this out. And so, because I think your voice is really, really important, being a white veteran, and how articulate you are on the whole situation. I think it's really important to be a part of the movement, this whole movement. And so I feel better doing this. So when I go into my circles, I can speak with clarity about how I feel about this situation. So I didn't want to take up too much of your time on this.
No, it's okay.
I did want to mention that I had a realization listening in the Prozile lives how there's this trend now how they're absolutely convinced of mutilation, horror, mass graping, all that. They're
Right.
really like it's almost become like a cult. Like if you don't believe this, then you're absolutely outrageous that you don't believe this.
Exactly.
And what I heard is the Prozile saying, "Have you seen the videos of the people dancing in the streets, the Palestinians dancing in the street?" And I put two and two together last night and thought, "Oh my God." So Proziles are living this horror that everything that they say, the mutilations, the mass, all this horror, barbaric stuff that was supposedly done by H group was
Yeah.
done, and so they conflate the immediate video reactions of the Palestinians celebrating as knowing and acknowledging everything that they believe. Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Of
And
course, it's
what
absurd.
I understand is they were celebrating because they heard that their people broke through, and that's all they heard. They didn't hear the gory details, and they're celebrating that. It's that they heard that they had broken out of the prison. But the Zios are trying to use that as like, look, they're celebrating this mutilation of Jews and everything. So
Yep.
that's what I kind of wanted to share, this realization. So yeah, I know you want to talk to a pro-Zio, so I didn't want to take your time up, but I appreciate you very much, sir. I'm sorry,
Yep.
you're
The other
cutting
thing
out.
I've offered up, and again, I don't know if it's going to be me as the
You're
it
cutting. You're
should be
cutting
better
out
now.
a little
Someone
bit.
tried to
Okay.
call me.
Okay.
Uh, Is that better? So one thing that I remember I told you I spoke to some people behind the scenes. So one of them is a very well-known African American content creator who I absolutely adore. And so I asked him if it would be fun as a topic one night, whether it's his live, mine, or someone else's, to talk about these issues, the tensions with the longstanding nature of race relations and in general, whatever those topics would be. And he said he really wanted to. So maybe we'll do it offline on a Zoom if it's too sensitive for TikTok. But the more we talk these kind of things out, I think the better things are. Is the more we kind of get to see each other on a common human level. That's what really matters.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I grew up in rural Midwest, and then when I went to the military, I was exposed to, you know, all kinds of races and backgrounds and everything, and that was a very eye-opening moment for me. So, I think these kind of conversations would be good and healthy to have in social discourse and social media. So, anyway,
Absolutely.
I'll see you around and keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Thanks for putting a face with the name too. I've never seen your face before,
All
so
right,
it's nice to meet you.
all right. See
All
you
right,
later.
take care. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would say this in terms of life choices and mistakes. I've made a bunch, and this one was absolutely just idiotic. I mean, it's like, and we all know what stepping on a landmine is, but it's another thing to put it in front of yourself and then step on it, and that's kind of what I did. So it was pretty gross. It says H Mosh. Yeah, listen, it's always easy to make comments like that. So the criticism that you get when you put yourself out here and taking a stand on either side, I'm sure people who are pro-Israel get criticized too, is that people start to question your motives. Like someone in the comments named Mosh just said, the H-men will be very proud of you or something like that. I am not pro-H. I want to make that very clear. I was not in the streets celebrating on 10/10 on 10/7. I don't celebrate anybody being hurt or harmed. I do think it's interesting to see the response, and maybe people do this unknowingly. But if you know the history of this conflict and you watch the aggregate harm that has occurred over the many decades, and you see the number of people that have been injured, unalived, mistreated, humiliated, and then all of a sudden some of it goes back the other way at a larger scale than usual. Usually there's maybe a car that gets attacked or a settler that gets harmed or maybe a family. It's usually nothing too dramatic, or it's just rocket fire, most of which gets intercepted by the Iron Dome. But it is interesting to see the absolute outrage people have when their side gets some of the same stuff that they've been giving to others for a long period of time. And I know that's hard to hear because no one wants to admit that it's not that anybody deserves it, quote unquote. But it now makes you understand a little bit of the outrage and feelings that the other people have had for a long period of time that you may not be aware of. You may just listen to the rhetoric from your government that says we're maintaining security and they're the bad people, all that bullshit. But in most cases, the actions taken by the IDF, IOF, ITF, whatever you want to call them, ZTF, is absolutely unnecessary. It is terroristic. It is disgusting. It is despicable. And it actually makes Israel less secure. That's some of the stuff that gets me the most outraged and what motivates me to talk about this. I just think that's horrible. And I don't think people from Israel are bad people. I think that they're given a bad set of reasons and justifications to continue to believe and support in things that I don't think they would want to participate in or do themselves or support if anybody else did it. So in terms of the H group being proud, I have no affiliation with anybody. I've been accused of getting paid by Qatar or some shit like that. Give me a break. Listen, what any people do, whether it's the United States did when we were the colonists, or whether it was anybody else in the world, if you do something to resist your oppressive circumstances, it's not for me to cheer you on or to condemn you. It's as a third party American, I don't know anybody from Palestine. I don't know anybody in the West Bank. I don't know anybody from Gaza. I don't know anybody from Israel. I don't have a dog in the hunt. Doesn't make my life better or worse, other than people threatening me and wanting to unalive me who were pro-Israel, which happened today, by the way. I had to call the fucking police, if you can believe that shit. But it doesn't do me any good. The only reason I talk about it is because it struck a chord with me when I learned about it. And maybe that's hard for you to understand. Like, why would some American who has no benefit in this talk about it? There has to be some angle. The angle is that I was angered when I first learned about this. That's the angle. And that anger's never left me. And that anger and frustration, I'm not Palestinian. I can't even imagine what it must feel like to be Palestinian, to feel that deep, just just burning anger and frustration at being mistreated, and yet having to endure it and just stick it out. I had to call the police because somebody in a TikTok live threatened my life and then made a comment about the inside of my apartment that only somebody who had either seen it through my window or seen it from the inside would have known about. So I just wanted to make sure there was a police report on file in case something happens. And like I said, if it happens, it happens. You know, it is what it is. I'm not going to live my life looking over my shoulder. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm a 2A supporter. And if somebody decides to go that way, it might be an interesting day for both of us. Let's put it that way. But listen, the whole point of this is to stop the violence. If somebody doesn't like what you say and they're willing to take a violent means to try to stop your speech, what does that say about what the person's doing? Because if you're not doing anything wrong and you really believe what you're doing is just, you shouldn't give a shit. Who cares what somebody says about it? It doesn't matter. Right? So I'm never worried about somebody coming at me for my, I mean, I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. And in fact, I left a message for somebody in the community who I have a lot of respect for. And I said, listen, I can't think of a more admirable way, more honorable way to leave this earth than to advocate for something that you believe is right. A lot of people have had that happen in history, right? They wouldn't recant or they wouldn't change their views and they got unalived. I don't think anything like that's going to happen. But the point is, if you really believe in something and somebody tries to shut you up with intimidation, fuck them. You know, I try to treat people with respect who comes on with different views as best I can. It's hard sometimes, but I don't wish them any ill will. I don't want to see any harm come to them. Never. And, you know, people say, well, why aren't you out there in the streets condemning H group? Why aren't you protesting it? That's the latest line I keep hearing. Why aren't you out protesting it? It's not my job to protest the H group. You know, they're a militant group. If the H group was gone tomorrow, there'd be some other group. The G group would form. As long as one country decides they're going to brutalize and oppress another, there's always going to be some form of resistance. Doesn't matter what name you give it. It's a mindset. It's a natural human mindset. Right? Yeah, I get a lot of shit, by the way. I mean, a lot of people get angry at me because I bring people up and I let them speak. And a lot of times they think I'm platforming hateful Zionists. I do it for a reason. And because, listen, the other thing I said earlier, a lot of people know what they know because it's what they've been told. A lot of people don't know what they don't know, including I didn't know a lot of stuff when I was younger in America. And most of the stuff I've been told about my country has turned out to not be true. So that doesn't mean that they're bad people for believing something that's been sort of, I'll use the word indoctrinated. I was indoctrinated as an American. Most Israelis and most people who are pro-Zionist, pro-Israelis around the world are 100% indoctrinated. And a lot of the people who break free from that indoctrination admit it. They come forward and say, hey, Dave Smith, the comedian Dave Smith, is a great example. Go on, listen to his segment on the Joe Rogan podcast if you can find it on YouTube. He says, I'm paraphrasing, he says something like this, here's how the story goes. We're this little nation of people among this big sea of horrible Arab people. All they want to do is unalive us and push us into the sea. We're the only democracy in the Middle East. We're a force for good. We try to stay to ourselves and be peaceful. They keep attacking us, right? That's the storyline. That nothing could be further from the truth. That is not true. And what Dave Smith learned and what Anna Balter learned and what Miko Pellet has learned and what Gideon Levy knows and what Ilyan Pape knows and Gabor Mate and so many others who happen, and Jonathan Randall on this app, if you know who Jonathan is, they have come to realize, and all the people part of Jewish Voices for Peace, Norman Finkelstein, it goes on, Max Blumenthal, it goes on and on. So many people see through the bullshit. I see through the bullshit of my own government. I see through the bullshit of the Israeli government and that whole media apparatus. And so do they. And then they have the courage to say, you know what? The shit I was told growing up, I don't believe that shit anymore. And I'm going to speak out against it because it's not right. And if I was a Palestinian, I would not want to be on the receiving end of what that bullshit story is covering up. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. A lot of people still believe that stuff, right? And it doesn't make them bad people for believing it, but it is something bad in which they believe. The actions of the government and the ideology have a very negative impact on the region and on the people with whom they interact. Now, somebody said earlier in the comments, I can go back and find it. There was an Israeli flag. It said, it is Israel. It is Israel. It will always be something like that. Listen, it's Palestine. It's occupied Palestine. It will always be Palestine, and it will always be talked about as occupied Palestine. You can call it banana this or cherry that, but it's Palestine. And it will be liberated one day. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just a matter of when. Because the resolve, there's only one way for it not to be liberated. You know what that is? You're going to have to unalive every single person who believes in this idea, both inside the territory right now and outside. And I don't think the world's going to let that happen. So the resistance, the resolve of this particular people is so strong, in my view, that they're never going to give up. They don't care if they die. They'll take any amount of sacrifice. They see themselves as connected to that land as much as our own heads are connected to our own bodies. And so I admire that. Listen, that's an amazing quality. How much courage does it take to risk your own life or to endure the suffering that they're suffering right now and look at it in the bigger picture and say, yes, this is massive suffering. This is unacceptable. It's war crimes. But you know what? We know it's towards a longer goal that's just and right. And therefore, we're going to take it. And by virtue of taking these horrible, horrible crimes that Israel's committing, they're turning the tide of public opinion. And whether that was intentionally thought out or not, this operation, this process, this entire series of events has shifted the mindset, the awareness, and the opinions of a vast majority of people, both in the US and around the world. Now, still, in my opinion, way too many Americans are still unaware of the totality of the brutality that Israel puts out on Palestinians. And our job, this is what I think our job is we're little messengers, and our goal is to be able to connect with anybody who's sort of open-minded a little bit, crack open that little window, and let the information flow. And most people, when they see the full gambit of information, are like, what? No, that can't be happening. That can't. And people are hearing right now, like, oh, it was an accident. I know they called us and told us these 7 workers were going to be but it was just an accident. It was somebody's bullshit. It was an accident. That little girl, Hind, who called from that family vehicle that was destroyed. All her family members were dead. She was a scared little girl on the phone. She calls the 911 equivalent in Gaza. They tell her, don't worry, young lady, we're going to take care of you. They contact the Israeli military, top to bottom. Hey, these ambulance workers are coming to take this little girl out of a car. She has nothing to do with the H group. We'll be there in 10 minutes. They get there, boom, 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 everyone's dead. That's not an accident. You can't be given that kind of advance notice. The Israelis are not incompetent. They may be a lot of things, but they're not incompetent. They're not stupid. But they think the rest of the world is, that we're just going to continue to buy these bullshit stories decade after decade. Well, they don't control the entirety of the media anymore. And so when you can't shape the entire narrative and photographic evidence and video evidence comes to people's phones, they're going to hear your story and just compare it to reality and go, fuck that. That's garbage, dude. You're talking garbage. No, I'm not listening to that shit anymore. And when it comes to the atrocities of 10/7, I've heard a lot about this lately too, that it's a guarantee. It happened. It's fact. That you can't question it or you're a horrible human being. Dude, I have no reason to say it didn't happen. That'd be unfair. But if you tell somebody, you lie to somebody over and over and over again for decades, and then you say, well, somebody said this happened, so you have to take it on the... No, you can't just take somebody's word for something after that. That's not a fair request given how you have behaved in the past. So when you have a history of telling lies and lies and lies, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, I mention his name often. He was the chief of staff to U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell during the George W. Bush administration. And he's been on a lot of interviews lately with people like Judge Napolitano and others. And he makes it very clear when they're asking, like, what's going to happen next? What's the deal? Why is this all happening? And he said, I dealt with the Israelis directly. They are liars. You can't believe a single word that comes out of their mouths. These people are inveterate liars. They lie. That's what he said. Now, why would an American official just make that shit up? Does he have some sort of anger towards Jewish people? Or in the context of being interviewed about the way the Israelis handle business, was he describing his experience as a U.S. diplomat dealing with Israel, our ally, who we support with a shitload of money and military, and on top of that, they spy on us and they lie to us. What the hell kind of friend is that? Man, I tell you, I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. And there must be a very persuasive group of people that allow this kind of relationship to continue, because it's not helping most Americans. And it has nothing to do with the ethnicity or the religion of the majority of the people in this country. That's the big bullshit story too. That's the diversionary tactic. Anti-Semitism, man. No, you can't separate Zionism from Judaism or Zionism from your ethnicity. That's your choice to make it that way. But others see the ideology separate from the birth of an ethnic person. Because we're all born, and we happen to come up, I'm probably European to some type, I don't know, French, German, whatever the fuck it is. I don't even care. But everyone kind of, it's like, you don't know how, you're just born, right? But then you get taught things, you get told things. You're like a blank computer when you were born. There's nothing going on that's one way or the other, and then you get conditioned. And all these people, most of them who believe this story, are conditioned by this ethno-state. Our lives depend on this being the case. Otherwise, we're all going to be gone. That's sort of the frantic ideology around this. And therefore, it's an absolute necessity that it be this way or the highway. And anything we have to do to make it so is justifiable under any circumstance. That's the problem. That mindset of the selfish, self-centered, we have to protect ourselves only, who cares who gets hurt, is what precipitated this, and all the violence and problems that have accompanied this, all the disruption, all the chaos, all the fighting. If that mindset wasn't in place, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. We'd be living peacefully next to each other for the most part. I really believe that. And I really do in my heart believe, people will make this statement like, well, we gave them Gaza, all we got back was rocket fire. These people are violent. We gave them 5 great peace deals. They said no every time. They don't want peace. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. If a peace deal included autonomy and dignity and respect and sovereignty separate from the control of the other, then the one side receiving that benefit would contain the more militant behavior, because the reason that there's militancy is because the lack of those things. That's the whole reason why this is even happening, is because of the lack of those characteristics. And that aspiration is not being met. As soon as that aspiration is met, all the problems are going to stop. Now, maybe there might be some whack jobs who do some stupid shit, and the government's telling people not to do it, and there's some extremists that may, but I even doubt that. Because I think most people will look at the better good for their society, as they're doing now in accepting this brutality, and work in conjunction towards the broader goal, which is autonomy, self-determination, and something that's equitable, a deal that you would take on either side. That's what has to happen. And until that happens, we're going to see more of this, I believe. Somebody just asked an important question. Somebody says, does equality mean to slip, boom booms in buses? Now, what do you think? Here's the argument from the Israeli side. Okay, let's break it down. If I'm not saying this right, Barb, let me know. And I appreciate your point of view. The fear of people who either support Israel, but especially people who live in Israel, is this. One, we know that rockets are sent towards Israel, right? That's undeniable. So the question is, well, why do they do that? Why would a bunch of people literally make these things and then put them on a launcher and then light them and they do it? Why would they do that? What motivates them to do that work? Right? Do you think they'd rather be tending to the field and spending time with their children and doing their jobs and going out to dinner and enjoying their culture, right? But for some reason, they're doing this other shit. What would motivate them to not live a normal life and go do extreme stuff in your view? Well, think about it. I just talked about the absence of dignity, autonomy, and self-determination, and a peaceful neighbor that treats you with some sort of respect, right? Absent that, you're going to think of things to try to change it to that. I think that's fair. Now, the argument is that if their neighbors are given these benefits, or what do you want to call it, that situation I outlined, that they're going to continue to be violent. You mentioned buses. So first of all, the separation barrier,
wall slash armed fences that protect the West Bank and Gaza from Israel, which normally is well guarded in place, there hasn't been a major event like that for many, 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 many years. No large scale bus or cafe or anything like that has happened in as long as I can remember. And it's horrible that it happened in the first place. But just because there might be the chance of freedom, it's freedom in totality that makes the biggest difference. If you're somebody, this is the example that I give. This is for, again, who made that comment about buses. I use the school bully as the example. It's the best one I can think of. If you have a better one, tell me. But if you're lying on the ground as the smaller bullied party and somebody has their really big boot on your neck, they're much bigger and stronger than you, and they have 5 knives going down your side and they take one out, and you're lying on the ground with your hands tied behind your back and you got 4 knives in you still, and you're like, well, I'm really glad that one came out, but what about the other 4? And what about me getting off the ground and getting this goddamn boot off my neck and having a chance to breathe? What do you say about that? And you're like, well, no, I need to maintain security over you. You're like, well, dude, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to try to scratch you with my hand if I can get it outside my twist ties, which is what's going to happen. And then you type, it's going to always continue that way. Now, if you take out all the knives, let the person up, give them a chance to clean themselves up and say, listen, if you do anything crazy, it's going to be 10 times worse. And so they're like, okay, cool. You gave me, I got what I want. Why would I do anything crazy? Because the people on the other side are told that it's abject hatred towards them as an individual, that their very identity is what the people want to wipe out. They'll go, well, look, it's in their charter. They said it in their charter. Why? No, here's what you have to understand if you're Israeli. If you're pro-Israel, the H group very clearly updated their charter language to completely eliminate any of that disgusting chatter about ethnicity and the sea and all this other crazy shit. And they rephrased all of their language towards oppression, occupation, and legitimate right to self-determination, which I think is what you'd want somebody to do, right? Focus on the things that are actually necessary for peace in good faith. And they said in their 2017 revised charter, this is the H group, that although they don't recognize the validity of the Zionist entity, as they call it, they're still angry that this was forcibly imposed on what they believe to be their historic land that they had been living on for a long time. And it was sort of just thrust onto the territory by another group who claim it's theirs, but it really wasn't. And they were supported by an entity that oversaw the territory, administered it after World War I ended, the British. But you'd be pissed too, as you have been in the past. When Jews have been exiled from places, they didn't throw a party and say, thank you, thank you. It's very upsetting and unsettling to be made a refugee because somebody just wanted your shit. So it's not unreasonable to be angry about that. But what they did say is they'd be willing to accept as a reasonable compromise a 2-state solution that was based on the pre-1967 borders, which means get your settlements out, take your 700,000 plus Americans from Long Island out of our goddamn country, and live within your borders peacefully. We'll do the same. I believe that that's what it would take for there to be a peaceful resolution. I don't think for a second the Israelis are going to go for that. And they'll always lean on the excuse. They'll do they're always going to attack us. They did after we withdrew from Gaza. That's the first thing. And the second thing is they hate us anyway, so no matter what we do, it's going to be hell for our people. So if we give them an inch, we're going to kill ourselves. I'm telling you, that's what people think. I had somebody on Poker Queen. That's her exact thought process. We can't give anything to anybody because if we do, look what's going to happen on 10/7. You've never tried a peaceful side-by-side resolution. You've always been on the upper hand taking shit and brutalizing somebody. You can't expect somebody who's in the process of being marginalized, brutalized, occupied, and oppressed to play nice. To expect otherwise is idiotic. That's like going into the Warsaw Ghetto and saying, everybody put a smile on your face today. Be nice. You're like, dude, no way. You stuck me in this little fucking enclave with no good food and terrible treatment and no hygiene, and you want me to be nice about it? You want me to get along? Not a reasonable expectation. Nor is it here. Why would you expect that? Why does your government tell you this terrible fable that the entire survival of your entire identity as a people depends upon keeping this other group down in perpetuity? Because it doesn't. Because all we have to do is look back maybe 80 years ago, 100 years ago. Go back to 1925. Read some history. In 1925, the population, while the Jewish population was still substantially smaller, there wasn't mass war broken out in the territory. It wasn't like mass, going on. There were some instances as the population dynamic shifted that were bad by both sides, mostly by the pro-Zionist movement that wanted to purge people from villages that they wanted to include in the territory they were proposing. But yeah, there's blame to be placed on both sides as the population dynamic shift, but it wasn't all-out conflict like it is now. It wasn't warlike. So there isn't the aspiration to completely unalive another ethnicity or religion. That's just a bullshit story that's used to support and perpetuate the actions and behaviors of a rogue, self-serving settler colonial project. That's it. And that's why I oppose it. That's the only reason why I oppose it. And I believe that if this experiment, that's the Zionist aspiration, had been set up in a place that was much less contentious, we wouldn't even be talking about this right now. There still would be Jewish people living in the Holy Land. No one wants to keep people from practicing their religion, Bethlehem, whatever. Live where you want to live, worship how you want to worship. Just don't occupy and take my shit. Is that not an unfair request? We can live in peace in those circumstances. It was the disruption of that has led to all this. It wasn't that the Arabs just got mad one day and wanted to unalive all the Jews, because that didn't exist before. It was the imposition of a Jewish-only ethno-state facilitated by an administrative power after World War I ended that was forcibly imposed and expelled hundreds of thousands of people from where they lived at no fault of their own. And that's going to lead to what they call umbrage, anger, wanting to respond. That's normal. If it happened to Jewish people, I would condemn it. And if it happened to Palestinian Arabs, I condemn it. That's why it's called the Nakba. It was catastrophic for those people. And to say otherwise is just not being realistic and you're being disingenuous if you make that point, because you wouldn't want it to happen to you. It has happened to you. So this is the real tragic irony of all this. With what has happened to Jewish people historically, how can they then go do the very same thing that they've been complaining and looking to as historical injustice to their people forever? And then they go and do the same shit to somebody else and try to justify it. No, it's not okay no matter who does it or when it's done. All right. So that's what I have to say about that for right now. And listen, I wish it could be different, and I think it will never be better. And Israel, I believe, is metaphorically getting themselves in the foot right now because of how they're choosing to go about this, the amount of bravado and arrogance and indifference to suffering and cavalier nature of just unaliving tens of thousands of people, because we're going to do what we got to do. We're going to do what we want. As Poker Queen said, well, we're going to do what we have to do, regardless of the consequences. There's an arrogance and sort of an egotism that accompanies the thought of Zionism, and that, quote unquote, we the Jews deserve whatever we the Jews feel we should have for us because it's the only way we can stay alive. That's the mindset. And so no matter what harm comes to others, tough shit, we want what we want, go to hell. They didn't say the go to hell part, but that's the attitude that it's kind of coming out of the pores. Now, Cher says incorrect. So Cher, if I'm incorrect, you have 5 followers, so you can't come up. But Cher, can you please elaborate what you mean by incorrect? Okay, let's talk about the hostages. That's a fair point. Barb Z asks, why don't they release all the hostages? ? Chip ? Well, here's my desire, just so you know where I stand. Okay, I would rather the hostages never have been taken. B, if there's any people who are older or younger, I definitely don't believe they should have been taken. Just to be very clear where I feel. And a good number of the hostages are soldiers, which are technically considered POWs, not hostages. Just, in legal, laws of conflict. Now, the civilians that were taken are not POWs. They are hostages. And if you're going to be fair and have a requirement to return people that were involuntarily taken against their will and being held indefinitely, right? That's what you're saying. You're saying it's not fair to those people who are taking indefinitely against their will to have to stay in that situation. They should be released unharmed, right? So if we're going to be consistent on those exact same terms, then you have to equally agree that anybody from the West Bank or Gaza who's been picked up and taken into Israeli custody with no charges or a bullshit charge of 10-year sentence for terrorism for throwing a stone at an armored tracked vehicle, that those people have to also be released as what any normal human being would consider a hostage. But the Israeli government says they're all bad people. They're all criminals. They've all done something wrong. They're T words. And therefore, it's legitimate for us to hold them. But when you go do some of the same thing, albeit a lot in one day versus bit by bit that masses up to 10 times as many or more, somehow that whole situation is different. So if you're going to apply the same standard, which is why they were taken in the first place, if I understand properly, as leverage to release both. So if the Israeli government's willing to release all the administrative detainees and do a ceasefire, then I think that all the hostages that are held by the H group should be released as well. That's a reasonable set of terms to create a ceasefire. And here's the newsflash to those of you who think that they should be released unconditionally and that H group should put down its arms unconditionally, and then there'll be peace. None of the larger variables have changed at all. They've gotten worse. So what benefit does it give them to just acquiesce? It's more of the same, humiliation, subjugation. That's why the H group got elected in the first place, because the same approach wasn't making any change. Now, I've heard people argue that they've made it even worse because of the backlash that's happened. But what are these people to do? It was probably even worse for the members of the Warsaw Ghetto who they were probably a lot worse off at the end of that period of time than they would have been if they just stayed put, at least for now. But they tried to do what they could to break out from their plight. You can't blame anybody for that. Even if you disagree with the tactics, hostage taking, whatever the more atrocious things happen, the civilians, I'm not down for any of that stuff, but I understand the mindset that it's driven from, and I can't condemn it. It's not my place to condemn it. Okay, Joe says, how many times, by the way, you can use regular, you don't have to use all caps. How many times did Palestinians refuse a two-state solution? Okay, let's cover this territory again. So anybody who says that, I can guarantee you they've not read the work of Norman Finkelstein. So if anybody wants to look at the specific and detailed history of every single negotiation that's ever happened in the history of this conflict, read Norman Finkelstein. So I'll give you a good example. If you wanted corned beef on rye, and I invited you over for lunch, we're going to talk about having lunch together, and I had a nice corned beef on rye sandwich on my side. And then I said, well, you know what? I tell you what, I've done some thinking. You go into the cat box, you grab some turds and you throw them on the sandwich. You go, I know we talked about corned beef on rye, but this is what I'm going to give you. Here's the cat shit sandwich. And you look at that and you go, no, I can't say yes to that. You're like, well, what do you mean? We're supposed to conduct this. You said you wanted to have lunch, right? What do you mean? Why don't you want that? You're going to say no, what you don't like to eat? You're not going to accept my generous offer? You're like, no, I can't say yes to that. It's disgusting. Well, that's how the peace deals have gone for Palestinians. They've never been given a decent or fair offer. However, it's categorized to the public in Israel and those as Israel being these generous offers, these amazingly generous offers that they keep saying no to. No, they weren't. You need to do some reading, my friends or friend. So the Joes of the world who make these statements, listen, I got to say, the oft-repeated propaganda that Israel works with, it's very effective. I got to give them credit, tip of the cap. But land without a people for a people without a land. From the very beginning, it's been a total lie. Because it was a land with a shitload of people that had to be forced off the land. Read David Ben-Gurion. Just go on Google right now and type in David Ben-Gurion, the first prime minister and terrorist, quite frankly. Type in David Ben-Gurion quotes Palestine and read to your heart's content, and you'll understand exactly what I'm talking about. Look up Norman Finkelstein, details of peace negotiations. You'll see some results. Do some reading, do some learning, challenge your beliefs a little bit. Say, is that statement accurate? Is what I've been told over and over again the truth, or is there maybe something more to it? And if you choose not to do that, you're going to stand behind things that you have not verified that are true, then don't bring it as if it were true. Okay? And I think, listen, it's not anybody's fault that they're not well informed about this. I was lucky to learn about it in 1989. That's just sheer luck. But it's also prompted me to just follow as much as I can for a long time because it just kind of pissed me off. And then you start reading this stuff, you're like, there goes another one. There's another lie. There's another lie. And you start to think, is this all just going to be a bunch of lies and repetition and propaganda? Yep. It's what it is. And then when I hear people make these statements in these lives, like, hey, dude, well, what about this? Dude, do some reading. Do some reading. I'm not saying that to be condescending. I'm saying that to be fair. Somebody says here, I fight for Julian Assange, free the truth. I couldn't agree more. Julian Assange is the world's most vilified political prisoner in the history of the modern era. Guy's been through hell, and the U.S. is trying to put him through more of it. Joe says it wasn't a statement, it was a question. I'm not even sure what you said. I got to go back and review that. But the point is, if you're stomping your feet about the hostages, right? I feel your pain. You have family members, friends, the whole identity of the people has been violated by the attacks. I get all those feelings. I understand it. And the point is, if you don't want someone to F with you, you have to give them a chance to resolve something peacefully. If you're an American and you support Israel, then the same language that you're using to vilify the H group for them using unconventional tactics in part of a bigger picture where you think they should behave peacefully, right? Well, then you should go back and talk to Paul Revere and all the other patriots in America who took up arms against the British and tell them, hey, simmer down, find a way to peacefully. The British aren't that bad. Just enjoy your life. Don't fight. Don't use violence. We're like, shit, we had to use violence. We couldn't get out from under them without being violent, right? Guess what, sunshine? Same deal. So you can't hold people to different standards. You have to be fair and reasonable. You can't tell the South Africans, what do you think Nelson Mandela was called? By the head of the African National Congress, Nelson Mandela, the counter movement against the white minority dominant power. They were called terrorists because they tried to unseat with violence, because there was no political way to do it. They made that impossible. When Israel makes reasonable political settlement impossible, you can't expect somebody to just go, okay, we're just going to take it on the chin. You can kill our people, injure our kids, bulldoze our houses, make our lives miserable. We're just going to go, okay, no problem. We don't deserve a good life. You guys deserve all the territory. No one's going to say that. And no self-respecting human should say that. The expectations of what, I just don't get it. I mean, if you're saying those things, then you're against the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, or you're for people who are Jewish just taking marginalization forever, right? I don't think that's fair either. I'm applying the same standard to all groups in all circumstances. You're not. You know why? Because the side that you support is the quote unquote heavily armed power. You're the British, you're the South Africans. And so you just want your side to have the outcome that you want, and you're not being consistent intellectually and morally given the circumstances. What do I think Iran is going to do? Iran is going to resist the U.S.'s temptations and Israel's attempt to draw it into a war. That's what they're going to do. They're smart enough to know that if they do something major, that they're going to be blamed for initiating a broader conflict, and the U.S. will get involved and it'll turn into a total disaster. So as unfair as it is to Iran, given that Israel's just been attacking, they've assassinated leaders, they've attacked the consulate in Syria. Israel's done some pretty provocative things, and look what Iran's done in return. They've been very measured. So is Hezbollah. Everyone's being very measured. Now the Houthis have done what they can because they're a little more protected from, and they're a little harder to go after because of the way they're structured. If you know the terrain and how they operate, they've been able to do a little more proactive stuff. But nothing has physically harmed the main parts of Israel yet, to a point where we're having massive casualties of civilians. And as long as that's not the case, then we're going to continue to see these proxy skirmishes. But it's very clear to me that the Israelis and the Americans are trying to draw a lot of American hardliners have wanted to look at Lindsey Graham. If you watch any amount of time of Lindsey Graham, the senator from South Carolina, all he talks about is wanting to bomb Iran. He wants to take out all their oil facilities and make them incapable of producing and distributing oil. The guy's a fucking madman. These guys don't understand that the Russians and the Chinese are formidable adversaries if things break out. The U.S. has this idea that it can just bitch slap anybody in the world with no consequences. That's not the world we live in right now. It might have been the world we were in, 75, 80 years ago, before the Soviet Union, but not anymore. The Russians have missiles that we can't interdict. They have submarines. They have space-based weapons. They have so much capability that we just are, it seems like our leaders just casually dismiss it. I don't understand. It's absolutely irresponsible on so many levels. Yeah, and look at the Biden administration. I mean, listen, I don't like Trump. I don't like any American politicians for any party. I can't stand all of them. But you got to, I mean, Trump's, listen, I don't want to say anything good about the guy, but you have to point out that in the time he was in office, we didn't have major new conflict. And listen to his language right now, talking about Israel-Palestine and talking about Ukraine. He's been very clear. He wants the killing to stop. That's a fair point of view in my book. Who's not for a stopping of people dying? I'm for that. That's what Trump's been saying publicly. He's like, if you want to go after the people that harmed you, great, but you got to stop unaliving massive numbers of civilians. And we got to get to a place where this doesn't keep happening. That's a fair point of view. You got to give people credit where credit's due. I think that's the least problematic approach to trying to solve these problems. I think Trump is not irrational when it comes to these situations. He visited North Korea. He didn't put all these preconditions that they disarm and, he just said, listen, I'm going to go visit this guy. I'm going to go talk to this guy. I think talking is better than not. Right now, the Biden administration does not have formal relations with Russia. They do not have the phone, so to speak, where they can just pick up and start talking. I think that's way fucked up. So the arrogance, again, it all comes down to arrogance and ego and just short-sightedness and just dismissing others as if they're just secondary. And the Americans and the Israelis have the people who lead the country have a tendency to behave that way. It's just arrogant, smug. You're not as worthy as, it's just, how can you deal with somebody like that? People know people like that in their real lives, right? You know, people who act that way that are just, a lot of people who are rich can behave that way if they're new money. Well, look at this. People say, why are they continuing to attack? Look at it this way. It's always and. So where is Netanyahu right now in terms of his political career and his future? If the war stopped right now, if there was a total ceasefire, we're done, right? What do you think is going to happen to him and his government? He's going to get voted out. People are angry as hell at that guy. They're just kind of done. There's still protests going on in Israel right now about the Netanyahu government. Again, it's not a monolith, remember. So a lot of Israelis hate that guy. A lot of people that I've spoken with here hate Netanyahu. And they don't agree with all the shit he's doing, even though they're trying to defend the nation state because they love their country. But we've had, like in my country, I love my country, but I don't like what the political leaders are doing. Same kind of thing. But, Israel has been trying to provoke other countries to get involved. It benefits them because you want a bigger adversary to fight your wars for. You want to take out your enemies, Lebanon. You want to take out Syria. You want to take out, not necessarily Jordan, but definitely you want to interdict and neuter the other countries so that their leaders won't fight you. And that's what Israel's trying to do. It's trying to maneuver itself to get the U.S. as like the big brother to go in and kick everybody's ass. But the other guys aren't taking the bait. That's the most important thing to remember. And remember, Netanyahu, he also is facing bribery charges. So not only, it's not just about losing power, but it's also about him going to jail, which he probably will. So he's doing things that are out of self-interest, which should not play a role, doesn't benefit his people. If this does blow up into a regional war, do you think that people in Israel are going to die? You better believe it. If Iran and Hezbollah send, 20, 30, 40,000 missiles, not rockets, missiles, towards Haifa, Tel Aviv, etc., what do you think is going to happen? Is the Iron Dome going to take down 100% of those? Probably not even 75 or 80. If they're lucky, they might get half. What are the other half going to do? Much more destructive payload. They're going to be crying bloody murder. Oh my God, this is the second Holy. Dude, you're initiating conflict, trying to pull people in. So, go study people like Scott Ritter and Colonel Douglas McGregor and Jeffrey Sachs. They call all this stuff out for what it is. The United States pays for the Iron Dome. They paid for its construction. They pay for all the ammunition that goes into it to fire down any projectile is paid for. $36,000 per shot is paid for by the United States. Somebody says the Iron Dome is susceptible to hacking. I didn't know that. Listen, I never wish ill will on anybody. So I don't want any Israeli civilians to get hurt. I don't want any American civilians to get hurt. I don't want any Palestinian civilians to get hurt. If people want to fight a military conflict, so be it. But you can't expect an adversary that does not have the equipment that you have. They've never been allowed to develop their own fighting force other than the things they can ragtag put together with smuggling, and then proclaim that somehow they have to fight fair. The Americans didn't do that in the Revolutionary War. They were called T-words. If you have a less equipped, less staffed, lower tech army, and I think calling the H group an army is not even fair. They're sort of a militant force with much less sophisticated weapons. They have to use guerrilla tactics to their advantage or they'd be gone. There's no way to eradicate the H group. It can't be done. That tunnel system cannot be undone unless you're willing to go through every millimeter of those tunnels bit by bit and sustain massive casualties. Israel would probably lose 30, 40, 50,000 troops trying to go through those tunnels and try to take them out. That's why they're not doing it. That's why they're just bombing the shit out of stuff and trying to create a political situation where the H group gives up and make their people suffer. Somebody says not correct. Abu, I don't know if you know much about the tunnel systems, but they're engineered amazingly well. They can be destroyed and caved in. They have watertight sections that can be cut off. They have places where you can drive vehicles for miles underneath Gaza. There's sort of an engineering miracle. I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm just saying that's a description of what it is. And I don't care what army it is. I don't care if it's the United States military and Russian. Nobody would want to fight an adversary with that type of advantage. The U.S. tried to do it in Vietnam. They failed terribly. Somebody says, well, then why does Israel have to fight fair? Well, the point is scale. Remember that Israel has the upper hand in terms of the military systems. And also, Israel is a signatory to international standards when it comes to the law of war. H group isn't. So Israel's held to a higher standard. You may say, why? Well, that's why. Now, what Israel hasn't been doing, and that's why there's a case against Israel, they have not been following the rules they've agreed to. They've been mass bombing densely populated civilian areas. They've been doing it for many months, and they've unalived probably 40,000 people, if not more. Maybe, I'm guessing 7,000 or 8,000 are probably militants at most. Israel claims it's 12,000 to 15,000. I think it's more like probably 6,000 to 7,000, if that. I don't know, though. But the point is, they've mass murdered a lot of civilians. Everybody in the world is outraged, and they haven't been fighting fair. You know, and there was a refugee camp where there was one suspected mid-level H group militant, and they killed 456 people by dropping a 2,000-pound bomb on a refugee camp to try to get one H group member. That's not allowed. That's just not how war works. Connor, in case you don't know. So Israel's doing what it's doing. It's making the calculated choice that its choice to prosecute this war will be either they won't be held accountable or people will just forget about it or something like that. Most people that have seen this and are out there, they're very emotional about it. It has struck a real chord with people in the bottom of their heart, their being. And they're never, no matter what Israel does, they could drop flowers across the entire planet. People hate Israel. People have come to hate the state of Israel. Not the people, not the Jewish face, not the Jewish ethnicity, the state of Israel. And the associated Zionist movement that has propelled its behavior for many decades. That's it. That's the bottom line. Okay, someone's got to come up as a guest. If you're someone who disagrees with me, which is perfectly fine, I will treat you with respect and dignity. No name calling. I won't mute you. Come on up and talk. And Abu, by the way, if I'm making drastic mistakes with my analysis or my discussion, you only have 8 followers, unfortunately. But come on up and share your views. Listen, I don't want to say anything that's incorrect or wrong. And if you disagree, that's A-okay. It kind of makes for an interesting discussion. But if you're going to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, come on up and talk. You don't have to turn your camera on. Global Anons wants to come up. Global, all you have to do is request Global. So in the center of your screen towards the bottom, there's a little blue and red icon just right of center. If you tap on that, you can request to be a guest. There we go. And right now I'm just trying to find someone who's pro-Israeli, just for a second here. Okay, Global Anons. Now, I do want to ask this. I'm doing this for your benefit, Global Anons. People in the comments, this is not how it works on the pro-Israeli lives. I want everybody to please be nice and respectful towards the person. Don't make any disparaging comments. Don't say he's a Zionist idiot or some shit like that. That's not appropriate. And if you disagree with the points he's raising, then express that. That's fair. Okay. The other thing I want to ask is nothing personal from any of the guests, hosts. So just keep it on the issues. Okay. Okay. Let's bring up Global Anons. Welcome. And if anybody has trouble, there we go. He's
Where
good.
am I?
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Good
Hello.
evening.
How are you?
It's 10 o'clock over here. I'm in the UK.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I won't be too long. I'm not pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Palestine. I'm not pro. Well, in fact, I am actually a little bit. I'm very anti-war, and I'm actually on the official Julian Assange team here in the UK,
Oh, great.
and of course, international. I've got a date coming up in a few days. I've got to get back into London in a few days for his 5th year anniversary of when he was carried out from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. So yeah, we're doing a small protest then outside the Australian embassy.
Yeah, that's good.
But yeah, I'm very, very proactive, and like I said, I'm on the official team. I'm quite well known with the some of the top journalists and people within WikiLeaks, etc., etc.
Have you met Richard Medhurst before?
I haven't actually, well, not to speak to, but yeah, I've been with him on a few occasions, yeah, but not to actually speak to. But yeah, Stella Assange knows me personally. Kristin Hrafnensen, a co-creator, I suppose, a co-founder. Sorry, that's the word, of WikiLeaks, the Icelandic gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm quite well known, especially Julian's dad. John Shipton knows me very well. He's a lovely, lovely chap.
You know you're well connected with the people on the inside. So what would you like to share with us?
Absolutely. What I would like to say is that back in 2012, 2013, I believe, President Obama signed a bill allowing for propaganda to be made legal within the USA.
Yep.
Now, how do you define propaganda? Personally, I would define that as being able to tell lies. You can tell lies because even you can tell a lie by omission, which basically means you ignore truth, and then you can speak another truth, and then people are misguided. That's what WikiLeaks is all about. It was a safe haven for truthful information given by whistleblowers. And I don't like to refer to Julian Assange as being a whistleblower because he wasn't. He was. And then they would publish that information, of course, redacted, so as not to put anyone into danger. And then, of course, we could then know the facts, and then we can form our own opinions. Whereas mainstream media is all about them giving us their opinions and leaving it up to us to figure out whether or not it's true or not, which is just ridiculous. It's back to front. And I see this as one of the Assange's own words, states that if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started by truth. And that's his own words, which is something I do very often. I do a lot online for him, and his words are very, very powerful. They're very powerful. And unfortunately, that's true. These wars are started by lies. We're lied to again and again and again. And why would Obama, back, 11, 12 years ago now, why would he make propaganda legal? What's the point of that? And they're wanting to ban TikTok. You know that. They're doing their uttermost to ban TikTok. They're also trying to take down Al Jazeera now.
Yep.
Al Jazeera, because it gives a different side to an argument. It gives other facts. And they don't like that. This comes down to AIPAC, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Slightly.
the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, and they want total control of information. Because if people think that the H group are, horrible, nasty people, and the Israelis are fantastic and wonderful and brilliant, okay, fine, but you've got to know the facts, you've got to know the truth, and then you can form your own opinion. All right, I won't take up too much more of your time, my friend.
Okay, thanks for being here. Good luck with your work with Julian. I hope he gets released and does not have to get, extradited to the U.S., which would be a disaster. I hope he should be freed. He should have been freed a long time ago. He's in Belmarsh right now, which is beyond no picnic. Okay, I'm going to let this next guest come up. It's Morocco Israel. Before he does, I think it's really important that we hold ourselves to the same standards. So I just want to share this with the audience. So I've been on a lot of different people's panels over the years, over the time I've been on TikTok, and I've had some really lousy things said to me, and people, just mistreat you. That's the nicest way to put it. But I've never once reported anybody, either to, TikTok or any authority or anything like that. And I wish that other people would maintain that same standard. So I say that for good reason, but I'm not going to go into details. I think the person listening knows what I'm talking about. So welcome, Morocco.
All right, thank you. Nobody will report you. When I report somebody that there is an issue that they want to unalive the Zionist, and they say it directly on TikTok, and this is a federal crime, and we are working with the FBI, and we know what we're doing. We are working with global intelligence. It's not a joke. So, one. Secondly,
Did somebody
somebody
actually do that?
let me
I'm just
finish. You're
asking.
disturbing me, sir. Put
I
him
just
in
want to
mute.
ask. I'm just asking. Did somebody do that? I'm not trying to interrupt you. Did somebody do that? And was it in a pro-Palestinian live, or how did that happen?
Yes, you know them. You want me to give you the names?
No, I was just wondering where it came from. That's
Yeah.
enough. You know,
Yeah. One of them is Zubaydah. We
they
closed
made
3 accounts of Zubaydah.
a
Just
direct
a
death
moment.
threat.
Let me inform you.
Okay.
We closed 3 accounts of Zubaydah. Secondly, it's Ahmed from Lebanon. 2 accounts of Ahmed. He is a T group, very, very active with the H group, very active with Hezbollah. And he said, I wish I can unalive the Zionists. I
Just
have
one
a
sec.
record.
Just one sec. You're making claims about somebody having an affiliation with groups that do, I guess things that you would call T. Do you have that's a pretty big claim to make. And also, it would be really helpful if you can. If somebody made a statement, do you either have it recorded or was it in writing so that we can reference that rather than you make allegations?
Yes. We have more than 19 records of TikTok. And we have some other things I cannot talk about that. Okay, trust me, I'm not lying to you. I'm very.
Just sounds out of character. I've never heard these people say anything close to that before.
You defend them because I also have an issue with this.
I didn't say I'm defending
your
them. I said,
ideology.
I've not heard that. I said
Sir.
it sounds out of character. I said it sounds out of character because I've never heard them say anything like that
Okay,
before.
I heard them many times. Now I want to ask you a question. Do you understand Arabic?
I've heard a few words described on TikTok.
You don't speak Arabic, sir.
No, I'm not fluent by any stretch.
Okay.
No way.
You don't speak Arabic. You don't understand Arabic. You have zero knowledge on the Islam. You have almost 99% of your knowledge about the Israel and Palestinians conflict. You have maybe 1% information. There is one thing I want to ask you. One day, I want to ask you something.
Sure.
Take a flight. Come to Tel Aviv. My people, we make you a small, not small, let's say, or 2-3 days. You're going to visit the borders. You're going to visit October 7 from A to Z, what's happening October 7, physically, not by images and talking. We will show you the 47 minutes, what they've done to the Israelis, Muslims, Jew, and also Christians. You know Joshua from Tanzania?
No.
Okay. Joshua from Tanzania is a 21 years old, Christian, amazing guy, African guy, very nice guy. He came to Israel. He had a E1 visa. a working visa, working in agriculture, okay? Pick up some vegetables, whatever. In October 7, he started to work at 6 a.m. in the morning. He was in the field, one of the kibbutzes, I think it's Kfar Aza, if I remember well. 7 Nakba, T group, catched him. I will send you the 3 videos if it's okay for you. I would like you to
Let
see
me
it.
let me give you the link. You can send it to me because I will
Thank you.
always
No, I'm
review.
not going to show it here. No, I know
No,
I
okay.
know the rules. I know.
I'm just going to give you this. Again, I appreciate the offer, by the way, to come. I'd be very curious just to see with my own 2 eyes. People have told me I couldn't possibly understand this unless I did. So I'd be always willing to have the experience. Although, I don't know, there's a part of me that just, it's almost like I feel like I have to take a shower just to even think about getting on a plane to go to Israel because I know what the government, not the people, what the government
Come
has
on,
done.
sir.
Just
Come on.
that's
Come
why I
on.
kind of, but real quick, the place where you can send me any evidence, which is fair. I look at everything people send me. I'm a good faith actor. Is the letter T as in Tom for telegram.me. You can go right to a web browser. You don't have to download the app. T.me.
Sorry, I will send you a message here in TikTok.
Just real quick, let me just say this. It's t.me/Chip Barnes. If you can just write that down or whatever you have access. This is recorded, by the way, so you can even rewatch it if you want to. Before you complete your story, first of all, I'm very sorry if this particular person who was in the country got caught up in the events that day as a non-Israeli, non-Jewish person, whatever you want to categorize this
Can I
person.
finish? Can I
Well,
finish that, sir?
I want to say one more thing. I'm not trying to keep you from speaking. I want to make sure you know that I give a shit. And the second thing is there's somebody on the panel who wants to be able to respond to the things you shared. So I don't want to take about up to 1 more minute, and then I'm going to give them a chance. And then I'll hear more from you if that's fair. Okay.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Okay. The Nakba, the 7 guys from the Chi group. You see in the video, they catch him. They tell him, Al-Hawan. In Arabic, it's traitor. He said, excuse me, I'm not a Jew, I'm a and I came from Tanzania just to work to send some money to my family. They analyze him, you can see it in your eyes. And I don't want to say how they do it, you will see it. It's not easy to see it, but you need to see it.
Okay.
The 3 videos, we send it to the President of the Republic of Tanzania. I know how to reach him. Directly to his WhatsApp. We send it to the Embassy of the United States of America in Tanzania. And of course the FBI. Why the FBI? Not because they're going to do something about that, because they need some evidence. This is one. Secondly, I'm going to send you, not videos, I'm going to send you a link. In this link, you have 250 videos.
Okay.
You will look, you are an adult, respectful person. You will look and you tell me what do you think. There's nothing, it's not somebody invented or somebody, did any Photoshop. It's a videos, not by the Israelis, by the Chi group. One. Secondly,
Okay.
they analyze, I don't know if you know.
Just about make one more point, and then I have to let someone else speak for a second. I'm not going to take you down though. You'll get a turn to speak again if you
Okay,
want.
I'm going to finish. Okay, I'm going to finish 1 minute. Okay.
Real quick though.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the situation now with Israel and with Dawlat al-Arabiya, with the Muslim countries in the world. One sentence from me. Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Indonesia, Masr, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, all of them, including Emirates, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai, will sign a contract with Israel as a normalization, a good relationship between Israel and more than 75% of the Muslim countries in the world. Saudi just now signed $5 billion a deal. Mohammed Sadiq, the king of Morocco, $5 billion a deal.
Real quick. I
Okay?
think
Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you for that.
You don't have to leave. So I think the point he was trying to make is that there's a trend of these quote unquote other Arab dominated places to be more conciliatory to a peaceful relations. But that's not the case. I'm assuming the other part is that's not the case with respect to the attacks on 10/7. It's not indicative of a willingness for peace. So the argument is we can deal with other people. Why not these people? I think that's what he's getting at. Zubaida, there were some things said. First of all, welcome. And there were some things said by that person. So would you like to respond?
Yeah. Can you hear me first of all?
Yes. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay. So, as we can see here, this is a clear-cut case of blood libel and anti-Semitism towards myself. Morocco here is perpetuating anti-Arab sentiments, Islamophobic sentiments, simply because I am an Arab Muslim. So by default, he is subjecting me to a very serious case of anti-Semitism. In regards to him closing down 3 of my accounts, that's not true. I have all 3 of my accounts. What you guys did is close down 1, which is fine. I made another one, which is about up to 6,000 followers in the last 5 days. So I'm still good. In regards to my brother Ahmed, he's fine. Nothing's happened to him. I spoke to him just the other day, so I don't really understand where Morocco is going with this. In regards to reporting me to the FBI, again, I don't get how that will work when the FBI are in the States. I'm in the United Kingdom. I doubt that the FBI is going to put in any effort into trying to get Interpol to extradite me or something just for TikTok. So I don't know if you're like watching too many James Bond films or am I, Mission Impossible films, but this is reality. As a British citizen, I understand that I have the absolute right to my freedom of speech as long as I am not inciting violence, which I have not done. If you have the evidence to suggest that I have, then you might have a claim, but you don't. So really what this is all about is people like myself, you, Chip Barnes, and others who are advocating for Palestine are pretty much doing a good job. For someone to say that they want to report you to the FBI because of your advocacy is actually confirmation that I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing and more. So, it's very ironic how you, as an Israeli Moroccan Jew, claim that your country is democratic, but then you do undemocratic things by trying to silence people and their free speech, by trying to close their accounts down simply because they're criticizing your country. I'm sorry, this is not Israel, this is the real world. You cannot control the millions of people around the world who are upset with Israel. Even if you were to silence me, there's still going to be 1,000 more like me, because I am not the problem, okay? We all can't be wrong, right? I'm a Muslim, Chip Barnes isn't. There's people from all different walks of life who are all pretty much saying the same thing. So we all can't be wrong. So instead of condemning me and trying to isolate me, target me for criticizing Israel, that is very worthy of criticism, maybe you should actually stand on the right side of history and maybe understand where we're coming from, instead of trying to do some fake, weird intimidation tactics, which is cringe, first of all, and isn't going to amount to anything. Thank you, Chip.
I have one quick follow-up I want to ask Zubida, and then I'll give Moroccan a chance to respond briefly, and then I have to let a couple other. I think Hublai is going to be next, then we'll go down the list.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that you let me respond
I have one follow-up question, and then I'm going to go to you. If you didn't hear that, I apologize. So Zubaida, I keep hearing when I talk to people who are pro-Israel that the fundamental driving motivator for the attacks on 10/7, or in fact anything that's gone on since 1948 or before, is purely based on a hatred of Jewish people and a desire to completely eradicate them. Do you think that has any validity, or what motivates you to do your advocacy work?
I believe it has zero validity whatsoever. This is just a scapegoat argument to detract from actually the core root at hand. So I will refer to some of the political leaders or the leaders of said groups that have been described to be as T groups. So for instance, when it comes to Hamas, it was founded in 1987 by a man called Ahmed Yassin. And Ahmed Yassin explicitly said, I do not have a problem with Jews because of their religion. Jewish people are people of the book. But if my own brother stole from me, I would resist him too. Yasser Arafat, leader of the PLO in 1964, called for a democratic, secular Palestinian country, and that also included Palestinian Jews. You see, Palestine wouldn't be Palestine without the Jewish community. What these people tend to do, and what they have strategically done, is conflate Judaism, Jewish, and Zionism when they're both fundamentally different. And so they're the ones who actually are more anti-Semitic and have an issue with the Jewish people because they keep on weaponizing the Jewish identity in order to use it as a beating stick to promote political Zionism, which they're both fundamentally different. Again, if the Palestinian people had so much hatred for Jewish people, why is it that the Palestinian people in the diaspora are not systematically targeting Jews and trying to unalive them? So this is just a way of distracting and diverting and deflecting from the core root at hand. Palestinians did not choose who was going to occupy them, okay? It just happened to be Jewish people. So when they show resistance towards Jews, what type of Jews? The Jews who are occupying them, not Jewish people as a whole. If Palestine was occupied by China, by Japan, the sentiments will still be the same. Not to do with their ethnicity or their religion, everything to do with their actions and the occupation.
Thank you for the response and clarification. Okay, what I'm going to do is, Morocco, if you want to take a minute to respond or a little bit longer, and then I'm going to give someone else a chance. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Yes. Zubaydah, she's she become an expert to be the biggest liar, disrespectful, hate, and aggressive for the Jewish community worldwide, including United Kingdom. Now, when she talk about Zionism, and she wants us to do justice, she's saying, let's do justice before we do any kind of relationship. It's mean that she's saying from the river to the sea. She called me Zamel. I have more than 90 records about that. I send them to my colleagues in.
What does that mean for? I don't know what that means.
Explain it.
That has nothing. That's not racism.
Zamel, it's a homosexual.
Everyone says
Just a moment.
Zamel in North Africa.
Zamel, it's a homosexual. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. She called me in very bad words, insulted me for a long time. She's not so cute as you think. Now, we know her. I will never, never let her down, I promise you, by law. But it's a federal crime, what she's doing in the United States and United Kingdom.
Why?
She's the one who's going to create a civil war in the United Kingdom. By the way she talks, she hates all people that are not Muslims. She cannot suffer them because she's a Sharia. You know what's a Sharia? Sharia, she needs to go by the Islamic jihad. Zionist for her, it's Yazi. She told me many times. All her friends are following her. I know what I'm saying, but trust me, we are not stupid. We're not going to sit down and listen to her. This panel is recorded also by me and by my team. You have 9 people of my team in your panel now, not in this panel. I talk about friends. They listen to you, also you. Because I never saw, let me tell you personally, to you also, host, Mr. Chip, you are the most, I never saw that. You hate the Zionist, the Jew, wherever they are. You play the game that I have many friends Jewish in here and there. But what you're doing, it's very bad because you cannot say that 100% of the Jewish community and the Zionists are so bad people. You're comparing us to the Yazi, to Schmittler. And I'm very, very concerned about that. I'm very sorry to tell you, sir. You see now she have 2,000 points. You know why? Yeah, she have people from Saudi Arabia, from Bahrain. She's a businesswoman. She's doing thousands of dollars every month, Zubaydah. Thousands of dollars every month. TikTok are taking from her about 60 or 70%. She makes big money. If she was, and by the way, she's not Palestinian. She's Algerian and Iraqi, okay? When she called me Zamel, a homosexual, how come she wants people to listen to her, that she's insulting billions, not billions, hundreds of millions of people in the world, that they have their own life to do whatever they want and to have a sex with whoever they want, to do whatever they want. She called me Zamel because she understands that in the TikTok, they don't understand the word زمل باللغة العربية بالجزائرية والمغربية Here, PD. And PD, it's a homosexual. So I'm asking you, and I will let you to hear this now. Please, I invite you to Israel. Listen to me. Nobody will touch you. I will have a letter. I will send you a letter from the U.S. Embassy, from the ambassador. Trust me. With your name, trust me. Try me. Come to Tel Aviv.
You can
We invite
message
you.
me.
Listen,
You can message me in my email.
listen to me. Come to Tel Aviv. We invite you.
You can message
Come
me.
to see.
Send me my email address is chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. Real quick, I want to give some equal time to others. Thank you. You're welcome to
Okay,
stay.
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just want to share just a real quick personal point. The accusation that was directed at me was that I say disparaging things about every Zionist and that all Jewish people are connected with that I'm somehow against the Jewish people. And he made the point that not all Jewish people fall into those categories. I wholly concur. The good news is if you want to review every word I've ever said on a live, every single one I've ever done is recorded. So you can go up to my YouTube or my Rumble channel and you can access them from the link in my bio, and you can prove me wrong because it's there unedited. So I challenge you to find one statement I've ever made where I don't clearly differentiate between the Jewish population, both in Israel as well as outside Israel, as not being a monolith, as being having many, many, many kind and loving human beings like any culture does. And that I support every group, no matter who they are, not based on who they are, but what they do. And so if there's a subset of people that do things that I think are bad, I'll point that out. But I'm wondering, because you've made the allegation against me, and obviously I don't believe it's accurate, the allegations that you're making against Zubaydah as probably equally inaccurate. But I don't have the full experience that you may have. I've only known Zubaydah for a period of time, as she has of me. But the record is there, and I think others can testify. I don't believe she would say something like that because, as she just indicated with her response to the question I asked her, she very clearly delineated that it doesn't matter who provides, who creates the impact, negative impact. It's the fact that the negative impact was created that is the problem, not the people who perpetrated the impact. So thanks for being here. I want to make that clear.
Just 1 second, just 1 second, just 10 seconds. Sorry.
Morocco, I've given you a lot of time, and what I need to do is I got to share the mic. You're welcome to come back. Just give it a second. So
5
other
seconds,
people.
one comment.
No, Morocco, I got to be fair to everybody else. You've had tons of time. Hublay Khan's been waiting very patiently. Hublay, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, we just got a bunch of interesting admissions there. One is that he has a team, 9 people he claims, and that he can get safe passage letters issued to you, who is probably not the most popular person in the state of Israel. So that is an admission that he's working directly for the Israeli government, and I don't know if they're aware of what exactly he's saying here, or what he's admitting to, or what he's alleging. But it includes a lot of very serious stuff, right? Both Zubaydah and Abdu were accused of being members of banned groups or supporting them. These amounts to criminal libel. I mean, unless he has clear proof of it. Calling somebody a word that he takes as a slur, but which is not a slur in those countries 90 times over, does not constitute evidence of anything libelous in the US or the UK. You can call somebody homosexual as you like. So that's not to be either a complete fabrication, or if it's true, it's kind of a sign of rather extreme clumsiness in the propaganda.
100% true, sir.
I really don't care.
Let's
But I'm
get a
not even
person.
commenting about his admissions or his accusations, although I do think that you should drop people when they get to the point of criminal libel. He didn't expect Zubaydah and Abdu to be here to respond to him, and I think that's it's very good of you to make sure that they heard, and I think he's
You know me,
dismayed by
Abdu
that.
know me, and I know him. Ask him
It
what is
doesn't
my
matter
name.
what
He
you
will tell
say,
you.
Let's take our
what you
turns. Come
know
on.
is, in terms of the other allegations, evidently they're creating a kind of October 7th theme park where the IDF unalived a large number of Israeli civilians there at the Nova Festival. The open question about that remains whether it was premeditated entirely. That is, was Nova Festival directed there with the knowledge of attack? Was there some incentive made to the people who did the attack by Netanyahu or the Mossad? It's sold to us as an accident or a mistake or a Hannibal directive policy, but I personally don't believe that. I believe the whole thing was a setup so that all of the peacenik left-wing people at the Nova Festival and the international guests could all be unalived conveniently to reduce political opposition and create basically strong support for a brutal response in Gaza. I really believe that because it fits a pattern I've seen in the West lately of brutal false flag attacks that are unthinkably evil. Because people don't suspect that of their own side. And I think that needs very deep investigation. There was, in fact, a lawsuit by the Nova Festival survivors that was suppressed by the Knesset, which put a 5-year criminal sentence on even questioning the official narrative of October 7th. Part of that official narrative is the 47-minute video that Morocco referred to, and I don't like using the name of a good country for bad people, but that 47-minute video contains some highly suspicious segments that are almost certainly not actually from October 7th, or if they are, they're from people who are possibly not actually members or agents of Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
How did you see it? Did you have a chance to see it?
I did see it, but the version that I saw had been posted on Telegram. It may have been altered, but I don't think so. It was the same length. It had all of the intros. It was represented as something that had been privately circulated, etc. And I've been reviewing quite a bit of conflict video, particularly in the Ukraine conflict, where fake videos became an absolute sport. Like, a lot of analysis goes into figuring out whether a conflict video is real. And there is a very ugly history in the recent few years of totally fake allegations. For instance, there was a documentary released recently, 20 Days in Mariupol or something, and it just used footage from the attacks by the Ukrainians on Donetsk, just baldly used it and represented it as being from Mariupol. So this kind of like footage reuse is very clumsy and foolish propaganda, but it tends to reveal that the entire source is fake. So this 47-minute video, I wouldn't watch a word of that without, getting for every clip a witness account. And likewise for this 20 Days in Mariupol video or whatever, these are clumsy propaganda pieces. And whether it's Ghost of Kiev or the very elaborate sort of stories around the Bucha massacre, which appears to be about maybe 40 or 50 people actually killed by Russians, of whom 20 seem to have been combatants at a uniform, and the other 350 seem to have been killed by the Ukrainians by various means. And then they put all the bodies in a pile and blamed it all on Russia. Well, this is very, very similar to what happened at Nova. We all know that Israel had warning in advance of what would happen there. And they chose to ignore their own front forward spotters and warnings. And my belief is, I'm perfectly ready to be proven wrong, that they set up the Nova Festival to be there because it was a great propaganda thing. These would both be examples of what's called a follow-on false flag, where a real attack has happened or is going to happen, and you arrange to aggravate the casualties in a really ugly way amongst your own people, as it were, so that you can sell a much larger escalation of conflict. In Ukraine, it was to reject the Russian peace offer that would have ended the war last April. And in Nova, it was to justify an incursion into Gaza that began with a hit on a hospital that was denied. And when they realized they could get away with that, the systematic campaign to destroy all 36 of Gaza's hospitals as part of a very clear, very planned genocide. There is just no doubt about any of that. So they clearly have done that. This is a level of brutality probably not seen since the Mongols invaded Baghdad and destroyed the public libraries, the facilities of life and everything. I mean, it's that level of violence. Now, if we want to slip ourselves back to the 13th century's laws of war in an age that has nuclear and biological weapons, I think that's unwise. And I think if the cost of not doing that is for a single colonizer state that cannot agree where its borders is, to disappear, then that's a fair cost, no matter what the history of that people was. I'm going to finish by thanking Global Anno for being here and for working so hard for Julian Assange. When everybody is trying to sell you fake video and lies, having the actual behind-the-scenes correspondence by the decision makers is absolutely critical. And by releasing the diplomatic cables and other evidence available from people like Manning and Snowden, Julian Assange did a great feat of journalism, and he did it in collaboration with The Guardian, The New York Times, The Christian Science Monitor, and other sources that are still in operation. So I'm going to just argue that the United States is a country that, rather like Ukraine and Israel, is perfectly fine with reaching over its borders to grab and kidnap and attack civilians, doesn't seem to have a clear sense of where its borders are. Julian Assange did not commit any crime in America, on American soil. He isn't an American. So how he can be charged with any kind of treason is well beyond me. The people in England should be storming Belmarsh the way they stormed the Bastille in 1789 and taking him. And they should be freeing him themselves. I think that England has never had a revolutionary moment like it should take right now in defiance of this kind of just brutal stupidity. And, you know, with Ukraine attacking Belgorod and implicated in the attacks in Russia, and with Israel kidnapping people in the West Bank in order to hold them against the hostages, um, and with political parties in its cabinet that will not agree where the border is. They still claim from the Nile River to the Euphrates River. Daniela Weiss, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich are all part of a movement that claims that. There probably is no way to make peace with
Just
entities
land
like
in a
this.
couple more seconds. We got to give a couple more people a chance, but thank you.
I'm
You
done.
just
That
landed.
was my last point, that we are not
Okay,
getting
cool.
anywhere without the journalists and the truth and states that
Okay.
admit they have borders.
All right. Thank you.
Okay,
That
host,
was
I just sent you the link of 250 videos.
okay.
When you talk about that.
I'll take a look. I promise. You have my word. Come
Thank
on back. We'll talk about it. Okay. I do have to kind of clear some space on the panel. Globalano, if you want to come back up, please request. I have to make some space. But okay, I think Ferrat was next, and then we'll go to Abby.
Yes. So what's funny with this guy here coming up here and attacking Zubida, saying that Zubida and the pro-Palestinians today, we are going here and we're saying that they are the schmatzis of today, and that what you claiming that Zubida said, it didn't came from Zubida or any pro-Palestinian. It came from your own people in Israel. They are the ones saying it, not us. They are the ones saying that Zionism today, they are the schmatzis of today. They are the one that they said, Bibi Netanyahu, he is the same as the mustache man. That's the first one. Second one is, the fun part is, every single time you are talking about the FBI, who you think you are though? Seriously, you think we're just gonna let you be here, come up here, insult our people, make fun of the Palestinians, and the people that they got unalived in Palestine like you did yesterday? It's so funny. You guys come up here, try to spread your lies, but when you have people like Zubida and pro-Palestinians that they still debunk you every single time, you're just gonna cry. Oh, I'm gonna call the FBI. Call whoever you want. We have nothing to hide. That's the problem with you. You think that Gaza and Palestine of 2024 is Palestine of 2014. What happened on October 7 is where white people waked up, where the Western said, oh my God, there is a war in Palestine. We have been living this for the last 75 years. I didn't see you coming up here and talking about it. I didn't see no one coming here and saying, oh my God, the Palestinians are bad. This is happening to the Palestinians. We should help them. No one said that. And today, I don't like to call you Moroccan because for me, Moroccan people, the majority, they are my neighbors and I know them. The majority, they stand with Palestine. Majority of Moroccan people, since October 7th until today's date, they have been protesting and they want to cut every single thing with Israel. So you can just come up here and spread your lies and play the victim cards. That's what you did. I was listening to you. Every single thing that you said, it's a lie. Every single thing that you have been yapping about. So basically, we are the only democratic country in the Middle East, but we don't accept your opinion. Make it make sense. If you live in democracy and you were born in democracy, how come that every single one of us that say anything against the occupation, you get mad and, oh, I'm gonna tell the FBI. Who, you think the FBI is your dad? You think the FBI is your mom? Every single thing, every single panel where I saw you, I'm gonna tell the FBI. But can you tell the FBI that yesterday you were Islamophobic and racist and you were mocking the Palestinians? You were proud that the IDF soldiers, they destroyed the hospitals, the mosques, and they destroyed the schools, and they are attacking innocent people. Go tell the FBI that. Go tell them, look what we are doing. Every single thing where I go, you cry about the same thing. And I'm gonna give it to you like this. This is my face. My name is Farhat. You can't lie anymore. You can't lie anymore. We are not our ancestors. Our ancestors make sure that we are educated today. That when we sit with you, we talk with you, and we prove you wrong. Because in your mind, the Muslims and the pro-Palestinians or Palestinians in general, they are a bunch of uneducated people. They are savages. They are people that they want to unalive everyone. You are not used to talk to us. You guys are not used to sit with us and talk to us. You are used to come to our countries, unalive every single one of us, steal our natural resources, and after 10, 6, 5 years, you come back with your filthy cameras. Look at this savages Arab. Look at this savages Africans. That time is gone. We are here, we staying here. Call the FBI, call Allah, call Hashim, call Jesus, call whoever you want. We will never give up on Palestine. And if we have something to hide, we will not show our faces. You are attacking my sister here because you can't lie. My sister here, she debunked every single one of you. She is not racist. She never said do this or that to the Jews. She talked about Zionism. The same way that Israelis today, they are criticizing Zionism and Netanyahu. So you telling us that the Israelis are better than us. They have the right to criticize Israel, but we, as Muslims, as brown, as black, as white, as whatever, and non-Jews, we don't have the right to criticize an occupation that is doing a genocide in Palestine. It's so funny. Wallahi, it's so funny. You should sit and listen to what you are saying. And you are crying about her calling you a Zamil. Do you know what even Zamil means? Oh, guys, you know what? We're gonna expose the Palestinians and the pro-Muslims. Look, they are against LGBT. She called me the Zamil. I'm an Algerian. I'm not even a Moroccan. And we say Zamil. So basically, to my close friend, I'm gonna be a Zamil. Come here. It's just a word that we use. And if you don't understand, that's not our problem. You call yourself Moroccan Israeli. You don't even understand the language of Moroccans, and you said you lived in Morocco. If you lived in Morocco, how come you don't understand that Zamil doesn't mean the way that you are trying to make it means, though? And Zubida here, and I'm witnessing in front of Zubida and my brothers and sisters, the Muslims here, I'm still fasting, wallahi, 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 3 times. The sister here, she never, ever attacked his religion. She never said do this or that to the Jews. Never. Every time when she talks about Zionism, she talks about the IDF. If your own people criticize them, we have the right to do it too. And you can record this and send it to the FBI. I'm done, brother.
Okay, I need to comment. I need a small comment because you talk about me all this speech. Okay, so respectfully.
Chief, you are muted. Chief, you are muted.
That's right.
Okay.
Morocco, because you were mentioned, I have to moderate. I'm going to give you 1 minute to reply, and then I have to let Abdu, and then I Am Palestine, and I'll tell you the order after that.
Okay, I appreciate. Okay. I want to tell you something what you said, okay? You talk about the FBI. FBI is not the only organization federal in the world. There's MI6, there's Mossad, there's blah, blah, blah. But let me tell you something. I more care about the Palestinians than you. Me personally, I care about the Palestinians because the age group, they unalive the Palestinians, they destroy the Gaza, they're not even resistance. Because what they're doing, they unalive, if you see October 7, they unalive more than 50 Muslims, Christians, Druze, and Jews. So don't tell me that age group, they are, you accept the age group because you believe, if you believe in them, so you are part of them, right? That's what I think, and I promise you that Palestine will exist next to Israel peacefully in a good relationship, not a peace, because this peace, I don't think it's going to be peace, because what's happened now is for the next 100 or 200 years, okay? All right?
That's not
Thank
what
you
you
very
said
much.
yesterday. That's not what you said yesterday. If you think
You are muted, Chief, again.
Sorry, guys. If we're going to make allegations that people are part of militant groups that are outlawed by certain governments, we have to come with something more than I think you believe in these people, so therefore you are part of them. That's not enough evidence to substantiate that. So please try to refrain from making those statements without said evidence. Real quick, I gotta let Abdul go, but if you want to go real quick, Farid, if he said something about you.
All
Abu,
right.
you ready?
First of all, assalamu alaikum to the Muslims and greetings to the rest of the Propolis.
Hello.
Secondly, the main question that really confusing me. Why are we putting so much attention, focus on Arabic that means nothing for real? Isn't it enough that he has a whole freaking collection album about me? He acknowledged it to me. It does not even show his freaking obsession on me, that he focused so much only on me and what I am doing, and always the screenshot about me and screen video all the time about me. And the second thing, when you actually said about my beloved sister Zubaydah about like the money and all of this thing, weren't you actually there? Oh, I said, wasn't you? Not even weren't you, because you don't deserve my respect. Wasn't you actually in Ahmad's life? And when she saw, when that Ahlan, he actually donated to the organization $200 or even $300, and she showed it from 300 persons that actually she didn't even has his debit card, no, nothing at all. And also, like, secondly, when you talk about always we have the right and blah blah blah, all of this shit and rubbish, don't you forget that we never even mention Judaism, but all in a good deeds and a good intention. And we never mention Zionism, but all in a bad deed and a bad intention. Why? Because here we are talking more about the Zionism occupation, which is the anti-Judaism. And we know very well in German, it has been mentioned by Wilhelm Marr that 1879, simply to the victory of Germanism against Judaism, just simply because he was one of the most anti-Judaism people on earth, like Balfour, even Theodore, like even Biden, like Trump, like so many others. So when you come and say this, that we are actually Jewish haters, do you know what actually Allah teaches us in the Quran? To never hate Jews and to never even commit any sins against them. Unless they are actually attacking you, and Jews are not attacking us, they are peaceful with us. We are only against the Zionism occupation, and you know it very well. The thing that the problem you don't understand, you come here just because you don't have any sources, you don't have anything to do, simply just to attack us all the time instead of facing us. Isn't that enough? You and your people always come and mocking my crossed eye that I have been the most dangerous accident in my entire life 20 years ago. Isn't that enough that you are doing that? You are attacking us, our religion, my eyes, Zubaydah, her past, Cheap's past, and someone else's what they are doing in their private and personal life. Are you really showing your brilliant brain? What kind of brain do you even that? You come and focus on my personal life and some others' private life instead of focusing on what we are doing and our thoughts, and try to respond to it. Try to show us your intelligent, but you are showing us your intelligent, which is simply your rubbish brain, that you are brainless. Yes, I am saying this to you when you actually attack my sister all the time, and I don't really know. We are focusing so much on him instead of so focused on others that actually showing us sources that we can debunk. He never even open his camera. He never even tried even to show us any sources. All the time we are the only one who show them sources. But the good thing is that our main intention is to actually educate the respectable viewers of the Nutrients and the Propolis, not the Pro-Zios, because we know the Pro-Zios, their brain are totally like a halt brain with a childish brain. This is how it is, unfortunately. Thank you, Chief.
Abdul, give me 1 minute for Abdul, because Abdul respect me, and I need to respect him. Just a moment, just a moment.
One sec. Just 1 sec. I want to make one quick comment, and that is, when it comes to these lives, first of all, thank you everybody for sort of taking turns. I want to appreciate that. The other thing I want to say is, in terms of advocacy, if you don't know Morocco, I don't know, I've been in lives where I've been guests, and I give Zubaydah credit. I've never heard her say a crass word towards anybody who's Jewish or representing the Zionist movement. She's just been fair and factual. She's gone through painstaking lengths to be patient with people. Let me finish. So I try to do the same. Hopefully you feel like you're being respected here, which is I guess something that I've unfortunately not gotten in return from almost ever, which is unfortunate. But I think it reflects actually poorly on those who bring on guests.
This is the first, Mr. Hart.
Hold on, almost done. So hold on. Jeez, man, come on, hold on. One sec. So what I would ask of you is if you did send me something, which I'm
Where
happy to
is it?
look at. Hold on just a sec. If you did send me something, which I'm happy to look at, I just want to give you a heads up. I've probably had this same conversation with maybe 30 other people. And every time they say they're going to send me evidence that proves whatever they're alleging, and not once in all the 20 or 30 hours I've spent reviewing their content have I found one shred of evidence that backs up the claims they're making. So I hope you're not sending me spurious stuff, but I will look at it. I promise you that. Okay, Morocco, I'll give you 30 seconds and then I got to go to the next
Give
guest.
me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Please.
I'll do as best I can, but other people have to go.
I will never. Okay, I will never send you sparing stuff. Trust me, I'm not a person like that. You can open it, you will see 250 videos, and you will understand what they've done to us. This is one. Secondly, for Abdu, this is the first time Abdu that he was respectful. He didn't insult him. I have a lot of videos that he insulted me a lot of times. They're very bad words. And the most big mistake that Abdu done, that he went to this 9 years old in Sweden. He ate something from McDonald's. He was scared, this boy. And he talked to him directly. You don't have it. Because you don't. I can't hear you. We can't hear you. You're in mute, sir.
Let's talk about
Can't
let's
hear
talk
you.
about the issues and not Abdu's eating habits when he was 9 years old at a fast food restaurant.
Okay. Anyway.
He's
I would like to.
obsessed. I say to you, Chief. He's obsessed.
If you don't mind. No, I'm not obsessed to you, Abdul. I think you cannot say 100% that the Jew and the Zionist, or let's say the Zionist, because you said no, we can live with the Jewish. We can. Oh my God, what are you talking about? Israel is a Jewish land. There are 7 million Jews. There are 3 million Muslims. Live in peace and respect. They are engineers, lawyers, amazing people, good friends of mine. Okay, most of my friends are Muslims. And I want to wish all of you best holiday, beautiful life, good future. And I hope in the bottom of my heart that the issue with the Palestinians
I
will
thought
be
you're gonna
over
give this guy only 1
and they will
minute.
live in peace
Oh, one sec.
and respect.
Okay, thank you,
They
Morocco.
can't
Do you
hear
want to
me.
stay
It's
or do you
okay.
want to? Hold on, Morocco. Do you want to stay or do you want to go? Because I can make some more room if you don't want to stay. Real quickly, I think I Am Palestinian was next. Then we have Truth.
Yeah. Let me have my turn, Morocco. Then you can run as you want because that's what you guys do. Anyways, I'm not gonna waste my time because it's not even funny. But although I do want to correct him that he was saying that Zubaydah was not from Palestine and this and that. She was from some other countries and this and that. Yet he has Morocco in his name and pretending to be Israeli. So that's a contradiction by itself. Anyways, Chip, I'm going to make it very short. I've said this previously and I'm going to say it again. The only way we can get peace in that area is that if we arm every single Palestinian. I'm talking about children, old people, young, old, and women too. That's the only way they can understand that they cannot come and unalive innocents. And he was saying that there are 3 million Muslims. These people, they call themselves Jew because it's both a religion and it's also ethnicity. Yet they can't tell other people where they're from, but they use their religion to call them Muslims. If you're saying that you guys have 3 million Muslims inside Israel, then we have over 2 million Palestinians in the West Bank, over another 2 million in Gaza. So that means that Palestinians are majority. That's the reason why you guys try to segregate them so they don't have the right of vote and everything else. So that's it. Palestinians, every single Palestinian needs to be armed. That way they can defend themselves and they can protect their land, their homes, and their dignity, and they can take their land back. That is the only way they can get their stuff back. Thank you very much.
So I think Truth is next.
Hello, Chip. How are you?
Good, thank you.
It's been a while. Look, first and foremost, I've been on this. I've been on, I think, near enough with everyone on this panel. At some stage or other. First and foremost, I'm a humanitarian before a pro-Palestinian, and I believe in peace and stability. Yeah, my whole reason for being on TikTok, I suppose, is to infect public opinion for the better, in the hope of stopping arms getting to it's not real, or whatever we call them on this app. That's my reason for going head to head with you before. It's my reason for being on this app. I suppose I started on October 9th. And I'm interested in, like, I was on your live earlier on. I asked the question, is the Germany question on the news feed in the USA? Because in Ireland, which is a pro-Palestinian state, well, we are a pro-Palestinian nation. Most people in Ireland are pro-Palestinian. There is nothing being on the news about Germany being brought to the ICJ for supplying 30% arms to It's Not Real. So I don't know if that's the case in the UK. Is it the case in the USA? I'm trying to promote that. And will it be a case that the USA will be brought to the ICJ for supplying 50% of arms to It's Not Real? I don't know. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. That is really my question. I am pro-humanitarian first. I want to spread the word of humanitarianism, not war. And let's stop the weapons going to It's Not Real. First one. Yeah, that's it, man.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Okay, I think, is it Federico's next? Or yeah, I think Federico's next.
Chip, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
How is everybody doing? All right. Ooh, I've been listening, man. I mean, I don't like to talk about someone, but this Moroccan guy, wherever I go, whatever panel I go, he's attacking people, insulting people, double standards, FBI, CIA. Like, enough with enough. And he comes in here to the panel with 9 people that are talking all kind of crap in the comment. Come on, people, come on. This is a respectable panel. And Chip, I would not take his invitation to Israel whatsoever. You cannot trust them, man. You cannot trust these people. And another thing, Moroccan is like a pretty lady going shopping in a Gucci bag. She goes in a Gucci store and comes back with an empty bag just to show off. All these peace with the majority of the world, of the Arab world, this is just a story to tell. None of the citizens of the Arab world wants to see you or talk to you or acknowledge you, not even acknowledge you, okay? Look in Jordan. They've been demonstrating on the street for the past 20 days, requesting that the Israeli embassy will shut down and cut ties with the Israeli government. You guys need to understand, as long as you are with this supremacist mentality and that you think you're better than anyone else, you are not welcome in the Middle East. You are not welcome between us. We will not welcome you. As long as you're going around spreading hate and lighting up conflicts, nobody wants to see you. And then don't complain we don't like you. I honestly don't like you. I don't want the state of Israel to exist because since it existed, it ruined the Middle East. We were in peace. We were living till you came in and spread fire everywhere. Everywhere you went, you spread fire. And that's all I can talk to him because I really, anywhere I go, Chip, any panel I see this guy, sometimes I sit for 25 to 30 minutes in the panel, not talking, just listening to people talking. And all I hear from his mouth is insult and Islamophobia. And they tell, I am Arabic, I am Arabic. But in Israel, they shout, unalive all Arabs. I don't know if he's Arabic or he's what, but when I live in a country where they call unalive Arabs, they don't say religion, they say Arabs. And this guy lives there with his family and kids. They're talking about his own kids. They're gonna unalive him and his own kids. And again, he comes up to defend it. But that is not the case. That is, I think it's spoken for when somebody comes on a panel with 9 people following him that talking trash in the comments. That says it all. I feel sorry for you, man. Just get a life and stop talking in the name of the FBI. Stop talking in the name of the CIA. You will get yourself in trouble, buddy.
Okay, I want
Real
to
quick,
comment on this, guy, please, because you talk.
just 1 second. Just 1 second. I'm gonna give you a chance to reply. I promise. I just want to make this one point. I respect anybody from the pro-Israel side who comes up and makes strong arguments on behalf of their cause. What I don't respect is when people look at somebody who does the same on the pro-Palestine, and instead of challenging their arguments, tries to disparage their character or otherwise report them or whatever that whole game is. I've never reported anybody once ever on TikTok. Even the person who just threatened my life today, I didn't report them. I just don't report anybody. But I
Who
hope you'll do the
reported
same.
you?
My question is, why are you so motivated, Morocco, by doing all these things and having 9 people in the comments?
Okay,
What
let
are you
me.
talking
Okay, let
about?
me. I never reported you one, and I will never report you two. This is one. Okay, I never did that. You know why? Because I didn't hear from you that you are going to unalive Zionists. I didn't hear that from you. I heard a lot of hateness to the Jew, but I never heard from you that you're going to unalive the Zionists. This is
How
one.
do you figure I hate Jewish people? What did I say that made you think that?
Oh my God! Oh my! Come on!
Can you give
Come
one
on!
example?
If you let.
One example. One example. What did I say
Okay,
that
let
made
me
you?
let me give you an example. I will give you
Yeah,
an
please.
example just now.
Okay, fair enough.
If you are welcome, you know we are saying something below al Ibriya in Hebrew. Show me your friend, and I will tell you exactly who you are. If you give a platform to people that are saying, insulting, and Zionism, and we need to unalive them. Ahmad said, I wish the Schmittler finish all the 6 million Jews. If you give them a platform, it means that, no, if you are now walking in the street now, and you see somebody unalive somebody else, and the police come to you and tell you, Mr. Chip, did you see this guy unalive him? You said no, so you are part of him. You understand? This is the law. I know the law. Now, but I want to tell you another thing, very important. I'm not informed the FBI, and it's not working like that. I will give you the number. There is a number in the FBI, and you can report anybody you want. I'm a citizen like you, not an American citizen, but I'm a citizen. The guy talk about me, about my family in Israel, and he's Israeli, not Israeli. The last guy who just talked now, that I really don't care and unalive the Palestinians and all that, and now I talk, and the FBI. This is not a joke. When you are saying that when you are saying something against somebody, it's okay. You have the right to say whatever you want. You're free to talk. But when you are saying you're threatening the Zionists, whoever they are, even Biden said I'm a Zionist. So somebody here wants to unalive Biden. Don't mess with the federal, with the FBI in the United States. I'm telling you guys, this is not something good to do. When all of you guys are supporting the age group. The age group, it's a T group. Donald Trump said, when I'm coming, I'm going to be a dictator, not a Democrat, and not a Republican, a dictator. All the people who are supporting the age group and Hezbollah, Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, all those crazy guys, you can see them in the panel, in the page of the FBI. They are putting a word of Sinwar, Muhammad Def,
All right, hold on.
and all those Hezbollah.
You're making a
Chip,
lot of
can I
wild
answer,
claims.
please?
Just 1 second. I want to
Chip,
make sure
can
this
I
is
answer
clear.
one thing?
Yeah, I will get you answer. Just give me 1 second. I'll give you a response. I'm giving you a lot of chance to speak, and I think a lot of people probably don't recommend I continue, but I try to be fair. But you're making a lot of statements. You're saying that because you believe this is an opinion. You're saying that because I have other people who I have on a panel or who I know through this app, that you're automatically assuming I support them in their entirety. These are people with whom I have not very in-depth relationships with, and I don't know what everyone said at all times, but more importantly, that's a silly claim to make. You're making the step from people knowing each other. You're saying you know everything about somebody because of who they know. That's absurd. You don't. And the other thing is, I wanted one example of where I said something, not with whom I've talked to or had on this app together, but what I've said or done that indicates what I said. That's what I asked you, and you said I know some other people. That's not
No,
example
no,
of
no,
being.
no. Don't include everybody. Why are you including everybody? I
What
didn't say
everybody?
everybody. No, it's me that if you have 100%, you have 5 people that want to analyze the Zionists. If you don't take them out and they will do something, you will be convicted in the federal crime in the United States of America. I'm very clear. I'm very
That's
clear.
silly.
Who
Hold on,
let
just let
this
me
clown try to threaten you?
one last point, and then I'm going to shut up and let the panelists, let everybody else talk. The last time we were on a panel together, Moroccan, and it was a pro-Israel panel, and that's fine, whatever. You put out this edict towards me, and you said basically, this I'll paraphrase, you have to condemn what happened on October 7th as pure evil. Those were your words, pure evil. And if you don't, you are pure evil. And what I was trying to
Are you
differentiate.
condemning? Are you condemning the October 7th?
Hold on. I'm not condemning or condoning. It's not my job to do that. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not part of the resistance. I'm not part of the IDF. I'm not part of any of this. But to require somebody to be a moral person to do things that you feel are condemnable, you're saying that your opinion is objective fact. And that's not, none of us have opinions that are objective fact. But I don't condemn any group. I don't condemn the American colonists who fought the British, who, by the way, the British called the Americans T-words because they fought unconventionally. I don't condemn the South African majority black population from fighting the minority white population to get their liberation. And I certainly don't condemn any group, whether it's Jihad or H Group or Hezbollah, whomever is working on behalf of their self-determination in an oppressive situation. They have the right by international law, but I'm certainly not going to condemn them, just as you wouldn't condemn the poor people who were subjected in the Warsaw Ghetto. And if you're going to be consistent, you have to condemn everyone who resists or none of them.
Can I respond to him for a minute?
I think Farhat wanted to say something first.
The fun part is he's acting like Trump is God. Trump said, so Moroccan, I don't even like to call him Moroccan, bro. I know my neighbors. So this guy, the Israeli guy.
كونهم علان كونهم علان
اسكت the Zionist. Sorry عبدو. The Zionist شوش كنكمل انا تحل فمك انا قاعد نحضر تقفلها
كونهم علان
تحلها دروك تقفل فمك
انا مغربيه اخويا صور انا مغربيه انا كنهضر مع هذاك خينا اللي كيقول مغربي
ايوه
Please, guys, English.
guys I'm not gonna talk. There is a Moroccan here who's gonna defend her country. اختي كنت انا ندافع عليكم دافع على بلادك اختي تفضلي.
يا انا كما كنعتبر هذاك اللي كيقول لك هو
English
مراكش
please جي هنا انجليزيه لو سمحتي English please هنا في انجليزيه علشان الناس كلها تفهم.
بالانجلش يا جيجي اختي.
Real
So
quick
guys,
to the
before
panel.
Gigi answers,
Mr.
If somebody wants to,
one of your friends. One sec.
If a guest speaks more comfortably in Arabic, that's fine. What I would ask politely is if whomever can translate, go 1 or 2 sentences at a time and then provide the English, not like
Because you
3
don't
minutes of
understand
Arabic.
Arabic. He just told me in Arabic, shut up. Just a moment. He told me in Arabic, shut up.
Yeah, no one cares. You keep interrupting.
Hold on.
so
Gigi,
guys,
if you want to talk,
Chip, can I just translate what I said in Arabic?
I can speak. I can speak English. I speak English.
okay, fair enough.
Okay, so the guy who's saying he's a Moroccan Zayo, to me he's not a Moroccan.
أنا ما
كتهضر
أقدر-
انت بالعربية. Moroccan Zayo كتهضر بالعربية.
بالعربي أحسن منك.
Do you speak Arabic? باش كتهضر أحسن مني. باش
أكثر
كتهضر
من
أحسن مني.
Just keep it in
أنا
English
وقت
so people
مع الدولة
understand the
المغربية
insults.
مع سيدنا محمد سيدي صار ينصروه. واش بغيتي؟
شنو كتقول ما كيتقطع عليك الويفي انت يا فين دولة
اش خصك اش بغيتي اش خصك
انت اللي
Wow, is that's how you talk to a lady? That's how you talk to a lady?
He's very aggressive with her. He's being very insulting.
fucking recognize you, you son of a fucking hoe.
Look how she listen how she talk. Listen how she talk.
Hey, everybody, everybody, time out.
Can I interrupt you, please?
Time out.
Please.
Time out. Emotion
As
said
Moroccan,
one high.
Moroccan.
Okay. Hold on. One thing I'd like to ask of everybody is to please be civil. We can dislike each other's points of view. We don't have to like each other even that.
Why you
while
let
we're
her
on the
to
panel
insult me
together-
in English?
Hold on.
Stop fucking insulting,
First of all,
you bitch.
hold on.
You fucking cunt.
Hold on. Stop. Listen, if somebody said something offensive, don't let's not stoop to their level. If that's what they did, let's just say, hey, that's indicative of your low character. But Morocco, here's what I have to ask of you. Please stop unmuting and jumping in between. Let somebody speak for their full 1 or 2 minutes. That we gave you time. Nobody jumped in on you, okay? Same courtesy. Okay, real quickly. Gigi, I'd like to give you a minute or two if you want to share your point of view. Please, no personal attacks, even though he may have done so to you. Thank you.
I did not insult him. He started first. I am saying my opinion. And
Because he
Moroccan,
insulting
most
me,
of the
I'm out.
Moroccan,
Thank you, Mr.
shut the
Hoff.
fuck up,
Goodbye.
you fucking Zayo, you piece of fucking shit.
Gotta watch the
Yalla.
language. It'll
Okay.
end the live.
He
Just,
can,
just
he
please,
can, he can
please.
kiss my fucking ass. Most of the fucking Moroccan.
Hold on. Whoa. Slow down. Listen, it's okay if you want to be emotional, but certain language will get the live taken down, and so that's not fair to everybody else. So take a breath. You can say whatever you want to say about his improper behavior, but please don't jump to that level if you don't mind, or at least use different language.
Chip, he called
Thank
her
you.
that she's not a real Moroccan, though. She is a
But
Moroccan. She's a
he
real Moroccan.
insulted me. He attacked me. I have to defend myself.
Yep.
That's
It
fair.
doesn't
Just
matter.
do it.
I'm
Do
gonna
it.
say
Do
my
it with
opinion. I'm not gonna let him.
please do it. But please do it with language that won't get the live taken down. That's all I ask.
Okay, I will try with this type of people that they claim that they are Moroccans. They are not Moroccans. Suddenly now, when Morocco normalized the relation with this is not real. We Moroccans, we don't recognize this entity. We don't recognize it. We will never fucking recognize it. It doesn't matter if our government recognizes it. We will never recognize it. It does not matter what they do to us. We will never recognize it. We will never accept them. The Jews of Morocco, they are still in Morocco. There is about 800 Jews. If they are Zayos, we don't recognize them. They should leave. I don't care where they go. I don't care if they die, they drown. They are not Moroccans. You cannot have what do they call it? شو بيسموها the Arab people allegiance. You cannot have allegiance to two countries. I am very sorry. If you are Moroccan, you stay in Morocco. When they left to Israel in 1948 or in 1967 or in the 50s, when they left Morocco, they left in the middle of the night to occupy a country that doesn't belong to them. If he is Moroccan, he could have stayed in Morocco. His parents could have stayed in Morocco. And that's my opinion. And we will fight our
By the
government
way, Gigi,
to
in
stop
general, I don't think that you shall be
legalizing
surprised.
say
Don't
that
be
again?
surprised. 40 years old, brainwashed. Don't be surprised.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Who's brainwashed?
The
The
so-called
Zionist.
Morocco. He
No, I
sees
don't.
every single non-Morocco who was actually against him. He is not Moroccan.
Do you know how many
Chip,
Moroccans?
go.
Do you know how many? Do you know how many Muslim Moroccans and Arabs and the people that they are for justice? Listen, I don't care. Even if he is Muslim and he's a Zayo, to me he's not Moroccan. Period.
Yeah. So,
Palestine is
guys,
in our blood. I
Gigi,
remember since I was little and watching, and our parents are telling us the Palestine is Arabic. Palestine is for the Palestinian people. These people, they came from freaking Poland and from Lithuania and from Russia and I don't know, like rats,
France.
and they populate
جيجي
freaking.
جيجي لكن مغربية ما كنت كلمش على اليهود هكذاك أنا
Hold
مغربي
on.
وأنا
Wait,
We
you
gotta
can't
take
just
turns
jump in
talking.
and start talking, يا خيي.
Yeah, we gotta take turns. So that
Chip, can I have
please,
word, Chip, please? Can I?
yeah, let's
Bro,
let
before,
ACH. Go ahead, ACH. Go ahead.
bro, can I say something
All right,
before he
all
goes?
right,
Just because Gigi is here, just like one thing.
all right,
Gigi,
all right.
since
فرحات.
day
شكرا
one,
أخوي
when
لحظة فرحة. Anyway, as I'm Moroccan, I don't know
oh,
this
you're
guy. Please
Moroccan.
don't call him Morocco. It's assault to Moroccan people. I mean it. Believe me, it's assault to Moroccan people. Call him Zionist. Zionists, they don't have home. They don't have countries. They don't have nowhere. Like terrorism. It's the same. They don't have. As a Moroccan, we are with resistance. We all of us with resistance for to free Palestine. We don't care about government if they normalize any shit with you. But just to tell you something, 7 of October, believe me, is the end of Israel. Is the end of you. This normalization, we are gonna drop it down.
Exactly.
Ceasefire is not enough. Even when you ceasefire, whatever you do, we
يا
are
المغرب.
behind you. We are actually to destroy you. That's what we are. And no, we are for justice. Nothing else. Justice. There is
What
no
they
peace
what they
without
don't know
justice.
is that is
As
what I
Moroccans,
believe is
we're
that
gonna
Moroccan
say free
government is
Palestine
using them.
and fuck Zionists.
Yo, guys, Ashraf and Gigi, I just want to say something. So I'm Algerian since day one. I have been telling people that the Moroccan people, they have been like protesting since October 7 to today's day. Gigi, can you, everything that they say though, am I lying about the Moroccan people have been protesting and Moroccan people saying that they just want, they are stand for Palestine since day one? I have been saying that this Moroccan guy doesn't represent Moroccan people. And people are like, no, but the government, but every single Moroccan, Amazigh and Arab, all of them, they stand for Palestine. And you have Gigi here. If I'm lying, Gigi, can you prove me wrong? Am I lying about your country and your
No,
people?
you're not lying. They're protesting almost every day in every city in Morocco.
Gigi, you are lying. Gigi, you were lying. I heard you. I
I
heard
was
you.
lying about what?
Hold on. Hold on. Everybody, real quick. This is how the panel works. I'm going to make sure we're fair to everybody. So if you continue to jump in and interrupt people, we don't want to drop anybody, but that's what we have to do eventually. So we'll get to you next. Give who was going to finish there? I think that was it you, Far Out, was finishing, and then we're going to go to Tarzan.
I was saying, Chip,
One thing.
so
I want
since
to
when
tell
you
you
started,
something. Kid, can I tell you one thing?
Tarzan,
wait,
let me
so,
hold on one sec. Let me just repeat myself one more time. I'll try to do it in the clearest way possible. So the way that we work the panel is we give somebody an opportunity to finish speaking. We stay on mute, and then what I'll do is I'll tell you, you're going to be next, Tarzan. If you don't stay on mute and you come in, then I have to drop people. I don't want to do that. So thanks for being patient. Okay, yes, Farad, please finish.
they want it. I have been telling people because it was every panel that I went to, people are trying to talk about Moroccan, saying Moroccan this, Moroccan that. And as their neighbors, as their family, I'm an Algerian. Every single day, Moroccan people bring me a Moroccan that will say, oh, we stand with Israel. Never. And the fun part is people are just attacking Moroccan because Morocco is a kingdom. You want to attack Morocco? Go attack Saudi Arabia. Go attack Bahrain. Go attack the Emirates. Moroccan people have been protesting every single day. They put their life in danger. Everyone knows here, the North Africans and the Muslims, Tarzan, أقفل فمك, أقفل فمك, كي نهدر تبلعها, كي نكمل تحل ترمتك, أقفل فمك. So, every single woman in Morocco, everyone knows North Africans, our mothers, they love cooking and inviting everyone. Moroccan women, since October 7th, they said Ramadan is in the heart. They have been protesting every single day. No one is talking about them, but everyone is talking about their government. And alhamdulillah, here we have my sister here, she's Moroccan, and we have the Moroccan brother that everything that they said is true. So I'm not lying. And everyone, before you talk about Moroccans, go and see what the Moroccans people are doing in Morocco. And if you want to play the victim, go talk about Saudi. Saudis are not protesting. Emiratis are not protesting. Bahrain are not protesting. Why every single day you guys are talking about Morocco, Morocco, Morocco? And the Moroccans, they prove you wrong for a second time. And every time they're standing with Palestine. And I'm done. تحية المغرب وتحية الجزائر.
تحية المغرب وتحية الجزائر وتحية الدول العربية كلها وكاع لي برو بالستينيين.
Chip, can I have a chance to respond? I know you've been rotating.
Just one more quick announcement. Gigi got taken down by TikTok. Folks, we have to use TikTok-friendly language. They'll take the whole live down next. That's the last time I can warn anybody. Anybody who violates it, I got to drop you. So just be smart. Thank you. Yes, Zubida, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm just gonna. I'm not call him Moroccan because again he does not deserve that name. This filthy Zionist is again trying to cause division in terms of the Moroccan community and other people that support Palestine. He tries to act as if he's speaking in the name of Morocco. He is speaking for himself. The moment that you decide to occupy other people's country, you no longer are a Moroccan, you are a filthy Zionist. In terms of the accusations that he's made against me, trust me, Chip, I am happy that he's going to send you the recording, and I am so confident into knowing that whatever he's going to send you is completely the opposite of the allegations that he's made against me. And I think you've noticed this, Chip, because every accusation that he's made against you isn't in particular to your comments or what you said. Rather, it's catered to the people that you associate yourself with. And so he's trying to blame you for other people's actions. And that is what he's trying to do to me. Unfortunately, I have been on some panels where people have said some inflammatory things, and guess what? Straight after they've said them, I have condemned them. And I have said, look, that's a stretch. We shouldn't be saying that. And I've even gone as far as educating people into why they shouldn't say certain statements because that, it's unethical. So really and truly, he is upset at the fact that he can't debate. And I want to echo what my brother Abdul said. When these people come onto these platforms, they never bring any sources, right? Every single one of us opens our camera, we bring our articles, whether it's a video, whether it's a document. Morocco has never in any debate or any discussion that I've seen him in ever brought a factual source. All he has done is thrown his weight around, a lot of weight, and just said his own personal opinion because these people can't debate. They've never been known to debate. Why? Because they believe that they're right. They've never had to come out of their little echo chamber and had to be intellectually, mentally challenged. And so they're having a really hard time because when somebody's been indoctrinated for most of their life and whatever it is that they have been taught, they believe it to be true. And they step out into the real world and they realize that actually a lot of what they believe in is a lie. It's like a really bad reality check, right? Imagine it's like when we find out Santa Claus isn't real, right? We grow up thinking Santa Claus is real, he's gonna come down the chimney, and then the point that you realize, well, actually he never existed, it does something to you. And that's the same thing with these Zionists. They have always been told that they have been indigenous to the land and the state of Israel was created in 1948 and the Palestinians are nothing but Shmererists and blah blah blah. And when they realize and they're taught that actually you achieved your state through violence, you achieved your state through terrorism, the Palestinians are the victims, not you, they're like, oh my God, so you mean to tell me everything that I thought I knew was actually a lie? And because they can't defend their position, because with all due respect, Zionism is indefensible. Israel and IDF's actions are indefensible. They're stuck in a loophole. They don't know what to do. And so the only weapon that they have against us is personally attacking us. But they can't intellectually, academically refute us because there's nothing to refute because we're telling the truth and you're not. So I don't care what this Moroccan guy is saying. I'm done with him. I would urge people not to even platform him or to even give him any airtime.
Mr. Hoss.
Oh, look, he's back again. Look, the little loser.
You are muted, Chief. You are muted, host.
You remember Gigi, the Moroccan girl?
Hold on. I got to give Unicorn a chance, and I'll let you in next, Morocco. I promise. Go ahead, Unicorn.
Remember Gigi, the Moroccan girl?
بالله فمك يا زمن.
What are you triggered already, Zubaydah?
It took me 2 minutes.
يا زمن بالله.
You already triggered, honey?
I'm not talking to you. I don't really care what you have to say.
Oh, that will be the first time. Anyway, Chief, I just want to tell you that you remember that every panel here in TikTok is recorded, not just by me, but a lot of people. And you platform Zubaydah, for example. Listen,
Host, you are muted, host. You are muted.
on every other live also.
Hold on, real quick. Real quick. Sorry. I just let you know, I have nothing to hide ever. No matter what I say or whoever comes up and says it, if somebody says something inappropriate, I'll say that. And I don't speak Arabic, so if somebody says that, someone had to go because they said something that was not TikTok. They gave me a warning, and I had to drop them.
Insulted me. You don't care. She just insulted me.
Hold on.
What you talk?
So, just hold on. She may have. Listen, we got to be bigger than the little petty stuff. So just no personal insults. Okay, let's focus on the issues. Hold on. So what I was trying to say was, just for this is for Unicorn.
Schmittler, don't be Schmittler. Don't be Schmittler.
Hold on, Morocco. I'll let you back up. Just chill the hell out for a second. I record all these and they go on my YouTube and my Rumble channel usually within 2 hours. So if you ever want to go back and watch stuff, I don't care if you record anything I ever do because I will never do anything that's inappropriate, illegal, impolite, any of those things. Now, you may not disagree with my point of view.
I'm just reminding you, Cheap. I'm just reminding you, honey, that you platform right now with what Morocco was saying. That's true. That's correct. You platform anti-Semitics like in its purest.
Hold on. I gotta be clear with this. Hold on. One second.
Stop.
No, one
Stop.
second. I don't want to drop you, but give me a second. Hold on. Please, 1 second. This is, if I can't speak for anybody else, if somebody criticizes the actions of the state of Israel, its military, its police, its supporters, the United States, whoever, for their actions, or if they if they criticize the ideology, the political ideology of a movement that has done harm to their people as they perceive it, that is not criticizing Jewish people. That is criticizing the impact of the movement and the government. So that has to be made perfectly clear. If you're going to conflate the two and then allege people are anti-Semitic, you do the same, that's fair. Okay? That's it.
Mr. House, a small comment, if you don't mind.
It is more than fair, Chip.
Trust me, you look
You
bad.
need to stop platform anti-Semitics in your panel, and you do.
Hold on one last time. I just made it clear. If you think someone else is
Let me
anti-Semitic,
finish. Let me finish.
if somebody, listen, don't
You're
tell
saying that
me.
we're not interrupting yet. You're muting us constantly.
Please don't tell me.
כל הכבוד,
I didn't want to do
יוניקורן,
this.
כל הכבוד,
Here we
יוניקורן.
go. Here we go. So here's what I want to say. Here's what I'm going to say. Listen, if you have certain people on TikTok that you prefer not to listen to, like a television channel, turn the channel. If you don't like the way someone else conducts their live or who they bring on, there's plenty of other lives to choose from. Respectfully, I don't need your advice on who to put on here, not up here. If somebody comes on here and says something inappropriate or anti-Semitic, I will correct it, and need be, I'll take them down. So with that regard,
So why didn't took down Zubaydah?
Hold on. Because Zubaydah has not said anything anti-Semitic. She was very clear today. I asked her a very specific question. I'll remind you.
You know what she
I
said? You don't
Zubaydah,
understand Arabic.
Hold on,
You don't.
hold on. I said to her the following. I
Just
said,
called you
Zubaydah,
Zamel, chill.
hold on. Will you stop interrupting? Give me 1 sec. I asked Zubaydah very specifically, what motivates the behavior of those groups who are resisting it? Is it abject people? Is it based on the wrong they perceive that it done to them by the people?
Not liking someone.
Hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that nobody here today, as far as I can tell, has said anything anti-Semitic by most people's standards. If somebody says something you don't like about the argument and you conflate that with anti-Semitism, that's not being reasonable.
Have a comment, please. Can I talk, or it's only
Go ahead.
pro-Palestinian?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
So, Zubaydah insulted me in Arabic. Okay? You don't understand Arabic, but she don't know that she's recorded. She don't know, but it's okay. Leave it. She don't care because she's a fanatic. Listen, racist, fanatic, Boko Haram, Al Shabaab, very dangerous.
Listen, will you please stop telling people are members of groups? That's not appropriate. You don't have evidence that anybody's members of an Islamic
Look how you
fundamentalist
protect her.
group. Hold on. Hey, listen, if anybody came up and said that about anybody, I'd do the same thing. If you want to criticize her for her views, you disagree with her.
Views?
That's fine. That's within. I don't want to drop you, but here's what you're doing, okay? And I told you from the beginning. I talked
Schmittler,
earlier,
Yassi.
do not
You are a Schmittler.
without evidence. Do not come up and say people are part of certain terrorist groups. That's not fair, and it's probably incorrect. Okay. So listen, I was very polite to you today. I gave you ample time to share your views. You insulted a lot of people in ways that made them feel lousy, which is not okay. And then you get all offended if somebody says something back. Give me a break. Do not accuse people of being members of groups that are outlawed by federal law in most Western countries without evidence. Just because they may view the
Chip,
same
can I just?
issue. Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm sorry. I just like to respond. So what the Zionists have collectively done on TikTok is try to get me banned from certain panels, not allow me to speak on certain panels. And what that signifies is that I'm winning, is that I'm very effective and I'm doing the right thing. And I don't do the same to them. Chip, you are on my panel today. I bring anybody up, right? I bring Zionists up and I debate them. I have no problem. I'm not an echo chamber. I'm so confident and secure in my position that I'm not scared to debate any Zionist. What these people, like I said, because they cannot debate, they're getting very frustrated that they don't control the narrative anymore. And it's funny how they come on here and they talk about anti-Semitism whilst being anti-Semitic to me. I am a Semite person. They are using the fact that I am an Arab and they are perpetuating negative Arab stereotypes that we are schmererists and we are backwards in our thinking. I am the victim on this live of anti-Semitism and also blood libel and defamation. I could take you to court for you to come onto a public platform and say that I'm part of Boko Haram and all these other, groups. I can take you to court for that. I'm telling you, it will be a very sad day in court for you. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not as soft as you, first of all, because again, I'm confident and secure to know that every single one of your claims is nothing but blood libel and anti-Semitism. You're anti-Semitic.
Yeah, I wonder, just real quickly, I wonder why people come with all these personal attacks and allegations of being T-words because people have a view that's different than yours. So the last I checked, no one's associating you with any sort of fanatical movement or accusing you for being up Benjamin Netanyahu's rear end or something like that. Say what you want to say about the issues, and then let other people respond to the argument about the issues. That's where I want this to stay from now on. No more personal back and forth. It's childish. It's unnecessary. Okay.
Yeah, but Chip,
Can I
he's
say
saying this
something?
just because she's Muslim. That's the thing. They come up here, they attack us because we are Muslims. Because according to them, every single Muslim is a T. So when they come up here, we are not as soft as them. They come up here, they put all of us because of our faith as a T. I'm not crying. She's not going everywhere and crying. Oh, look what he said. Look what he did. So basically, they come up here, they judged us. They give us the etiquette of you are a T because you are a Muslim and standing with Palestine. But when we defend ourselves, we are the bad ones. She didn't say anything bad about him. And he kept crying. You guys are coming up here, calling us T, because we are defending our brothers and sisters. And we are the bad ones, even though we didn't say anything racist or anti-Semitic
May I
about them.
offer a perspective?
Yeah, you did
Can I
actually.
just say a word?
Hold on one sec. We gotta go in order here. So let me see. I think the next person was Seraphim, and then Michael, and then Hitman, and then Make It. Go ahead, Seraphim.
I'm in the United States, so my view is clearly Western. And I am a Christian, so that kind of puts me squarely in being a supporter and lover of Israel. However, I cannot abide the thing that I see going on between Israel and Gaza, with Israel doing the horrible unaliving in Gaza. I love Israel. However, I cannot love the actions that they are taking there. So as an American, of course, our political debate here is somewhat fractured and all over the place. But I am one of those who, at the same time that I support Israel, I'm asking the Israeli people to search their heart and stop this horror.
Just real quick, Seraphim, a lot of people are alleging that you're using some sort of voice-altering software.
Wait, is that his voice?
I get that a lot, but I'm not.
If it's your real voice, it does sound like it's being altered by some sort of digital process.
I have no voice altering thing going on, I promise you.
Okay, so you're unhappy with the actions of the state of Israel. Are you an anti-Semite because you're critical of their actions?
I love Israel.
Okay.
I don't believe that. I don't know what anti-Semitism or how it would factor into that. But I love Israel, but I cannot abide the horror going on in Gaza.
What do you love about Israel? Can you explain that love?
Well, I am a Christian, and the Israeli people hold a very special place in my heart as the law and word giver of God. So I very much come from that perspective. I have journeyed and trekked to Israel, Jerusalem on many occasions. I love Israel, but it is clear to me that the actions that they have taken against those people who have come out firmly against them is horrific, to say nothing of what is going on with the absolute horror that they are perpetuating on the Gazan people.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. One thing I wanted to ask you was, and this is not meant to be disrespectful, because in my journey of trying to understand this issue. It began in 1989 when I was 21 years old. I'm now 56. So I just happened totally by chance to learn about this. Have you spent a lot of time digging through the specifics of the conflict, or are you someone who has an affinity because of your religion and your visits?
I have a general overview of the conflict. I'm a little bit older than you, so I have watched the conflict for many, many years. I have a general understanding, and I'm not sure how I can answer you. Is there a specific question you were asking me there? Other than
Let me try to narrow it down, because I think a lot of Christians are considered evangelical Christians and pro-Zionist. There's more, like 23 million in America, if my numbers are right, are supportive of Israel, but for far different reasons, because of the second coming of Christ as they believe it, based on the Armageddon that will occur.
Yeah.
But here's my question for you. There's a documentary called Life in Occupied Palestine. Have you ever watched that before?
I have. I did see that, yes.
Okay, and so Anna Balter outlined what life is like for the family that she stayed with and the people that live in the occupied West Bank. What did you think about that vis-a-vis your love for Israel?
Well, being an African American, I was able to relate very directly to the Gazan people in the kind of controls and indignities that were perpetuated on them over the course of time. I'm very much identified with that. However, that said, I do have an impression of Muslims and Islam, and I do find it to be somewhat irrational. I find it to be somewhat violent.
You mean the people that you saw in that documentary were violent?
Well, not the people in the documentaries. Certainly, they were not, and they had rationale for whatever dislike they had for Israel. But the documentary pointed out clearly all of the various horrors that they were going through. I mean, just trying to go to work in the morning.
Right.
It's, again, as an African American, I could relate to much of their struggle there.
Do you think that the resistance movement, even though it takes the form of sometimes unsavory or unpalatable tactics, is justified? Or do you think there should be more of a peaceful approach? What are your thoughts on how the Western nation might look past it?
That's a great question. If I was a Ghazian, I would say that my actions were somewhat justified, no matter how much over the top they may be. But as an African American, looking at it from here, I can also say that, well, I understand why they take the actions that they do. However, that also suggests to me that as an African American, if I was to take similar actions, and we have made the attempt in the past, we find that we are put down extremely hard, and we become quite docile, at least for some period of time, trying to find a better way.
Thanks for your view. Hang tight for a sec. I'm going to let somebody chime in as well. Let's see. I think it was with Michael next. Let's try Michael, then Hitman.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, Michael.
Hey, Chip. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes. Oh, I think, Michael, wait a second. Are you the same Michael that we came on a panel once together, or one-on-one? Is that the same Michael?
Yeah, I think you dropped after a few seconds.
Yeah, I think the focus was
follow
on me. I think the focus was me individually, not the topic at hand, right?
Well, it was just to set a premise based on your tweets and your anti-Semitic views, in which I've pointed out to you before.
So wait a second. So I don't want to drop you off. This is the third or fourth time somebody's come on here and made claims of people being, quote, anti-Semitic. So what specific evidence or statements were made that were anti-Semitic or of my views in general? Can you please clarify that? Please.
The video in which I stitched of yours, and just on this panel, when somebody challenged you to go to Israel, you said you would feel like you would need to take a shower just thinking about it.
Why is that anti-Semitic?
And then the other gentleman, ACHRF, said...
Hold on. hold on, Michael. Why is me not wanting to go to Israel anti-Semitic? Israel is a country. Anti-Semitism means a disdain or hatred of Jewish people, if I understand it correctly. Am I missing the definition?
Um, your other guest said they're like rats from Poland. Your other guest said um, filthy Zionists. That was Zubaydah. And your video in which I stitched was many would say is anti-Semitic, and then your comment about needing to take a shower just thinking about traveling to Israel. People would say that's probably anti-Semitic.
What do you think it means by I need to take a shower just to go to Israel? What do you think I'm intending by that? You think it's against
Well,
Jewish
what does
people?
it mean by dirty rats from Poland?
Did I ever say that?
Your guest did, and you said
So,
nobody's been anti-Semitic on your panel.
let me finish. Did I ever say that?
You didn't say that, but you said you would
Okay.
need to take a
So
shower just thinking
you
about
said in the
traveling to
beginning, you
Israel.
said in the beginning of your comments, you said I was concerned about your racist tweets and your anti-Semitism is what you said, right? What have I done that's anti-Semitic?
I think I've explained it. Do you want me to go on with the points I came up here to talk about, or do you want
Yeah,
to talk
but
about
no,
you?
the bigger point I want to make, and just in general, is that this is a standard tactic that people tend to use in these types of exchanges, where if somebody has a criticism of a government, its military, or a movement that fuels said behavior, automatically they're categorized. When I said I wanted to take a shower before I went to Israel, it's because of the disgusting things that the government does. I could give a shit about who does it. It could be Mexican people doing it. It could be Guatemalan, or it could be Jewish Judaism people. It's about the behavior.
Chip, if you went there, do you think you're going to be bumping into the government on the streets, or are you going to be interacting and seeing the people of Israel, the Jewish people?
It doesn't. Listen, I would love to have the experience of being in the territory and seeing the culture. Don't get me wrong. But the fact that it's enveloped in a state that I believe practices racist settler colonialism and brutalizes people with violence unnecessarily, I wouldn't feel good going there. I'd feel kind of gross.
Okay, that's your view. You're welcome. You can have that. You can have that view. Let me just say this, and then I'll shut up. Okay. This is from the gov.uk. For any of you in the UK, you might know this. You may not. Membership and expressing support for Hamas is an illegal act in the UK, punishable by up to 14 years in prison.
Saying what? What is it? No, what's it saying? What? Just so I understand what you said. What are the words?
Membership and expressing support for Hamas is an illegal act in the UK, punishable by up to 14 years in prison.
Okay.
Dozens of countries, including the United Kingdom, the United States, as well as the European Union, have designated a terrorist group. So, people, don't think that you just have carte blanche and anything goes on this app. Eventually, I believe this app is going to turn into a type of app in which you need biometrics in which to have an account. You have to be verified as a person. If you get banned from this app, you won't be allowed back. You won't be allowed back. And I think that eventually they're going to crack down on it. In the USA, in 1993, they designated Hamas as a terrorist organization. That's on Department of National Intelligence.gov, counterterrorism, along with 6 other terrorist groups that are always attacking Israel. Australia.
And that's what the US said about Nelson Mandela.
In 2002, Canada listed Hamas as a terrorist entity. The EU, which is 27 countries, have listed Hamas as a terrorist organization.
You got the point. You get the point,
Japan,
Michael. We get
New
your
Zealand,
point.
Switzerland, Paraguay. Okay.
Michael, you don't have to go through 162 nations. That's okay. We get your point. Many nations have declared them to being in that status. Here's my question for you. Was it fair for the government of South Africa to declare the African National Congress and Nelson Mandela a terrorist and a terrorist group respectively? Was that reasonable? Was that a proper designation? Or did it later turn out that they had the righteous cause to change the unfair dynamics in that particular nation state?
I would say South Africa is not a good example. South Africa is the most dangerous place on the planet today for a woman. Look it up.
Well, I just asked you though, was it appropriate for them to be designated as a terrorist? Not the safety of the conditions on the ground today. You said that because you're making the point, I believe, that because many entities have declared this group to be in this category, that therefore supporting them should be considered immoral or whatever you want to say, or illegal in some countries. But I brought up the same issue with the government declaring a group to be terroristic. The British in America called the colonists terrorists. So is it appropriate, or is it based on the side of the fence you're on?
Chip, what you do is you try to backdoor your way into a cool way, a nifty way to support terrorism by using slick words.
Hold on.
It doesn't.
Now listen, that's an absurd allegation. No time did I say I supported anybody. I simply asked a very, very fair question. I said, is it fair for the South African government to declare the ANC a terrorist group, and at the same time you're pointing out that the U.S. and other countries pointed the H group as a terrorist group, and therefore you're saying, well, it's a different circumstance, it's not the same. As far as I can tell, it's exactly the same. One group at one time was considered to be a resistance group, so it was unwelcome, so therefore it's categorized that way. And the other right now is in the same position. I'm not supporting them. I'm pointing out the similarities in terms of the dynamics. So why are you then putting it back on me that I'm supporting terrorism in a backdoor way? I'm not supporting jack shit.
He's rising it, Chip. He's rising it. I mean, he is rising it, to be fair. I mean, look, listen, at the end of the day, the world needs
Hold on,
way.
Truth. Hold on, Truth. It's still his turn to respond.
I don't care to get them back and forth with you about South Africa. We're talking about H group, okay? They are a terrorist group.
Hold on, just a second. So just a second ago, you made the statement that I backdoored my way into supporting terrorism and terrorist groups. Didn't you say that? What evidence do you have for that? When have I ever said I publicly support the behavior or the entity called H or any other? When have I ever stated those words?
It's because you're using examples like the United States, the founding of the United States, as a justification for why Hamas should be allowed to do what they do.
I didn't say that. All I said was that I
You
said
implied
country-
it. Chip,
no,
you implied it.
No. I'm trying to talk about applying the same standards. So if one governing entity that's occupying and controlling another designates the group that's fighting for their freedom as a T word in two different instances, the U.S. colonial war, the Declaration of the War of Independence, and in South Africa when they were resisting the minority white government, and then in the same case, other groups call this other resistance group a T word group. We can't have two different standards for the same dynamics, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't support any of those groups per se. I'm glad I have a country that's no longer ruled by Britain.
Okay. Well, I would just caution about platforming people who have literally said they would hunt Jews down, like Liam Neeson, and chop them up.
Who said that?
People on your panel that have said this.
Who said that?
And on Zubaydah's panel. Abdu has said this.
What?
Okay, well,
These people are just making up claims as they go along. Where is your
Zubaydah,
evidence?
you know for a fact he said it
That's
on your
never been
panel,
said.
and I
Abdul's
called you
never
out
said
on
that
it.
on my panel. He's never said that on my panel. Stop lying.
Shall I play the video?
Yeah, play the video where Abdul said that on my panel. Go ahead.
Are you sure you want to do that, Chip? Because
yeah,
I have it.
Because hold on, guys. Because I have been mentioned with my name, I want to hear it and see it by myself. Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah, go
one
ahead, Michael.
second.
Go ahead.
Carry on while I grab my other phone.
But for the second
Can I
time,
just, Chip?
hold on just one sec. I would respectfully ask guests, no matter who you are, to not give advice on who to platform or whatever. I'm just giving people a chance on a TikTok live to come up and share their views as long as they're respectful and don't say things that are racist or mean-spirited to others. They're welcome to provide their point of view. So your advice is well taken. You go where you want to go with who you want to go with. Let me do the same. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Abdu.
Thank you. In general, actually, for me, when I say all of these words, I use Neo-Sunniism of being simply sarcastic if that he actually come to try to do it. Because in general, I have said it several times that I never want to unalive any Zayus, but rather I would like to punish them and make them pay for the 100 years that they made my grandparents pay, which is I have all right to before liberation Palestine. Because all of these things that they have done to my country, they shall not be away from it just simply as they wish to be, but simply every action has a reaction. Every action has consequence if it actually harm the owner of that land. Thank you.
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Something?
I don't know what this Michael Voss is. You know how many it was said to wait, I think he's playing the video.
Yeah, Chip, we can't hear you. Chip, we can't hear you. Chip, we
Michael,
can't hear you.
do you have the video, Michael, or just the audio? Michael, do you have the
Unmute
video or
yourself.
just the audio? I'm unmuted. Michael, can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, we can hear you. Michael is muted. He needs to unmute.
Okay, sorry.
I
know what I'm thinking. Wait, slingshot.
Michael, I was just asking you, do you have the audio only or the video to go with it so we can see his face and his name saying it? Because the voice you're going to play may not be his.
I have it.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's show the whole thing.
I know what I'm thinking. Wait, slingshot. Wait 1 second. I don't know what this Michael Voss is. You know how many it was.
Hold on 1 second, Michael. Real quick, what'd you say, Zavita?
No, he's playing my voice in the video. I'm in the video.
Okay, so
Yeah,
who,
you're
Michael?
mentioning my name.
Let's
Yeah,
set
I'll mute
this
my
up.
microphone, but my voice is coming from the video. He's recorded me in the video.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
if
just do
you
that.
let me, give
Hold
me
on.
30 seconds, it'll play. 30, it'll be
Let,
over. 30 seconds.
let's tee this up really quickly. So, Michael, if I understand you correctly, this is a
It'll
live
be
that
over.
you were in.
Yeah.
Were you in as a guest or were you in as a panelist?
No, I commented that why, Zubida, you let people make these sort of violent threats on your panel. And then the first thing she said was, what's Michael Haas on about? Nobody said anything.
Okay, real quick. So,
And then Abdu made sure that he was clear about what he said, and he went on to say it
okay, so
again.
real quick, do you believe that somebody came on today, unknowns to me, named Gigi, and said some really large cuss words in Arabic, so much so that TikTok flagged her and forced me to drop her. They were going to close the live. I had no idea what she was saying. I didn't know she was going to say those things. Would it be Zabita's fault if somebody even did say something you found objectionable? Because how is she supposed to know what a guest is going to say before they say it?
Chip, he can play the video. Don't worry, we got this.
Yeah,
You can
play
play
the
the
video.
video, and then I know what you're gonna play. Play the video. And we'll
By the way, after I finish, I also have another video to show.
Khalid.
Okay,
And
fair enough.
I've heard people
Just
on her
play the
panel
video. Just play the video.
say
Let's play the video.
say
Let's
all
play the video.
Jews around the world
play
should
the
be
video.
unalived.
Let's play the video.
And
People
he
said
says
that in this panel. Play
those
the
are only
video.
words. Those are just threats.
Let's
Just
have the
Hold on. Try to bring something about me. I'm talking about
Khalid, let him
Jews.
play the video.
Okay, let me
Abdul,
play the
let him play the
video.
video.
Calm down.
I know what I'm thinking. Wait, slingshot. Wait 1 second. I don't know what this Michael Voss is. You know how many it was said to Doodle. Michael Voss said it's okay to make threats about killing people on the panel. Who made any threat about unaliving anybody, you idiot? What on earth are you on about? Nobody's threatened to unalive nobody, so you're just waffling.
It was the person in the top right.
Oded came up here.
We never threaten. We only do.
Who was talking while it was playing? He said, we don't just threaten, we only do.
You just have named Jews, but I didn't name Jews. Don't lie about my name.
It was the person.
You never. You
You've
said
debunked yourself. That's
You
not
just
evidence.
hold on, guys. He just said I wanted to unalive the Jews, and I never mentioned Jews. And by the way, host, I have the right also to show a video about them. Please make my
Okay,
my
let me make
screen
you
big.
I'll make you bigger. Michael, thanks for
Do your
for
love.
bringing it to it. I didn't see any evidence there, by the way. I don't know.
And Chip, can I talk after Abdu, please?
I don't know
Yeah, I'll let you
why.
Debunk him with something
Why
he
you
said.
say?
Guys, are you ready to see this?
Why you say you didn't hear?
Please,
Yes,
please,
yalla
guys.
debunk him.
Oh wait, sorry. I have to make it. So now.
Got me some popcorn, and I'm ready for the Rafa Light Show. Happy Ramadan Ding Dong.
What is
Got me
this?
some popcorn, and I'm ready for the Rafa
And who
Light
is this?
Who is that? That schmuck?
Happy Ramadan Ding Dong. Exactly. And he has also another video.
Guys, Israel is doing some next level shit up in this war, man. They are fucking killing it. Pun intended. You guys have heard about the Iron Dome. It basically takes down missiles mid-flight, but it doesn't do as well with suicide drones, these smart drones that can go under radar and can avoid projectiles. So Israel literally developed a laser defense system. Freaking lasers, man. Freaking lasers. Oh, man. That is so fucking cool. Israel is doing war like on a 2.0 level. All the countries are going to be buying up arms from Israel. They'll be like, hey,
Damn.
can we be your friend? Can we be your friend? But let me tell you what the real exciting news
I
is.
also have another one. Hold on a second. Here is this, the other one. Hold on a second. No, hold on a second. I have another one actually to show, which is also important as this video. Here is it. You see?
Hello, I'm Khadija. Today is day 3 of the strike. For 3 days, USF has forced us to starve ourselves, to have our voices heard. We are relying on fish oil and water to sustain ourselves. I feel malnourished and fatigued. My body feels weak. How can we believe USF cares for their student body when they make it abundantly clear they'd rather watch us starve than even meet one of our demands? Are they waiting for someone to drop dead to take action? It's been 3
Shut
days
up,
to be a
Michael.
law. When will you care about your students as much as you care about your paycheck? They brag about student diversity while investing in the companies making bombs that kill their family back home. They flaunt mental health resources. Is the universities complicit, helpful to any of our mental health? As a freshman at this university.
Chip, can I just say something?
Hang on. Let me.
Hold on, Zubaida, hold on. Short understanding, guys. Short understanding, just what I want to say my last point. Short understanding, when we see the Zayas in so-called Israel, they are making video of their teens and children. We shall genocide Gaza. All the time, and they are brainwashing their innocent victim children about this. When we see the Zayas, they are actually wishing us, example, Jew himself, I have seen a video, screen video about him, that what he said, that the ZTF Zionist terrorist forces, they were very late of doing what they are doing. They should have done it in less than a day to erase entire Gaza. So when you come to talk about this, first of all, go and talk about your friends too. And no, even all of this despite, I never want to unalive any Zayas, because unaliving them, it's nothing, just simple. But to punish them, to make them suffer, as I suffered with my parents for the past 100 years. Thank you.
These are disgusting people.
So,
I just heard
guys,
this.
can I say something? Just
Let me
one thing before
finish, and then
you
you
start,
guys can
Michael.
have it.
Wait, before you
Let
start.
me finish.
So
Look,
let me
just
say something, and after you can finish.
you
So
can
you,
go after
All
me.
right, listen. In
Listen,
fairness, yeah,
let me
Michael's
finish.
turn. Go, Michael.
Thank
Go ahead.
you. Okay, whatever videos you played, I was not in any of them. Neither was my voice. All right. I can't speak for other people. I played a video of you with your words saying you would hunt them down and cut them up. You would go full Liam Neeson.
In the video, I'm sorry,
Your
Chip, that video
words.
that you heard, Abdul did not say once he would hunt them down and chop them up. How dare you lie? Do you think we're stupid?
Yeah, it's basically lying.
You're lying.
Hold on, guys,
listen.
hold on. Can you please, hold on, guys, please. Now he claim another thing. Hold on, guys, please. Can you play the video again? If you
Hold on, real quick. I just want to be clear, real
Happily.
quick, as a fair host.
Happily.
I listened as clearly as I could. It was a little difficult, but I didn't hear anybody say
Because
anything
people
about.
kept talking over.
Well, Michael, if you want to play it again, we can. But in other words, what I'm trying to say is, we're happy to hear it, but the audio quality was very poor. So could you maybe hold the phone a little further away from it this time or something? Because it was very hard to hear what was being said.
Chip, I do need to drop, so can I just say just a few words and go? I have been waiting for a bit.
Yeah, who's saying that? I don't know who's talking.
Hitman saying.
Yeah, go ahead, Hitman. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so just real quick, all I wanted to say to Michael Huss was, I'm honestly just a few words, and I'm gonna drop and let Zubair cook you like always. But anyways, listen. And most of us on this panel agree that we don't have an issue whether the Jews deserve a homeland. Okay, what we have an issue with is the expansion of a Jewish majority state where one ethnic group is privileged over another, whilst Palestinians are permanently dispossessed and subjected to endless military occupation. That's the issue. To say to an oppressed group, which in this case is the Palestinians, you're either a Zionist and you should subscribe yourself to the ideology of your oppressor, or you're a racist, is disgusting, Michael. And that's the issue we have. To say anti-Zionism, anti-Semitic is ridiculous, and we will never agree with that, period. That's all I wanted to say. Zubaydah W, Abdul, respect W. I have to go. Take care.
Okay, Hitman. Thanks for your point.
Calling
Michael,
them
just to say,
filthy rats from Poland, I think, is pretty anti-Semitic. But
who
you
said
guys
that?
do you.
Who said
Your
that? Who said
guest earlier, go back and listen to it. You'll hear it. All right.
in this live
Okay.
in English?
One more time. And then at the end of it, Zubaydah says, did you get it? You got it now? Okay. You can hear it. And then people stop talking over it to stop interrupting the video.
Play if you play it again, Michael, you'll play it again. That's fine.
Liam Neeson, I will go and track you everywhere, even in your mother's ass. Just simply come and unalive you and slide you to pieces. You got it? No, I'm not.
I will track you. I will find you. And I will chop you to pieces. And then
I heard the
Zubaydah
word.
says, you got it? And how much more plainer do you want it to
Yeah,
be?
anything. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything.
I heard the word slut. Am I missing that word? I didn't hear the word shot. Is that it?
And unalive you. And unalive you and slide you to pieces. You got it?
Unalive you and slice
Hold
you to
on.
pieces.
Absolutely no
And then
context to
Zubaydah
that.
says,
It doesn't make
Exactly.
Why
sense.
does
I'm
it?
sorry, that's not evidence.
you were fighting with
Because
a
I
person
told you
from
from the
Israel.
beginning before you play
Hold on,
video,
hold on,
because
real
I
quick.
know the
Hold on.
video you are talking about.
Hold on, real quick, guys and gals. So, Michael, I understand the language that was used there. I picked it up from the word you, slice you to whatever. Now, what is the you referring to? Because that's a really important part of that conversation.
It was when they were fighting with.
Well, but
But
in
it's
other
not
words,
the only time, Chip. Look, you don't have to find it. You don't have to look hard to find people saying that, and even worse, on Zubaydah's panel. We can sit here and
well,
play videos all day long.
if
My
if you
point
have
is,
if you
supporting terrorism
have
is a
hold on.
losing. As
Michael, you keep saying the term supporting terrorism. Never once have I ever in my entire life been an advocate for terrorism. I wish you would stop saying those words and saying it's a losing proposition or whatever. One man, just to let you know, one man's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. The United States colonists were called terrorists by the British. I'm assuming if you're from America, you're glad that our forefathers did something deemed by the British as, quote, terroristic, or you and I wouldn't be enjoying the freedoms that we have today in the great US of A. I hope we agree upon that. So you can't apply different standards to the same circumstances. That's not fair. I'm not for it, but it doesn't mean that I can't see it for what it is in reference to the context. If you have the statement that comes before the word you, I'll hear it out. But you can't then say to somebody, well, trust me, I've heard other stuff, so it's got to be this thing. That doesn't fly. Either it says it or it doesn't say it. You could have been talking about a ham sandwich.
hey, he was about a ham sandwich. Look, I've been to Israel. I've been to the border of Gaza. I was so close. It felt like the aid from the sky was going to fall on me. I was just across the field from Gaza near the Nahalaz kibbutz. I saw the damage that was done by Hamas. I listened to people speak who were first responders. I listened to people speak who's lost family. I went to the Nova site memorial and I saw all the memorials of people who were unalive, the 340 people and the families that were gathering around their sites. So,
Continue by saying unalive by an Apache,
you know that's a
IDF
lie.
Apache.
You
No,
know
I
that's
said
a lie.
videos everywhere.
You
Videos
know
everywhere.
that's a lie.
Admission by
Michael,
IDF soldiers.
hold on, real quick. Michael, you
Michael,
haven't
you
read
should
the
participate in this type of live. Abdul, we're gonna catch you.
Michael
Don't
Hayes is saying, hold
worry.
on,
When that's,
real quick.
you'll see what happens.
Hold on, real quick.
He's treating
Real quick.
here.
Yes, I am. I'm not any of these people.
Hold on, we got to have a turn here. Okay, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Just one sec. Thank you. So, Michael, the point you're raising is you feel a deep sense of sympathy and empathy for those who sustained harm that day, whether it be unalivedness, injury, hostages, whatever it may have been. And I'm right there with you. I empathize with any civilians who were harmed by any attack by either side at any time. You have I solemnly swear that. And here's where I kind of lose you a little bit. That empathy never seems to carry on to another side of the conflict. In other words, as far as I understand it, the numbers may be debatable, but let's just say 20,000 or 15,000 or 21,000 civilians, about 40% of which are children, the most children ever unalived in this short period of time in a conflict that I've ever heard of. Why does your sympathy only side with the place where you visited? Does your mind not go there? Because I sympathize with both.
Chip, what made you assume that it doesn't?
Well,
I can't go into Gaza. You don't know what causes I donate to. You don't know how I support, how I make support. Okay, when I was in the Halal kibbutz, the IDF was still there because Hamas still tries to come across the field. It's literally like 2 soccer fields away. They still try to come across. That kibbutz still has to have security. And it's a dairy farm. When Hamas came over there, they unalived Tanzanian students that was there to learn agriculture. What part did Tanzanians have with these so-called resistance fighters?
Do you acknowledge that
zero.
these land are
Can I
occupied
answer,
lands?
please? Chip, can I answer him?
Well, real
Can I
quick,
answer
let me give an answer. Yeah, just 1 second. I'll let you answer. The answer is, in my opinion, not being a part of the fight. I don't know with whom people chose to engage and what purpose it was trying to serve, but I'm against civilians being harmed. Tanzanian, Israeli, Jewish, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, you name it. If they're people from Thailand, I'm against civilians being harmed, period. No exceptions on both sides, no exceptions. So I don't know how the members of the resistance would say to you why they did it, who may have told them to what to do. I don't know some of those answers. I don't even know if it was done by the H fighters or civilians who poured into with them on that day. I don't have all the answers. But what I will say is this: it's not for me in those circumstances to condemn or support what happened. It's what happened. And I keep everyone keeps saying I'm platforming and supporting. I'm not. I'm analyzing like the guy at the football game. I'm not taking sides with the Chiefs or the Rams. I'm saying the guy threw the pass down the field and so caught it. That's it.
Yeah, and what kind of international law you don't understand that any land was occupied by after 1967, it's considered occupied land, and the international law gives you the right to resist an occupying force in any way, shape, or form you decide to. And why don't you blame the Israeli government for putting civilians on an occupied land and make them target to a resistant people that are resisting to fight and free their land? Why to put the blame on the occupied, not put them on the occupier?
Sir, the kibbutz I visited was built on top of the kibbutz that was leveled and destroyed in 1946. It had been there long ago.
1967, any land took after 1967 is
This was in
considered
Israel.
occupied. That's the law. That's
from
international
Israel-
law.
From
It's
Israel
international
that was
law.
given to Israel in the
Anything after
partition plan.
1967 is still.
It was there prior to 1967. Prior to 1948, that kibbutz was there. Many Palestinians came over there and worked. It is not occupied.
Michael, you're arguing with ignorant people. You don't realize that? Even the host is being ignorant.
We all know who's the
When
ignorant
you
here.
said, let me make one more point and then I'll turn it back.
So can I answer now, or Chip, can I answer him? Because he talked about the Tanzanian students. What does the
Last point.
Host, you are a muted host.
May I make the last point? Look.
Just 1 sec. Did that person leave, the one that was new that called everybody ignorant? Did he leave?
Yeah, he did.
I guess he must have left. Okay, he must have left. Yeah, Michael, let me let Farhat make his point, and then you can go last. Okay, promise.
So I'm just gonna answer to your last point, and after I will say the other three. You said, "Oh, what the Tanzanian students has to do with this? What the World Central Kitchen workers had to do with the war, though? They were unalived, even though they told the IDF that they were going and giving the shipment of food. What do they have to do with this war? Nothing. And after you come up here, you attack Zubida and you attack Chip, saying that you guys let people coming here and saying this and saying that. Your friend, the old millennial, you were on Joel's live where we listen people saying we want to unalive every single Palestinians. We don't go around and cry about it. Let me finish. When you were talking, you were crying about us interrupting you. So you're gonna let me finish, and after you can cry. So the thing is, what's funny about you guys are narcissistic. You do these things, and after you come up here, and the only people that you're attacking is Zubida and is Chip. That's what your friends are doing. Do you condemn the old white man, the old millennial man? Do you condemn what Abdul just showed you, the guy that said unalive every single Palestinian? Do you condemn that? Do you condemn the IDF unaliving innocent people? Do you condemn the IDF bombing hospitals, mosques? Do you condemn that? You don't. The thing is, you just come up here, you want to play the victim, use the victim card, calling the Palestinians because they resist. That's why they exist today. Your government called me, called my people T, because we resisted in 1962 against the French people. They came to our lands. They took our land for 130 years. We had to fight. And the Americans, they called us T. You called Mandela. Mandela, you called him T because he was resisting for his own people. I'm not gonna go that far. Let's talk about native of this land. You celebrate Thanksgiving. You are happy to eat that turkey. Native American, they cry on that day. Do you know why? Their people went through a genocide. Their people were killed. Do you call Native American T? Because they don't celebrate Thanksgiving? Because they called you the day that you celebrate, where you bring your family and you be happy and you be thankful. The native of this land, they cry on that day because they lost thousands and thousands of their people. The thing here, you can't play the victim anymore. What you said about my sister here and the brother here, I will say the same thing. Do you condemn the old white millennial or whatever, Joel's life, and all the other Zionists that they are saying, and alive every single Palestinians? You come up here because one pro-Palestinian say something, so me, Zubida, every pro-Palestinian, we are bad? So if I follow your logic, the Jews are bad, the Muslims are bad, the Christians are bad, the atheists are bad, every single person is bad. And I'm sorry to give it to you like this, you can't play the victim anymore. Every single native on this world, we are fighting and we are united. The time where you silence us, I'm gonna tell the FBI, I'm gonna tell this, tell whoever you want. We are standing here. And trust me, we are not going anywhere. Palestinians have been resisting for the last 75 years. Algerians have been resisting for 130 years, and every single Africans. Armenians, that they went through a genocide and they still resist. That's what you don't understand. You will never win against the native. Look what you guys did to Native Americans, and they're still here today, and they're still fighting. So now, إليك الخط عبده.
Up the mic, Farha.
Can I just show this video to people so we can
show
actually
it.
understand the
show
Zionist
it.
mind?
You can show
Not
it
the
after.
Jewish mind, but the Zionist mind.
100%
You can go after. Let me
Okay,
finish.
go
Okay.
ahead, go ahead. I will force my ears. Go ahead.
You're trying
Go
to
ahead,
show
go ahead, Mike.
videos.
Go
of
ahead,
No,
Mike.
go ahead, go ahead. I'll actually listen to you. I'll hear you. I'll force my ears for you. Go
Let me
ahead.
finish, please. You're showing videos of other people, not of me. I'm showing videos of people on this panel speaking to me at this moment. Okay, that's the
Michael,
difference.
you didn't
I
answer.
don't.
Do you
Let me
condemn your
finish.
friends, yes or
Let
no?
me
You
finish.
didn't
I
answer.
don't condone what older millennial said. I do not like older millennial. I've stitched his videos that have gone viral with 230,000 views. I don't agree with what he said. So don't put me in that same category, please, and thank you. I
Sorry,
will
Michael.
say,
Have you any videos of
Can I
me?
show the
Because
video,
I've been on
please?
with everyone
Hold
on
on,
this panel. I've been on with. Have you any videos of me?
and
hold on.
Everyone on this panel I've been on with.
last point to Zobeda is you have had many people on your platform say things like this right here. Okay, let me show you. And you're in the video, Zubeda, so you cannot deny.
BG, if I'm in Palestine and you end up in front of me, you better believe me and my children are gonna cut you up to pieces and feed you to the dogs, to the rabid dogs. You understand that?
You can't blame
There you
him
go.
for what he's saying. The same thing
No,
you're
but my
saying.
point is,
No, no.
My
Can I
point, my
respond?
point is though, this goes on, and
Same
Zubaydah
thing you're
says,
saying.
let me
Same thing.
finish.
It's not. None
Zubaydah
of these people
says,
on this
Wait,
panel
Absolutely,
wait.
all
said
the
that.
way.
hold
You
on,
are the
So, hold
occupier.
on.
Zubaydah
Hold
does
on.
not condemn it. You do
Okay,
not
you're wrong.
condemn it.
You're
That's
wrong.
the
Hold
Can
on,
I?
point.
Can I? Chip, can
Michael.
I
Hold on.
respond to that, please?
Yeah, just Michael, real quick. This is where I got in a lot of trouble, by the way. I saw that live about a minute before what you just played was said. I just happened to come in. I was in the audience. I wasn't a guest panel. I asked to come up. And the moment I got in, I got absolutely, I just happened to say I was interjecting to say that's not okay. And supposedly PG had said some things that were horrifically bad towards people's children and was going to dox somebody's children before that got said. That's all I know. Please go ahead, Zabita.
Can I clarify on that? So yeah, you are correct, Chip. You came in towards the end of that. I know Michael Hoss 100%. He knows that I condemn that, but he doesn't want to show that part. All right. Two things were said on that
Well, if
live.
you condemn it, then condemn
One
it now,
second.
please.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't
Then
interrupt you.
condemn it. Then condemn it
Let
now.
her finish and don't occupy her.
Let her finish, Mike, please. Go ahead, Zabita.
Okay. When that was said, I spoke to the brother and I said, this is not the right thing to do. Speaking in that manner is not ethical. There was also another thing that was said, and I spent at least 20 minutes educating that person on why not to say this. Michael Hoss himself knows this. I know for a fact he knows this, but he doesn't want to show that part because it doesn't suit his agenda. But notice, yet again, every single accusation made against me is not backed up by what I said, but rather than what other people says, because you guys know you can't defeat me. You know you don't have anything on me, so instead you're talking about what another person said whilst I happen to be on the panel. And by the way, both clips that you shown, Michael Hoss, where I was on the panel was not my panel. It was not my show. I was a guest on that panel, so I don't have full moderation on how people speak. If you can bring me something on my panel, on my show where I moderate, right, then you have no case with all due respect. The fact of the matter is this: silly things, disgusting things get said. I agree on both sides. But I don't condemn it. I mean, I don't condone it. I don't allow it. I don't approve of it. I don't support it. I speak for myself. And even when I do speak for myself, you guys are still going to call me anti-Semitic, because the problem is not what we say. It's the fact that we're saying it. It's the fact that we are criticizing your country. You came on here and you called Chip Barnes anti-Semitic because he said he didn't want to go to Israel. You guys have misused that word anti-Semitic. If I was to simply breathe in the direction of a Jewish person, my breath will be anti-Semitic. This word means nothing no more because you guys overuse it. When I called somebody a filthy Zionist, filthy means somebody is dirty. Zionist is an ideology. So therefore you have a dirty ideology. But according to Michael Hoss, you now have some inherent hatred towards Jewish people. It's getting ridiculous. You are doing more harm to the Jewish community, especially as a non-Jewish person, using true Jewish suffering to weaponize as a beating stick just for the sake to score points. Like, there is genuine anti-Semitism, and then there's people like you who weaponize the word because you want to silence people. Like my brother Firhad said, your victimhood, your victim card, it doesn't work no more. Nobody cares. Again, me and him are both Algerian. My mother, I'm not finished. I didn't cut you. I didn't cut you. I was very
I
silent,
didn't
Michael
speak for
Hoss.
5 minutes.
Let her finish and don't Israeli here.
I was very silent.
Don't speak for.
You're not going to intimidate us. Within the UK government, they said supporting Hamas means it's illegal. You guys don't scare us anymore. You're not going to subdue us anymore. It's not happening. It's way out of your control at this point. Because of people like you, you are forcing the governments to concede. You are forcing politicians to change their opinion, because you know what it is. When North Korea does something wrong, they get sanctioned. They get isolated in the international stage. When Russia does something wrong, they get sanctioned, they get isolated on the international stage. Iraq does something, well, they don't get sanctioned, they get illegally invaded. So we're starting to see a pattern of behavior here. But when Israel does something wrong, nothing seems to happen. And so what you force the public to do is to hold the governments accountable and ask them why. And because they have no answer, they've now been exposed. So everything that's going on here helps our agenda. By you trying to silence us, actually goes against you, because people are going to want to speak more. That's what I have to say.
Hey, Chip, give Iskander a turn. Iskander has been sitting here for a while.
Addressed me for 5 minutes, and I will make it short. Everything you just said, I will just come back with what I started. There's a terrorist organization. You cannot support terrorism and think you're going to win.
That's why we don't support Israel.
Israel will not lose due to terrorism.
We will not support
This
Israel
is exactly
ever.
why we don't support Israel, because this is a terrorism.
And when you say filthy Zionist, we know who you're
Thanks for
speaking.
accepting me, guys. I would like to speak
we
for
know
this
who you're
cowboy when I get a chance.
Filthy
This
Zionist.
person
I
a
say it
Zionist? Is
again.
every Zionist a Jew? No, there are Christian
Michael,
Zionists like
remember,
yourself. You're not a wait, Abdul. You're not a Jew. You are a Zionist. Not every Zionist is a Jew. Not every Jew is a Zionist. So what are you talking about?
and
You're
all of
trying to
entire
imply. Wait,
Hamas and all of entire Palestine is defender.
On this
All
live,
the defender. We
you
are the
you
defenders.
try to
We are the
redefine.
oppressed and you are the oppressors.
On this live, you try to redefine anti-Semitism to suit yourself. You know
I'm
that's a
Semitic
lie.
person. I'm a Semitic person, and it's funny how you didn't condemn Moroccan for saying that I'm associated to Boko Haram, even though I've got no affiliation to them. And the only reason why he associated me to Boko Haram is because I'm a Muslim, and he called me a fanatic, which is again Islamophobic, and he's doing that because of my ethnicity and because my religion, which I will say is anti-Semitic. Islam is a Semitic religion. Being Arab is a Semitic group of people. So I suffered anti-Semitism on this live. You said nothing. Exactly.
What anti-Semitism is, and you know it. You know it.
Anti-Semitic, Semitic
Don't
group of
try to
people.
redefine the
Hebrew,
word.
Arabs,
Look
and
it up.
Aramaics. I'm a Semitic.
Look
Are
in
you telling
any
me I'm not
dictionary.
Semitic? Are you
Look
trying
in
to tell me that I'm not
Guys,
Semitic?
can I
look in
say
any
something,
dictionary.
please, if
Wait,
you
the
don't mind?
Kurdish, the Kurdish,
Zubaida,
please. Let me have a word.
Zubaida,
Kurdish, let
look
me have
in
a.
any dictionary in the
Am I
UK, the
Semitic?
US. Look
Am I
in
Semitic?
look in any
Am I
dictionary
Semitic?
and read the definition of
Am I Semitic?
anti-Semitism.
Cool, that's fine. I'm just asking you a question. Am I Semitic?
One has nothing to do with the other, Zubaida. You know
Am
it.
I Semitic? So you're denying my
One
history
has
now.
nothing to do
Only
with
Jews
it.
can be Semitic, right? Only Jews can be Semitic.
According to the definition of
Oh,
anti-Semitism,
okay.
Zubaida. You
So
know it.
this is why there's a problem, because they keep on trying to hijack terms, hijack countries, hijack people's identity. Their whole identity is based off theft
So
off of other people.
we control every dictionary in the world.
You're
Okay.
not.
Host,
You're not
please, can
agreeing
I
that I'm
show the real
you're a
I'm not
Semitism
Jewish,
racist.
Michael.
from their
So
own Jewish library? Can I just show, please, in front of over 800
Yes, you can, but after Iskander goes, he's been waiting very patiently. Go ahead, Iskander.
Yeah, so look, so Mr. Haas, and actually this goes to just anybody who thinks that Israel is some extension of the US. So look, bottom line up front, the Palestinian people have never attacked the US. So why does the United States hate the Palestinian people so much? I mean, I just go back to the reality that my own
Who
mother
says
was
they
born
do?
into.
Look,
So, well,
I
what do you
didn't
mean?
experience that when I was in
Okay.
Israel, and I don't know anybody here who
Stop
hates
Okay.
interrupting people. Let him
No,
talk.
it's fine. It's fine.
anybody
Let it,
here who.
we can have a conversation. So what I'm saying is the Palestinian people do not hate the US. It is the United States that hates the Palestinian people. Why are we constantly enabling the antics of Israel, discriminating against and demonizing and dehumanizing Palestinians from birth? Like, they don't have the same rights as people born in Israel. And I know what you're going to say, oh, but they're not Israeli. Well, I don't know if you're talking, like, not to go too deep into the World War I history here, but T.E. Lawrence declined his knighthood for a reason. It is because the British government betrayed the Palestinian Arabs that helped them win World War I, because they revolted against the Ottomans, thinking, hey, the British government's going to give us this piece of real estate. They never got it. The British government turned on it. The British government recruited people who later joined the Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi. And that's what later formed the IDF. That's what later essentially cleansed and kicked Palestinians off of that land. So that's kind of the problem. That's never been addressed. And because Israel was seen as a bulwark against communism, and later because there's a huge evangelical base in the United States that votes to give weapons to Israel and so on and so forth, there has never been, unfortunately, reconciliation for the Palestinian people. But let me just take you back. So you support the troops, right? You have the U.S. flag in your name. You love the troops. You support them. Can we start there?
Well, you've said a lot away from.
Yeah, sure. No, address. It's fine. Address.
Let me just real quick address the first thing you said is why do Americans hate the Palestinians? How many people do we see on the streets protesting for the Palestinians? And they're allowed to do it. How many people have come out of the universities that were existing, living their lives as Palestinians, still allowed to protest? They don't receive a lot of hate. They're on the
How many of
streets
them lost their
exercising their
jobs?
rights as Palestinians.
No,
Nobody
How many
hates
of those
argument.
Palestinians lost
That's
their
a dumb
jobs?
argument.
Let me finish.
That's a
That
dumb
wasn't what I
argument.
said. That's a straw man. I said the United States government hates the Palestinians. Not that, that was my point.
Of that.
So Okay, when the United States government funnels weapons to Israel, as Israel bombs the crap out of Palestinian women and children, that's not hate?
Are you talking about since October 7th in the
Even
ground?
before October 7th, way before October 7th. The U.S. became Israel's main military
You know,
supplier after
the
67.
biggest funding that the U.S. gives to Israel is for the Iron Dome. Do you know that one armament from the Iron Dome costs about $100,000? And just
Yeah,
since October
exorbitant
7th, they
amounts of money.
fired 15,000 rockets towards civilians. That costs money.
Yeah, and the U.S. You realize that the U.S. government has supplied the government of Israel with like F-15s, for example, and with artillery, and with satellite technology, and with small arms, and with lots
And
of
they're
ammo.
surrounded by
So
7 terrorist organizations that want to wipe them out. They need this. They need F-15s.
let's see. Hold
They
on. The
need
government of
Iron Dome.
Jordan. Hold on. You said 7. So okay, there's what? There's 7 organizations that hate them. Well, the government of Jordan, last I checked, has actually a very tight defense alliance with Israel. So there's that. El-Sisi in Egypt has absolutely no intention of enabling any militancy from the Palestinians. In fact, just the opposite. Plus, the PA in the West Bank has arrested members of the H group for quite some time now. And this is kind of why
Well,
the PA is unpopular even
go
within its
to
own
the
community.
Department of
So,
National Intelligence Counterterrorism, and you can see all 7 of them.
okay, well,
Chip, with all due
you're telling
respect, I think Michael's getting a huge say here. I think it's fair to let someone else in.
You guys go ahead.
Can I please like show this article?
He's at the center
We'll
of
do it
this, but
another
there's
day.
other people with opinion.
We'll go another day.
Because
Thank you.
Israel also
You are
brings a
muted,
lot.
host. You are muted.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I told Abu I'd let him show a video or something.
Yes,
like
thank
that.
you very much. Yeah. I have actually this article because I am actually Rita. Can you make my skin big? I'm really tired of all of this shit term anti-Semitism. Here, it's actually from the Jewish library. And this especially side is very Zionist side. Here, the term, when he actually talked also about the dictionary, the term anti-Semite was coined in Germany in 1879 by Wilhelm in his pamphlet, The Way to Victory of Germanism over Judaism, to refer to the anti-Jewish manifestation of the period and to give Jew hatred a more scientific sounding name. According to historian, that man, instead of using the word Judaism has a hatred of Jews, he chose anti-Semitism, hatred of Jewish so-called race. And here he wanted an all-encompassing word, a word that would include who were no longer practicing the religion, and the Jews who might have been even converted. So if the entire earth converted to Judaism, which means they are all the same, no, that doesn't make sense. Because he also was influenced by the word, by the idea that it was in your blood. And then here, Zach Rothbard note that anti-Semitism did not appear in the English edition of the Oxford English Dictionary, the original edition. When he talked about dictionary, this is why he talked about. He quoted from only 5th July in 1900, more than that, letter from Jewish James Murray, the founding of editor, and then his great nephew, and then he said the material for anti-words was so enormous that much violence and had to be employed to include them all. Anti-Semite and its family were then probably very new in English use and not thought likely to be more passing known words. And then here, they did not receive treatment in a separate article. Probably we had to do that post now. We should have make anti-Semite a main word and add hence anti-Semitism. He also noted the man in the street would have said anti-Jewish. Here, anti-Semitism has been accepted and understood to mean of the hatred of Jewish people. Dictionaries defined. So they have added themselves term in it theory action, which means in general actually, as we can short understand it, they actually have even stole this term for them. So for the Semite people, the Middle Eastern, the example Babylonian, the Sumerian, the Chaldean, the Assyrian, the Armenian, all of these Semite languages has the nothing to do in the Western Europe or the Eastern Europe or the African in general. And as we know, over 80% of the Ashkenazis are actually Western Europe themselves. What is here at the same time, it's actually here it says, from the whole school Harvard, it says here, the largest study to date of Asian DNA from the Jewish individuals reveals unexpected genetic subgroups in the middle of German Ashkenazis Jews and sheds light on the founder event in which small population gave rise to most present-day Ashkenazis. The funding spearheaded by genetics from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Harvard Medical School. About half of the Jewish people around the world today identify as Ashkenazis, meaning that they descend from Jews who lived in Central or Eastern Europe. The term was intentionally used to define the distinct culture group of Jews who settled in the 10th century in the city of the German Western, which means simply that most of the Jews are actually not even Middle Eastern, but they want to force themselves inside our Canaan land. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's easily refutable because
Yeah, the shit you say.
Zach, we got to take turns here. So, by the way,
Quite a while.
everybody
Can we
know,
keep in
in just a
order?
second, I have to start. Hold on, Curtis. Just one sec. This is just administrative. So I have to start rotating a few panel members, just so you know, because we have more people waiting. So if you do get dropped, that's why. It's nothing personal. Okay, Curtis, you've been waiting forever. Thanks for your patience. Please go ahead.
I would like to
Thank you.
and thank you very
Thank you
much
for accepting me, Chip. Thank you so much.
If you just can come up here with a be blessed. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Okay. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chip. I think I don't like to beat around the bush. I like to go for the jugular. It infuriates me when conversations happen around the elephant in the room. So that cowboy that just left or got dropped, people like him, you can talk to them forever and ever. Their only motivation is to be anti-Islam and anti-Middle Eastern. Because he, as a cowboy, he's basically the cousin of a redneck and the nephew of a hillbilly. People like him will always, always hate Islam and hate the Middle East. That's it. There's nothing you can do about it. You can talk to them forever and ever. And the evangelicals and whoever else you want to put into that group are all part of the same gang. Their motivation in supporting Israel is not because they could care less about Israel. It's because they hate Arabs and Muslims and the Middle East much more. They see it as as a polar opposite to their version of Americanism. And their version of Americanism is quite isolationist. It's quite separate from the mainstream American. So if you dig into this subject matter, you will see that it's very simple. It doesn't need overcomplication. It doesn't need too many scientific articles. These are a bunch of hillbillies, cowboys, and rednecks who have always hated and will always hate the Middle East since the day America was created. It's a conflict, but they see it as a conflict between East and West, between civilizations, and it dates back to the time of the Crusades, in their minds anyway. They're very kind of fuzzy on the facts and the details because they don't like facts and details. It's a minor inconvenience to them, but that is the core of their belief. So when you have, I think, who was it? Iskender. He said about, American government hating Palestinians. It goes much deeper than that. American politicians hate the entirety of the Middle East. They despise the Arab man and anyone else in association with that. Kurds, whatever, all the other groups in Iranians, etc. They don't draw a distinction. Turks, etc. You name it. They don't draw a distinction between us. They see us as all as part of the same group who are basically their enemy. That's how they see it. That's how they view it. And the Jewish people, to them, are an opportunity to have a force against us. So basically, they're using Jewish people. Okay, they're using them, but they couldn't care less about them. And I think most Jewish people actually understand this and know this. They know that the relationship with America is based on a false mutual interest that American politicians think they have. And that's why they have to be paid so much, because it's quite a weak relationship. American politicians have to be paid a lot of money by Israeli lobbies to keep their so-called support going. So there's money involved in this, okay? There's money. It's very straightforward. It's a transactional, financial, military relationship that is driven by commerce, by hatred of Islam, by hatred of the Middle East. It's so simple. All you guys reading all these statements and all these definitions and all these Oxford dictionaries, he couldn't care less about that. That redneck doesn't care about that. He probably doesn't even understand half the words. They're too big for him. And I'm not talking about him personally. I'm talking about him as an example of all of that group of people. So it's hopeless. So what I'm trying to say is you're talking to the wrong people. You're entertaining the wrong people. You're humoring the wrong people. These are not the guys that are going to solve the problem. And ultimately, deep down, they're cowards. Believe me, if you send that cowboy to the middle of Israel and Palestine, and if he was in the middle of the war, he will hide behind anyone, even a Muslim, to save himself. And that's what you need to realize here. I'm telling you as someone who's actually seen this in action. I've seen this in war. I've seen how cowards can forego all their so-called principles and ideology to save their own skin. And this is why the problem isn't being solved. Because the way to solve this problem is to get the common sense Israelis and the common sense Palestinians to come together and to actually
30 seconds. We got to share
30 seconds. Brilliant.
Yep.
In 30 seconds, get those common sense Palestinians with the common sense Israelis to talk to each other without all this filth and all these rednecks and all these hillbillies and all these freaks and all these idiots in the American government and all these losers in the British government. These are all opportunists. These are all psychos. Get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. Put them all in a prison together with Boris Johnson, with all these other losers, with Genocide Joe and all. None of these people care. You're talking to people who could care less, okay? That's my conclusion. You're talking to people who could care less about any of this. They just want cash. They want entertainment. That hillbilly's probably in his mother's bedroom with his cowboy.
Hold on. Because first of all, thank you for your points. I just want to say, I don't know Michael as far as what he is, how he is, and I don't know if he's quote unquote a hillbilly. I don't know if that's appropriate language, although people can say what they want. Michael has a point of view, and I disagree with it. I think Michael's much more in line with most Americans, especially people of my age group who have been brought up during the Cold War and have been trained to dislike people from the Middle East, which is not abnormal considering American propaganda has worked. Every Netflix movie, every single movie where the villain, who is it? It's an Islamic terrorist, right? So that's just American life, and it's unfortunate, but it's not surprising. Okay, the order is going to be, just to let you know, I'm going to get, so it's going to be Zach, then Be Blessed, then Zach, then Prozio, then Barismo, and then we'll go back to Iskander, then back to Zabita, then back to Farad. Zach, Be Blessed. How you doing?
It's a shame Michael Hoss wasn't here because I put a question to Michael before and he ran away. So
I can bring him up. I think he's in the chat.
That would be amazing if you could.
I'll bring him up. Yeah, here we go. Here, Michael's back.
Mr. Hoss, we have an unfinished conversation, so let's see if we can try it again. A good old American boy like you, I want to try and understand, because you always come on these panels and take a moral stance and wag your finger at people. So I really want to try and understand, in front of how many people are we now? 700 people? Where your morals lie. So as an American, I'm going to put to you the same question I put to you again, right? Would you condemn foreign nationals coming onto American soil and committing a terrorist attack?
He's not connecting. He's not connecting through.
Say it again.
Oh, I can see him.
Let me start off first. Whoever that person was that spent 5 minutes thinking he knows who I am. Just let me set the record straight, and then I'll address you. Be blessed.
Well, he's gone now.
Well, he's probably still listening, but for the 700 people that heard his nonsense, ad hominem attacks are for people who have nothing else. You made so many bigoted accusations simply because you see a cowboy hat and you're triggered. You have no idea what I've seen and what I've lived. I have been to 30 countries. I got as close to Gaza as I could to see for myself what was happening there. I had to get clearance and get escorted through military checkpoints to get to where I got by connections I had to see what was going on with my own two eyes. I have worked in the middle of the Middle East, all throughout the Middle East. I spent weeks between Alexandria and Cairo at gas plants. I've spent time in Indonesia. I've spent 5 years working in Kazakhstan. I was engaged to a Muslim. You
Well, damn,
people
aren't
get
you worldly?
so triggered when you see a cowboy hat and listen to the filth that came out of his mouth for 5 minutes, thinking he knew me, judged me when he has no clue who he's speaking of. You do not
Okay,
know
well,
my
he's not
heart.
here now, Michael. So let's
Well,
see if we can focus
let
on
me just
my.
say to you, be blessed as well, because you have some things to say too. You do not know
I
my
asked a
heart, but
simple
you go
question.
right ahead. You go right
So,
ahead.
okay, let me ask you the question again. An American like you, who's got the American flag in his image, I'm assuming would be very easily and very quickly be willing to condemn foreign nationals coming onto American soil and committing a terrorist attack against Americans.
Of the 340 million Americans, I would probably say 335 of them own an American flag. But go ahead.
What do you mean? Go ahead. It was a simple question.
Of course not. We don't.
Okay, let me
Foreign
ask you.
nationals
I'm going to be
attacking the
very
United States.
specific. Very specific. Would you be willing to condemn foreign nationals coming onto American soil and committing a terrorist attack against Americans? Yes or no? It's very straightforward.
Of course. Who wouldn't?
Perfect. So the IDF soldiers, dual nationals that came onto the campus of Columbia and committed a bioterrorist attack against students who were exercising their freedom to assemble and protest. I'm assuming that sits well with you, that they should see, I don't know, the guillotine or something, and Israel should be condemned for allowing terrorists to come onto American soil.
I don't know what case you're speaking of, but if they broke the law, they should
Okay,
be punished.
I'll help you kind of figure it out then. In January,
I already answered your
2
question.
IDF
If they broke a
soldiers.
law, they should be punished.
Well, it's not good.
100%.
No, Michael. We're not going to play that game. This is, again, very specific.
You asked the
Right? They didn't just
question and I answered it. I would condemn
They
it.
didn't just break the law, Michael. They didn't just break the law. We're not going to dance around this. They, as serving members of the IDF, they came back from the duty, came onto the campuses of Columbia, where students were exercising their right to protest, and committed a bioterrorist attack by attacking people who were just protesting with skunk water. That's a very simple thing to condemn.
And these protesters never attack Jews, right?
You want to point
That's a
out
very
one
separate
criminal
question.
Let's
Let's focus on the question that I'm asking.
Okay, I've
Anyway, I'm
already
asking
answered
Michael.
your
You can jump in
question.
a second.
Be
What was that,
blessed.
Michael?
I answered your question about a criminal act that you pointed out that they should be punished, and you want to sidestep the violence on college campuses that's directed towards Israeli students and Jewish students
As
daily.
yet, hold on. So again, what we're going to try and we're going to
You
finish the
seriously want to
conversation
make
as
that
we started
comparison?
it. So now hold on. Let's not try and dance
Yeah,
around
let's
this, right?
let
So the
B-Boys have a
point
turn real
was
quick, okay?
this was a terrorist attack, right? It was a terrorist attack that was committed by serving foreign nationals. These aren't just individuals that woke up and said, you know what, I'm having a bad day and I can do whatever. These are serving foreign nationals who came onto American soil and committed a terrorist attack.
And your point?
And I want them to be talked about in those terms, because that is exactly what happened. So to say, oh, if they committed a crime, no. If you can come on these panels and be very strongly worded about being offended and taking a moral stance on somebody saying something, I don't see why you shouldn't have exactly the
think
same
I made
vim
my point.
for people who are committing terrorist
It
attacks
was
in a land
wrong,
that you
and
stand
they should be
for and are
punished.
waving a
What's your
flag for.
point? What is your point? I told you.
My point is,
It's a
I'm
crime.
trying to.
They should be
My point
punished.
is, Michael.
But you
My
want to
point is.
sidestep
No. You asked me
daily
the
the
question. Let me
thousands
answer.
of students who
Are
are
you going
put
to
into
talk over me
danger.
while I try and answer your question?
Yeah, let's
My
let one
point is,
person
in
talk.
front of 700 people, you came rushing onto this panel and tried to take the moral high ground as if you were going to come somehow trying to civilize us. And yet your moral high ground is very shaky. You cannot take a moral high ground when it, as clear as day, you're seeing something that is clearly a terrorist attack and you're struggling to have those words come out of your mouth.
Look,
Struggling. If it's
be
a
blessed.
crime.
You're
Guys, so in fairness to Michael, he did say that if they broke the law, and I think the point that makes more sense is, Michael, if you're gonna categorize other people's behavior that you're condemning from a moral standpoint as terrorism, you wouldn't call that breaking the law.
Look, Chip, if you can pull up the incident and find the charges, were they charged with a terrorist act? Were they charged at all? What was the charges and what's been the punishment? Was there a trial? You wanted me to speak on something just from an opinion. I vaguely even heard of this, perhaps. I don't even know. Do you know what the charges were? Do you know
And
how the
therein lies the
court?
problem, though, Michael, isn't it?
But do
The
you
fact that you
know?
don't
You
know
came on here to
in
speak
peace
about it like it was
times,
some great point to make, but do you even
the
know?
fact that you do not know that, the fact
Do
that you
you
do not
know?
know
Be
that
blessed. Do
American
you know?
students
Be
were
blessed. Do
attacked
you know?
in a
Do you
chemical
know?
attack
We can
seems
look
kind of
up
weird to me.
the
But you
facts of
seem
the
to
case.
know these things
Hold on.
about.
Listen, in fairness to Michael, just because he didn't hear about it doesn't mean that he wouldn't care about it if he did. He sounds like he's trying to be morally consistent, although the language may be a little different, which may not be unfair. If you have the details, be blessed, you can gather them so we can present them to Michael, maybe find out. Here's the other point, though. These are two IDF officers that came into a public university in the United States of America and attacked pro-Palestinian protesters. That just seems inappropriate. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you're probably not for that, and I think it's fair to point that out.
No, I wouldn't. I would not support that. No.
Right.
But I would
feel
like to
that's
see
consistent.
what the charges were. Were they convicted? Were they deported? Did they
I don't
lose
know
their
the details.
visa? Or
You can
did
look
they
at.
lose?
You can Google
I
it.
would
I
like.
would do the same thing. You can just Google Columbia University IDF skunk water. You'll find it. You'll find the
Yeah,
case.
that's
So
terrible. That's not the
okay,
way. That's not the way to go about it. No,
let's let
absolutely
B-Boy
not.
finish her point, and then we're going to let Zach go. Thank you.
Yeah, no. So this is the challenge that I have. Is that Michael is so willing to support Israel's right to do whatever it wants, regardless of international law, regardless of morality, regardless of rights and wrong. But when it comes to his own backyard, the country that he's wearing what's it called, Khyber boots for and putting the flag for, somehow he doesn't seem to know what's happening there. Mr. I am worldly, Mr. I was married to a Muslim woman or engaged to a Muslim woman, doesn't seem to know what's happening in his own country.
I don't know where you got that from. You're
You told us.
just making things up. I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions about me, and you don't know me.
You
You're
just
just
told
making
us that you
assumptions.
were engaged to a Muslim woman. You just told us that you were a very
You know what
worldly
I'm talking
individual.
about.
Anyway,
You made all these
besides,
statements of your
Michael, this
opinion
really just
about
proves
me.
my point that there is a lot of
You've
inconsistency
proven
with
no
the
points.
decisions
You've
that you
proven.
make and
Look, be
how you
blessed.
try and present.
Be
And so
blessed.
this is
You've
why I can't
proven.
take you seriously when you
You've
try and come on
proven
these panels
nothing.
and make a moral argument because of that
Be blessed.
inconsistency.
You've proven nothing. You've proven
I think
nothing.
I've proven a lot, but continue.
Is that all you got? Because that was pretty weak. That was. I don't know what your point was, really.
I'm good.
Chip, I just came back up because whoever spoke 5 minutes before me absolutely had no clue, and he just showed a lot of bigotry in his talking points there. So whoever he was, I hope he heard me because he was absolutely being a bigot. He has no idea who I am.
I tried to mention the fact that I thought that was a little bit unreasonable to reach there not knowing what was up. So I hope you thought that was fair. I was trying to be fair. Okay, Michael. Yeah, let me let Zach go real quick. Thanks for everybody being patient so far. Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, so, listen, what I love to talk about is language and how it's used in this conflict. And I think Be Blessed just gave me like a lovely opportunity to talk about these two things because she couldn't help but say the words, chemical. It was a chemical attack against people. It was a chemical attack. So I am familiar with that incident. And it was two off-duty Israeli officers who also, by the way, happen to be Columbia students. Thank you. They were Columbia students, and they sprayed it's called skunk, and it's essentially a smelly liquid. It does what you would expect it to do. It smells bad, and so they use it as a crowd control, as an alternative to things that are actually dangerous to people, or that actually hurt people. It doesn't actually hurt people at all. It's just really smelly. And so it's used as a kinder approach to crowd control all over the world now. But this idea that you just kept calling it a chemical terrorist attack against students without ever mentioning that they were fellow students and that they didn't actually commit a terrorist attack. It was a rowdy, dangerous, pro-Palestinian protest that was happening on Columbia University, and the two fellow Israeli students were counter protesting and sprayed this stuff. And I think they got in trouble, by the way, as they should, because it's not cool. I wouldn't want it from the Palestinian side, and so it shouldn't happen from our side. But this idea that you kept harping on it being a chemical attack against a chemical terrorist attack is what you said. And so I just
Zach, remind me.
yeah.
You're a professor at
Parsons.
was it Parsons?
I
Right?
was. I haven't taught in years now.
Interesting. Okay, so let me understand this correctly. Two serving IDF soldiers who were not there to provide crowd control, if they were supposed to be counter protesters,
They were
right?
Columbia students.
They were Columbia students. Okay, so they weren't there on official business to be able to control the crowd.
No, they were
On what
counter
basis?
protesting. They were doing what you know at every protest, where there's
So
the one side of the
okay, so
Pallies
as
and one side of the
hold on,
Israelis.
relax, Zach, relax. You said a lot.
And
Okay, one
every
second.
young
We can have a
college age
conversation
student in
without
Israel is a
without you
member of
trying
the
to
IDF.
bulldoze. Relax. Okay, so as counter protesters, it's within their. You're saying it's within their rights for them to take.
Didn't say it.
Because
Didn't say that. In
skunk
fact, I
water
said
isn't.
they should
Hold on,
get in
hold on.
trouble.
Skunk water
I
isn't
said
a
that they should get in trouble.
1 second, Zach. You can't continue to just keep talking at me. 1 second, right?
Well,
So
actually, this is my
their
time to talk.
count
So,
again.
actually,
Why?
I'd
Why
like
am I
to
so
control this
being
because I
so
had another
black?
point. I
Why
had
are
another
you?
point
No, I'm
because
trying to
I'm
respond to
not
the
sure
point
if
that
you're
we
aware.
have on
I
the.
actually didn't. I didn't open the floor for you. This.
Hold on 1 second.
Chip, can I respond to the thing
Yeah,
he's?
but you're
Okay.
there. Okay, so Zach said, if I understand what Zach said, was that the severity of the attack didn't seem similar to other T-word attacks. Like that was the general theme, and that these were people that were not officially on duty. They were in school. They happened to have those designations with the state of Israel, but that they did it as a counter protest. They should be punished according to Zach because it was not cool. He said. But he didn't think it rose to the same level as other commensurate attacks, if I'm understanding Zach according. Is that about right, Zach?
No, that's not what he said at all.
Are
Chip.
you familiar with the last Islamic terrorist attack on the United
Sorry,
States
before we
soil
move
was?
on from this point, I just
Because
want to correct.
no, we're not
No,
going to move on to this point. I want to talk
okay,
about
no,
when the last Islamic terrorist attack on the United
no, we're
States
going
soil.
to
And by
stay
the
on the
way, it's
point.
not
We're not
9/11.
going to change
Just to
the
be clear,
subject.
it's not 9/11.
Chip, can you ask him not to change the subject? I want to respond to what he was
No, this
saying.
is the point because I want to talk about. You talked about Islamophobia. Everyone, the guy before you
I
talked
didn't
about
actually talk about
Islamophobia. Where does
Islamophobia.
this come from? Why
I
does
didn't.
America
No, Zach,
hate
we
the
are not going
Muslims?
to
Where does
change
this
the
come from?
subject.
And
Again, we're not
the reason
changing
it
the
comes,
subject.
I
Zach,
don't want
you
Chip.
specifically said
I don't want to
that
talk
they were
over
there
her.
doing counter protest, right? You said that it is perfectly normal for somebody to use, in your words, smelly water for crowd control. What business do they have for crowd control if they're counter protesters?
I
What
didn't say
official
that I
duty
didn't
do
say
they
they had a
have to
responsibility
go
for
and
crowd
attack
control.
somebody else who is
I didn't say they
protesting
had a
with
responsibility for crowd
with this
control. Not only
smelly
did I
water
not
that
say
you poured?
that, but I said it was wrong that they should be punished, and that the point that I have against you is that you use the word T attack multiple times when you know intellectually that it has nothing to do with a T attack. It has no resemblance whatsoever to T attacks at all. But you
So
use the
as
word
their
because you
protest
know it's
involves
charged.
them, so their protest, according to you, their version of protesting means that they're going to attack other protesters with chemically, what's it called, noxious water.
Okay, same age, two boys blew up the Boston Marathon. That was the
We're
last
not talking
Islamic
about
terrorist
Boston. We're
attack in the
talking about
United
this
States.
specific. Don't change
That
the subject,
is a
Zach.
T attack.
Don't
You want to
no,
talk
Zach.
about T
Don't change the
attacks?
subject.
That is why
We're,
we
no, no, we're not
see
talking. We're talking
Muslims
about this
and Jews
specific
differently. Because
incident.
if you want to call what we did a T,
I want to jump in, but I have to. Okay. We want to make sure the conversation is going somewhere. Be blessed. Let me share this with you. I think from the reasonable person's standpoint, I try to be fair. I think what Zach is trying to say that the magnitude matters and the impact matters. In other words, what happened in Boston, right or wrong, whether you love it, that was very impactful. A lot of people died. A lot of people got horribly injured, and it was done by 2 young people. This particular act done by 2 young people was involving a skirmish at a protest. They should not have done it. It was illegal. But as far as it rising to the same level of magnitude, I think it's fair for Zach to point out that the 2 are apples and oranges. Is that fair to say?
No, I'm sorry, Jip, but no, absolutely not. Again, if they were there as counter protesters, why, 1, did they come armed with skunk water? 2, why did they specifically target Palestinian protesters? 3, why were they there as ex-IDF soldiers? Again, this isn't just a shower in Aesop, like water or anything. This is chemically noxious. This is used as a weapon.
I'll answer.
It is not their place as counter.
All Israelis
supposedly,
are
according to
ex-IDF
him,
soldiers. All Israelis. So any student that is an Israeli at Columbia is an ex-IDF soldier. Second, they didn't come armed with skunk water. They came because they hate the fact that there's a bunch of students in a liberal university protesting in support of a group that just gang raped, tortured, and unalived 1,200.
Who are they to decide what other Americans can or cannot do?
Muted, Chip.
You're muted.
We're starting to split hairs here, everybody. So first of all, TikTok friendly language, you know the deal. Secondly, I think it's fair what Zach's pointing out. I'm not taking sides with Zach. I'm saying in terms of the issue being discussed, the severity of other types of attacks that are typically called terrorism, and the severity of what happened in this campus, albeit it was offensive, unnecessary, shouldn't have been done. They should be punished. I think Zach's acknowledged that, which is fair. It does not rise to the same level of magnitude. Let's just leave it for that. If you feel differently, that's fine. But let's move to a different point that's a little more.
I'm sorry, Chip, but no, I don't think you are being fair in this.
That's okay. You don't have to. That's okay. You don't have to.
I don't think you're being fair at all, because this isn't about splitting hairs. Again, his point was these supposed to be counter-terrorists. Go ahead and protest all you want, but they came armed with chemical material, and they chose to attack other people who were protesting, other Americans. So no, this isn't just a simple case of other people being attacked and a simple skirmish. No, it was a target attack by serving IDF soldiers. IDF soldiers.
That's fair.
Every time there's a civil disobedience act done by the Palestinians, we can call it a T attack. So every time a protest has any usage of any sort of tear gas or smelly gas, or any times they disrupt, we should call that a T attack.
By whom?
I mean, I just want to know if this is the level of what gets called a T-TAC. Can we turn it around and say anytime anything is done by whom? By a pro-Palestinian protester?
Pro-Palestinians are not going around putting skunk water on people.
No.
Israeli IDF.
You're wrong. I just saw them today spraying red paint all over a building. Like just
that's a building, not
spraying red paint all over a building.
And people are two
and
different things.
Human beings are separate things, and also that red paint is paint. It is not chemical water.
This is not chemical water. It's smelly water. It is literally.
It's not just smelly water. It actually makes you sick, and it did make those students sick, actually.
Ooh.
You're muted again.
Yeah, we can.
Quick. In the audience, I have not verified this, said that the people who were affected by this agent had to go to the hospital. So it wasn't just smelly water. It was something chemical and smelly. So that's a little more severe than just a nuisance. Let's be fair about that too. It doesn't rise to the level of the Boston thing, fair enough, and what most Americans would probably call terrorism. But it was notable that it was 2 Israeli soldiers, given the nature of the protest, something they probably shouldn't have done. Not a good look for Israel, having their officers attack students who are protesting.
Can I reply?
And Zach, did the building went to the hospital or no? The building that they sprayed paint on it, did they took the building to the hospital or what's up?
To be honest, I've read a bunch of articles about this particular thing. They're like 8 snowflake kids who threw up when they smelled this terrible smell and then went to the hospital.
Snowflake, you said, Zach?
Yeah, they're snowflakes. They're snowflakes. The idea that they were doing what
Guys,
we
I think
know
Ronnie was
pro-Palestinian
talking.
protesters to
Trying to
do
tell us
in
that
the
is the word that
face
you're
of
using
like.
for people who've been attacked with chemicals. Anyway, the reason I keep bringing this up, Chip, is because despite Zach trying to make this out like as if it's some simple thing that's happened, we know that a 6-year-old boy was murdered in his home because he was a Muslim boy, right? We know that there were
No, not true. I mean, actually, no, I take that back. It is true, but not by Jews, not by a Jewish man.
Once in a while. Anyway, we saw that there were 3 boys who were violently attacked simply for carrying the kafir. We know that there was a Jordanian boy I've forgotten where in Europe, who was killed because of who he is. So these things are very important. The fact is that if you are exercising your right to protest as somebody who is pro-Palestinian, you are facing likely lethal consequences. Lethal consequences. So despite Zach and Michael Haas coming up here and trying to civilize us and say, hey, look all these things that we're doing. No, it is us who have to make sure that we are fighting through despite the levels of violence that we're consistently facing. So this smelly water that he consistently keeps talking about is a weapon that is used, and it's a weapon that is used against Palestinians, and sadly in this case
Yo, Chip,
it was a weapon
can
that
I
was
talk
used
just for
against
2 seconds?
American
Because like she
students.
had her time
No,
to
you can't
talk
talk over
without
me.
having to talk
Anyway,
to
thanks, Chip.
someone that forced them
Okay.
on their conversation.
Zach, why don't you finish your point? You don't have to keep addressing this issue if you don't.
I don't really want to talk to Be Blessed. I don't want to address that
No,
situation.
'cause you
Anyway,
can't
but the
talk
point
to
is, I'll end with a very, very simple point.
Okay.
And I'll reference that, which is that there's a reason why we call it Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, because anti-Semitism is like racism and sexism and chauvinism. It's about a hatred that is irrational and against a thing that people cannot change, versus Islamophobia, and we call it a phobia because it's like arachnophobia and fear of heights. It is about scary shit. And the reason it's actually scary, it's not irrational, is because if you look at the numbers of the amount of people killed by Islamic violence over the last 100 years, it's staggering. And if you compare it, it's not that the Christians didn't spend hundreds of years literally rampaging through countries, murdering people for their belief and in the name of God. It's not that there's any one religion that has a number that's better or worse. But if you look at the last 50 years and you said, what religion has been screamed as people die the most by far, it is Islam, period. That's an objective
Completely
fact.
false,
And if you
actually,
then
Zach.
compare it to the amount of people killed by, let's say, Jews, it is not even, it's not a relatable thing, which is why
Zach,
I
you're
don't
talking
understand
absolute
that the
crap.
world doesn't just
Respectfully,
look
you're
at these two
talking
things and go, I wonder who the aggressor is.
Let's let Ronnie come in for a sec. Hey, Ronnie.
Hi, I'm the only Palestinian on the panel, so I'd like to, be able to chip in for a second. Zach, got a question. Is terrorism only, in your eyes, only assigned to Muslims?
Of course.
So why is every example of terrorism, and why every time you mention terrorism, you only apply it to Muslims? Why is it?
How about this? You tell me about some non-Muslim terrorism. No.
I asked you a question. Don't flip it and tell me to, tell me something. No. Why are you only tying terrorism with Islam? Is it because you are Islamophobic? Is it because you have anti-Muslim or Islamophobic tendencies? Because, as a Palestinian Christian, a Zionist worst nightmare, I'm telling you right now that the language that you're spewing and the way that you're tying in terrorism with Islam is extremely Islamophobic in nature. So I want to know what you're trying to get to and why you're tying in terrorism only with Islam when domestic terrorism is on the rise, and there have been more cases of domestic terrorism in the United States than terrorism perpetrated by people that claim to be tied with Islamist groups based in the Middle East. So why are you spewing Islamophobic rhetoric on this live and tying people who adhere to the Muslim faith to be, terrorists? I just want to know what you're trying to get at.
Sure. So the difference between domestic terrorism, which exists in every country, it is domestic by nature of the fact that it's in that country, right? And it's by people of one country towards that country. And that exists in every country for a host of different reasons. And you can compare it to Islamic terrorism because I don't know if you can give me some examples, but the only real examples of modern terrorism where people left a certain country, traveled to another country, and committed terrorist acts against another country are Islamic.
The one I just told you about. where two foreign nationals, i.e., Israeli citizens,
That's not a
committed the
terrorist attack.
attack.
It's not a T attack. It's
Zach,
the
what about
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire
what
life.
about Israeli terrorism on Arab countries? Didn't they just terrorize? Didn't they just attack Iran? It's sanctioned terrorism by the Israeli government to attack
That's
other
Also,
nations.
again,
What do you mean no?
not terrorism. You guys can start using words incorrectly as much as you like. It doesn't make it true.
What
Can I
makes
just
it?
make
You
one
define
last
what
point on this,
terrorism
and
is.
I
You
want to drop
define
off?
what
military
terrorism
operation.
is, Zach. You have the authority to define what terrorism is. Government-sanctioned terrorism is not terrorism in your book.
It's
No.
sort of like when people say, like close partner grape. It's like
What?
there's a marketed difference between
Zach,
somebody
I just want to
approaching you in a
remind you
park
something.
that you've
Zach,
never met,
I'm
dragging
Jewish.
you into a bush
I'm a
and
Jew,
raping you,
just like
and
you,
your
Zach.
husband
I'm
and
a
you having an
Jew.
argument, and then you not like.
I'm a Jew just like you. I want to remind you that Zionist Jews invented terrorism in the beginning with Menachem Begin and Yitzhak Shamir.
I'm very
and all
aware
the
of what
genocide
I'm very
on
aware of
many.
Camp
They
David
invented
bombing and all of the
terrorism.
things that we did to
Israel is
reach our
adopting international terrorism as a matter of policy. This is Israeli policy, is to conduct international terrorism. Don't tell me what I was in the IDF. I know what I'm talking about. I don't know where you've
Again,
been.
if that is included, then America has committed more acts of terrorism, which again I sort of agree
So
with.
let's stop talking about terrorism. You
It's a
keep
different thing,
give me
is what I'm saying.
examples. You keep asking for
government
examples of
intervention in the rest of the
other
world.
than Islamic terrorism. Jewish terrorism, Israeli terrorism is far greater than
It's
far
not
greater in
terrorism.
percentage,
It's
in
not
percentage
terrorism
and
if
in
it's a
numbers.
government. Do you understand that? It's just a bad act by a government. Terrorism is by definition done by people who are non-governmental.
The
That is the
government
literal
is a
definition
terrorist.
of
The
terrorism.
Israeli government is a terrorist organization, just like they deemed Hamas government to be a terrorist organization. Israel deemed the Hamas. Hamas was elected in a free and fair election. They were elected to government in Gaza. Now they're accusing Hamas Hamas terrorism. No, Hamas is a terrorist, but Israel no. They're exempt, even though they're committing far greater acts of terror against many, including the U.S. They commit terrorism act against the U.S. Okay?
Real quick, while we have a second here, just to let everybody know. So I want to maintain, if it's okay with everybody, a little bit of orderly back and forth so we don't step on each other. Just a fair question to ask in general for people to mull around before we go to our next speaker. Is violence, whether it's done through uniforms, military, or a state, or it's done by a ragtag entity that's planned, in a dark tunnel somewhere and then enacted out, is just because somebody who has regular military power, is nothing that they do ever terroristic, and it's only the people who are ragtag and fighting back against the larger power. It seems a little unfair. I'll give you one example, then we'll go back to the chat. In the United States in the 1770s, when the so-called patriots of our country fought the British, and they used tactics that the British found dishonorable. So, for example, in that day, the redcoats would line up in a big line. Other people were supposed to line up against them, and they were supposed to fire, and then they would go after each other with bayonets. That was considered fair fights. The Americans couldn't do that because they didn't have the weapons or the soldiers to do that. So they used unconventional tactics, which is running up on somebody, shooting, and then running away behind a tree. And the British called them what? They called them terrorists. So the question is, why is one standard of military considered acceptable when Israel drone bombs and kills 5 people in a consulate in Iran? Why is that considered legitimate military activity? But if the same Iranian-sponsored group unalives 5 people in a cafe, that's considered terrorism.
Can I reply?
I think that's called racism, Chip.
I think I was.
Can I reply? I've been waiting a while.
Hold on, I'm the only Palestinian on the panel, and I think I was trying to have a one-on-one with Zach, and I only had 30 seconds in before I got cut off.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So Zach, you claim that terrorism, whatever your claims on terrorism is, you need to understand something. Terrorism does not have to be someone coming in from another country and committing an attack on foreign soil perpetrating their political or religious ideologies. It can be domestic. It can be someone that moved to another country, stayed there for a long period of time, and then decided to commit a T attack, whether it's on their own or in the name of a group. However, terrorism, in definition, is the use of intentional violence and fear to achieve political or ideological aims. The term is used in this regard primarily to refer to intentional violence during peacetime or in the context of war against non-combatants, mostly civilians and neutral military personnel. There are various definitions of terrorism, but this is the universally defined definition of terrorism. I'm not done. State terrorism is a form of terrorism that is committed by a nation state. Israel, for example, is committing terrorism towards innocent Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip. You're going to sit here and say that a country or a political group does not commit terrorist attacks against innocent civilians, besides people that are tied to so-called Muslim nations, again, spewing your Islamophobic rhetoric. But Israel itself is committing what has been defined by multiple human rights organizations as a form of state terrorism, with the intentional targeting of humanitarian aid workers, with the disregard for civilian life, with the targeting of civilian infrastructure, with the indiscriminate bombing against innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip. That itself, by pushing their either political and or religious ideology, is considered terrorism. On top of the terrorism that are illegal settlers that live in the West Bank and in occupied East Jerusalem are committing to Palestinian civilians living in the occupied territories. That itself is either considered state terrorism because the Israeli government, perpetrated by, Minister of National Security, Mr. Not Smotrich, the other guy, Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir, is physically arming and providing weapons to your illegal settlers, or attacks from Israeli police forces or the ITF. So to sit here and say that only people coming in from Muslim countries and perpetrate terrorist attacks in the name of Islam for whatever reasons, you're sitting here not realizing the fact that Israel is committing terrorist attacks against Palestinians in the name of Zionism masked as Judaism, whatever. You're sitting here not understanding the fact that Israel itself is committing terrorism against innocent civilians. Multiple human rights organizations have come out and claimed this. The United Nations has come out and claimed this. Even the Pope came out and agreed to the fact that Israel itself is committing terrorism against innocent civilians. So don't sit here and spew your Islamophobia, because I'm gonna get you in check. You're spewing Islamophobia coming from a Palestinian Christian. Again, a Zionist worst nightmare, which everybody agrees that a Zionist worst nightmare is a Palestinian Christian, because you guys think that we don't exist.
Why are you our worst nightmare?
So
I'm Israeli and I can knock your list.
I want to know why you're our worst. I mean, I'll tell you why I think you guys are our worst nightmare, because you were behind Entebbe and Munich. Palestinian Christians were the formation of some of the earliest T attacks against Israelis. So yeah, that's why I personally don't love Palestinian Christians.
And the Zionists introduced terrorism to Palestinians. As early.
How many planes did Israelis hijack during the 70s?
The Israelis actually introduced terrorism way before Israel became a state, in the early 1910s.
I'm familiar with the T-Day bombing and all that other stuff. We want to talk about terrorism. We can talk about terrorism.
Planes.
Attacking military personnel is not terrorism.
So where'd you guys get that information from?
What information?
Where did Palestinians get the idea to hijack planes? The Zionists that became Israelis. I mean, you guys are the ones that started.
Wait, so hold on. So when did we hijack planes?
I'll give you an example right now. Just give me a second.
Yeah, please tell me.
I don't understand why hijacking planes is something that.
I mean, you guys did Sovereign Shatila.
They hijacked a plane. They took it to Uganda, and then they murdered a bunch of hostages.
We have to give people a chance to speak who haven't had a chance. Although I appreciate.
I've been waiting.
Hold that.
Yeah, I've been waiting as well.
Prozio 212 has been waiting for a while, and then we got to let Barazimo go, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Just he asked for an example. Can I just give it to him?
Real quick.
December 12th, 1954, Israeli warplanes forced Assyrian Airways Dakota aircraft carrying 4 passengers and 5 crewmen to land inside Israel. The passengers were interrogated for 2 days before international protests, including strong complaints from the U.S., finally persuaded the Zionist state to release both the aircraft and its passengers. This is December 12th, 1954, way before a Palestinian ever tried to hijack a plane.
Syrians flew a plane into their airways and they took the plane down. That's what we would do if any country sent any plane that wasn't allowed to come into our airways. We would immediately take them down. They didn't hijack it. They didn't kill any hostages. They literally just told a plane that was in the wrong airspace to come down on the ground.
All right, let's let
dumb
Prozio
example.
go.
What
Thanks for
about
that
Iran
example.
attacking Israel then?
Let's let Prozio go. Prozio, welcome.
Yeah. So that example was a doozy. I mean, there's a vast difference between hijacking and making a forced landing. But to me, terrorism has 3 factors. To me, you have to have intent. You have to say who attacked first, right? So someone who's defending themselves and the other guy responds in a violent way. That's not terrorism. That's still defense. And also, you have to have an agenda that you're trying to push. As well, you have to be not against any type of military personnel, because if you are attacking military personnel, that's not attacking innocents. You're actually trying to have a military agenda, which is definitely not terrorism. So we have to make the distinction between these things. A lot of different points that a lot of people went over, but I like to go back to what a lot of you were saying about the 2 guys who were ex-IDF people who were also doing a T attack, apparently. I don't know if you guys know, but 60% of all hate crimes against religions before October 7th was against Jews. So basically, why does that matter? So even before October 7th, most attacks randomly in the streets and wherever else would be against Jews. Now, after October 7th, that went up probably 2-3-fold. And a lot of the violence that we see are at these pro-Pali protests, specifically. We've seen a lot of cases where these pro-Pali protesters tried to break into Hillel buildings of these campuses and try to, shouting violent things, and as well as trying to fight these Jewish students. We've seen stuff about a guy beaten with a megaphone and actually died from that. We've seen many people get beat up and sent to the hospital by pro-Pali protesters. And a lot of the times, I mean, I haven't seen every single protest, but a lot of times I would see a lot of these protests become violent. It was kind of very similar to the type of protests we would see with BLM. Looting, I've seen in a few protests. I've seen.
Wow, so you've gone into racism now, as well as lying through your
What
teeth.
did I say about any racism? Did I say a race anywhere? No, I didn't. Okay, thanks. So actually, getting back to your racism claims about anti-Semitism. So Abdu actually went over what anti-Semitism was with the Oxford Dictionary. This is a slogan. This is a word, right? It was coined to be only against Jews, violence against Jews, hatred against Jews. It was not meant to be the actual words, 2 words, anti and Semitic. Okay, if you want to use it like that for yourself, go ahead. But the actual term was coined to be only against Jews. So you saying, "Oh, I'm Semitic as well. That means against me." No, sorry. The only time that slogan was used was for Jews against Jews. Now, with the another point you guys went over were why does America have a stigma against Palestinians? I mean, we've seen after the 9/11 attacks how they celebrated and threw candies in the streets. We see in a lot of our Muslim countries where they say death to the United States. They burn American flags all the time. They say death to the West, stuff like that. So, I mean, just from that kind of stuff that we see, even before 9/11, even before the invasion in Iraq and all the other places, we would see, down with the West type of ideologies from these places. So, I mean, just from that, I mean, it's not nice to generalize any type of people, but if you guys are saying, why does the U.S. have a negative connotation with the Middle East, these type of videos and things can pop up. Now, a lot of you guys like to judge also. So you had people calling other people hillbillies and bigots, I heard. But it's nice to note that, I mean, I know of a few people that were here. I know Zabita and also Abdu are actual Hamas supporters. So if we were to judge anybody, I think those should be the people that we should be judging. Hamas is not a resistance group at all. They are terrorists, point blank. Their only intention is to kill civilians. Around 85 to 90% of all people killed in October.
You're muted, Chip.
Chip, at
The
what point
only
can
reason I
we?
stopped you was when you're making a statement that one group's intention is only one thing, but their actions indicate otherwise, you got to be called on that. So on 10/7, just so you know, over a third of the people engaged on that day were a combination of police and soldiers. So they didn't exclusively go after civilians. In fact, they went after soldiers first, and then when they ran into events, then civilians got involved. So just be clear, that's not their only intent. Okay.
Chip, can we address some of the misinformation, please?
Let him finish, then we'll give a
Sure.
chance to address it. Yep.
Yeah, can I go next, please?
Yeah, I think, let me see. I think I promised Barismo you go next, but then I'll go out to U.S. campus.
Actually, I just want to reply to that. That's actually not true. They breached the border of Gaza and Israel in 80 different locations. I don't know if you guys know that. They went into several different settlements as well as some military bases at the same time. This happened within around a 6-hour span. I know a lot about this because I live in Israel and I've had friends that have been killed. And the same time, one of the first attacks was at the music festival. Besides that, all the settlements that are the closest to the border were attacked. But no, the intention was not to first go to any type of military base and then go to anywhere else. The intention was to find any type of Israeli, not even Israeli. There was a lot of Muslims and Palestinians as well killed. They didn't really care who they saw. If they saw someone on the street in a military place, not a military, sorry, in an Israeli zone, they would kill them and sometimes even behead them. And there's videos of this, I'm not lying. And no, so the intention was not to go first to military. That is a lie. The military was to find any, especially Jews, but anyone in the Israeli space and to kill them. That was the main intention. And I just want to get that straight.
Well, real quick. Okay, so in other words, in terms of intent, do you have access to like a Neuralink thing into the brains of all the members that perpetrated the attack on the leadership? Because I don't. And so for you to make a definitive claim, you can say that from my perception of what I saw that day, it appears to me as if that was their intent. But I don't think you can make a definitive statement that that was their intent, because my understanding, again, and this is what the leadership said afterwards, you can say they're liars, but they said their primary goal that day was twofold. One was to raid the intelligence outpost to gather data so they could find people who are collaborators, which they did. And the second thing is to engage as many soldiers as possible and get to get hostages back. Their main goal of the event was hostage taking. And of course, a lot of other things occurred that day. I don't know whether the leadership specifically said, go do A, B, and C. I don't know whether people who did C. But again, if you have proof of that, if you have definitive proof of what you're saying, let's see it. If you don't, let's say it's conjecture.
Yeah. No, I have proof of everything. So actions speak louder than words. What we saw on October 7th.
What's the proof that the intent was to solely go after civilians?
Oh yeah, for sure. So 80% of the people who were killed were actually tortured before they were killed, burnt alive. There was rape victims. Yes, there was rape victims. The UN.
Hold on. Oh, wait a second. As far as I know, so I've listened to a lot of journalists who have seen the 47-minute compilation, have studied very hard to find out what happened. Not a single one have ever said what you just said. That
No,
there was that
wrong.
people were. Hold on, let me finish. This is important for the audience to hear, because we can't let people definitively say things. And listen, I'm a fair as they get. If it happened and what you're saying is true, if you could show it to me, I'll come back and spit it out in droves, because I think that's fair. But you're making a definitive statement about intent, which I don't think you have proof of, and that you're saying people were tortured before they were unalived. I've not heard any evidence of that from any.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there was hundreds of people who were
You
burnt.
made the statement that most, if not all, people were first tortured and then unalived. There's no basis for that. That's a completely ridiculous statement.
No, there's a definite basis for
Okay,
that.
let's
You could see
do this. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Okay, I want to hear what you have to say. Come back with whatever the evidence is of that, and then I'll let you speak. If you show the evidence, then I'll...
Chip, have you ever seen the tapes?
Hold on.
I could send you for days.
No, I want to know. Chip, have you ever seen the tapes?
Hold on, Zach. Hold on. So here's what I will say. I wasn't given the 47-minute compilation video. Unfortunately, I'm not important enough to see it. But what I have seen is pieces of it. And what I have do is listen to people who have no reason to lie one way or the other. So a guy named Owen Jones, who I follow from the UK, who admittedly is not very pleased with what he thinks Israel's doing, but he's a fair enough guy that he would say what he saw. He said, while what he saw in the video of the 47 minutes was disgusting and unsettling, none of what was in the video included the more egregious allegations: torture, raping, burning of kids tied together, like was claimed by some of these things. Now, if he saw it, he would have said, I saw this, and I saw this. But he didn't say that. He said it did not include those things.
You don't need the 47 minutes for that.
It's not fair for anybody to deny it outright, because nobody knows it didn't happen. But it's also unfair for somebody to say to the world, hey, this happened, trust us, because we say we saw it on TV, I've heard this a million times, and every time somebody says, I'm going to send you the evidence, they send me stuff and it has nothing to do with evidence. It's an article that says Sarah talked to Jane, who talked to Jim, who said his cousin Jane said this happened.
No.
So-and-so.
No articles, no interviews. I can send you pictures, okay? Burnt bodies with zip ties to their hands, cut breasts, okay? Mutilated private parts, pictures I can send you from Telegram, okay? This is not conjecture. This is not in the 47 minutes. I've seen it with my own eyes, okay? I could send you it right after, no problem. Okay, in the UN.
In these pictures, are all from ISIS torturing. It's all from ISIS torturing the Yazidis. That's what those pictures are from.
Stop. Rather than you declaratively saying it's true and then claim you have it, show what you have, and I'll bring you back on to talk about what you've shown. I'm not going to go.
Good question. If it's true,
hold on. I've probably had 35 or 40 different people in these formats say the exact same thing you're saying. Oh, it's true. I got the proof. Nobody ever sends anything that's proof. Now, if you have it,
send you it all day.
If you have it, I will happily look at it and admit it as an honest human being.
The UN also came in.
Hold on.
I
know what the UN did. It says it's based on circumstantial evidence. Now, if they had what you're saying, if they had what you're saying, then they would say, we saw photographic evidence. They didn't say that. They said it was circumstantial evidence.
Wrong.
Listen, you may say it's wrong. I read the report. In the addendum, it says, while the indications indicate that it's likely that X, Y, and Z happen, the verifications that we have are based on circumstantial evidence. That means there's no video or photo. Not that there would be necessarily. That's okay. But if you do have that, share it. Come back on, and I will have you on in a one-on-one, and we'll go through it without showing the gory details, and I'll acknowledge it to the audience. But I'm not going to let you just keep making these claims over and over again when they say they have the goods and they never deliver them. I've had this happen so many times. I'm tired of it. Okay?
Can I just add one thing that Owen said as well?
I'm just tired of it, man. I'm so sick of people claiming they got the goods. They never send them, but they always claim all these crazy claims. Okay, go ahead.
Can I just add one quick thing that Owen just said?
Let me let Zubida say something, and then I'll let you go to Bless. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, Be Blessed. I do apologize. I just wanted to say something that I'm going to drop. Because I've been on here for a while. So there's so many topics that have happened. I've never been this patient before in a live, but there you go. Look, when we're talking about terrorism, so when you look at early terrorism, because terrorism has been going on for a very long time, according to historians, they identify some of the first terrorist groups, in accordance to modern terms, but obviously in that time, terrorism wasn't defined as terrorism. But if we apply, the definition of terrorism and to certain things that happened historically, they conclude that some of the first earliest terrorists were actually Jewish people. and there is a group called Zachari Zealots, and these were a Jewish splinter group who were fighting against the Roman occupation. They used methods of hostages, kidnapping. They even massacred villages. So when we look at the early roots of terrorism, you will find Jewish groups among some of the earliest, if not the first. And then when we go to 20th century terrorism, you would find a lot of Irish IRA groups, feminist groups, suffragettes, and then you have the Zionists within the Middle East.
150 Islamic
Please
groups.
let me finish. I did not interrupt you
150
once.
Islamic
I
groups.
did not interrupt you once. Thank you. And then again, when we go to modern century terrorism, you would also find a lot of it actually started by Zionist Jews in the land of Palestine. Actually, the first quote unquote Muslim terrorist attack started in the 60s, 70s era. So you guys were like 30 years before us. Some of the most notable Jewish terrorist attacks started as early as the 1940s in terms of attacking Arab cafes, kidnapping British soldiers and assassinating, bombing police buildings, explosions in Department of Migration, bombing police headquarters. I am reading currently from a document called the Black Paper, Jewish and Zionist Terrorism. It's very important that people check this out. Now, if you don't mind, Chip, if you could just get me on the big screen, I'd just like to show this little piece of evidence, and then I will not hold you up anymore. Okay, right. So this is a report by CARE, and they basically showcase, and this is in regards to Islamophobia, they basically showcase the funding behind a lot of Islamophobic industries that are perpetuated in America, specifically in terms of media and propaganda. And what you will find is that there are a lot of Christian and Zionist organizations who funnel in money to push anti-Muslim propaganda. So here you have Christian Advocates Serving Evangelism. They donated over 60 million into the American Center for Law and Justice between 2017-19, a law with a firm history of supporting anti-Muslim policies like the Muslim ban. The Fidelity Charity Group Fund poured 7 million into Islamophobia network groups between 2017 and 2019. Now, I want to take it more closer to home, and you can go check out the report. It has a list of Jewish donors and Zionist donors that are, pushing anti-Islamic propaganda. Now, for those who are here in the UK, this individual is called Tommy Robinson. He is basically a far-right fascist who has basically created this anti-Muslim propaganda in the UK, and the direct results of his actions have included Muslims that have been killed, Muslims that have been harassed, Muslims that have really suffered in this country because of this individual. Now, where does he get the money from? He's a nobody, he just comes from an average town. So they've done an article to show who is actually funding this guy, and one of the organizations that are funding him is the Middle Eastern Forum. Well, let's have a look at the Middle Eastern Forum. So the Middle Eastern Forum is actually created by a guy called Daniel Pipes, who is a Jewish man who has a history of supporting Israel. So as you can see here, he was born into a Jewish family in Boston, Massachusetts. And when you look at his affiliations, he's affiliated with an organization called of Israel. He supports Israel in the Arab-Israeli conflict and is an opponent of a Palestinian state. He wrote in commentary in April 1990 that there can either be an Israel or a Palestinian state, but not both. To those who ask why Palestinians must be deprived of a state, the answer is simple. Grant them one and you set in motion a chain of events that will lead either to extinction or the extinction of Israel. So as you can see, this person has anti-Palestinian sentiments and also anti-Muslim sentiments. Another organization that's funding this individual to spread anti-Islamic hate is a man called Robert Schulman. Well, let's have a look at who Robert Schulman is. So Robert Schulman is an individual who he's the founder and chairman of Chief Culture Officer of Cognex Cooperation. I just want to go into his political activities. Schulman sits on the board of the Friends of Israel Defense Force, the Jewish Foundation for the Righteous, and the David Horowitz Freedom Center. So as you can see here, he has links to Israel. And last person that I wanted to highlight is the organization Gatestone Institution, another donor for these anti-Islamic individuals. Gatestone Institution was actually created by a person called Nina Rosenwald. Let's have a look at who Nina Rosenwald is. So she is a descendant of a philanthropist and Jewish refugees from Eastern Europe. Rosenwald has focused on donating on pro-Israeli organization. She has been described as an ardent Zionist or all her life, as well as the sugar mama of anti-Muslim hate. And then we can have a look at some of the allegations of Islamophobia. Some critics have criticized her in the Great Stone Institution as anti-Muslim. So as you can see here, when we actually go down the rabbit hole and we basically see where these anti-Muslim narratives are coming from, Muslims are all terrorists. What you will find is there is a huge link between Zionist Jews who are in the background using their money to fund media, to fund propaganda, to spread this hate against Muslims. But when we actually read and we come out of the echo chamber and we look into history, again, you will find some of the earliest terrorists were actually Jews themselves in late history and early history. Muslim terrorism did not start about until the 60s and 70s, when the Middle East was either being preoccupied or invaded by Western imperial forces. And again, when you have people like Michael Hoss, like Zach, like the average Joe coming on here and saying Muslims are terrorists, he didn't get that from nowhere, right? He got that from CNN, who was funded by either one of these Zionists to push this narrative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Beta. Have a nice rest of your night. Thanks for being here as always. I have to get the order
Can I
straight so
touch
people
on
know.
the?
Just real quick, I have to be fair. I mean, I want to get everybody a chance to speak, but there's other people who haven't had a chance to say a single word yet, so I want to be fair to them. So,
Yeah, I just didn't want to move away from some of the misinformation. I'll be quick.
I get
30
no, I get
seconds.
it. I can't just let anybody just keep popping in. I have to be fair to everybody. I'm happy to give you a chance to speak, but I have to let some who haven't said a single word yet. So I did promise his candor, who only said a brief amount before he got kind of interrupted, and then I had to go to Barasmo, and then I'll go back to B Blast, then we'll go to Cat, then we'll go to Palestinian. Okay, that's the order. Then we'll go back to Zach.
You can go to Brazimo first because I haven't heard Brazimo speak, and just go back to me after.
Here we go.
Speak
Brasimo, welcome. Please go. Barazimo, if that's your name. Sorry if I said it wrong. Make sure I got your mic turned off. Are you there? Okay, why don't you go ahead and scan until they come back in.
Sure. So first of all, on the point about the Palestinians, because basically the speaker that was just up here was trying to make the case that Palestinians supported 9/11, when the reality is Yasser Arafat actually condemned 9/11. He criticized bin Laden, denounced him. He had school children stand for a moment of silence. He offered to donate blood to the victims. He offered to track down the perpetrators. I mean, say what you will about Arafat, he was right about bin Laden. So this notion that, the Palestinians, they were jumping for joy after 9/11, that's actually not entirely true. In fact, that's largely false. So could you find maybe individual instances of Palestinians supporting 9/11? Probably. But to make the case that Palestinians just across the board were in favor of it is not true. So there's that. The other point, too, about, T-wordism, and I think you kind of touched on this already, Ship, but it's like, you can make a case against the U.S. military. If you look just at the last 20 years, I don't have to go back to, way back in time and talk about Native American genocide or talk about the Vietnam War or anything like that. I could look just at the last, just in the 21st century to date, and talk about all the civilians that the U.S. military has unalived in Iraq or in Afghanistan or in Libya or in Syria or in Pakistan or in Somalia, and make a case essentially for the United States being an exporter of T-wordism. I mean, just about every single president this country has ever had. I mean, certainly in the 21st century, if you look at Bush Jr., Obama, Trump, and Biden, they've all violated the Geneva Conventions and technically would all be indictable. But because of the presidents of the United States, none of them ever do. So, and I say this, by the way, as a Marine Corps reservist myself, I don't hate this country, but I am saying, hey, there's some room to criticize it constructively. There's a reason people hate us. There's a reason nobody trusts us. And there's a reason we struggle to form alliances. There's a reason there's an axis of resistance forming around us between Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, etc. So, the point that I'm making is there's a lot of double standards here. And those of us who've been raised in the West never really think about the other side of this. We always think that we're the good guys, that every country that we bomb, attack, invade, pillage, and plunder somehow deserved it. They did something to ask for it. And, we're always the good guys and the heroes in every story. And so it's just like that's something that I've just for the longest time not been able to wrap my head around in terms of why so many people think that way. They just get so wrapped up in the reality that they're born into, to the point where they completely forget, hey, there's somebody on the barrel, somebody at the end of every missile strike that we drop. And so I've had conversations, for example, with Afghanis and Iraqis on this app who have said, oh yeah, we saw troops somebody on this app I met who as a child lived through the Haditha massacre. So if you don't know what that was back in 2004 when a bunch of U.S. Marines gunned down innocent civilians in Iraq. I think it was like 3 dozen or so, if I recall off the top of my head. Absolutely terrible event. An entire chain of command was relieved over that incident. But the irony is that General Mattis, then Major General Mattis, who oversaw the investigation and relieved the entire chain of command, was himself guilty of his own war crime when he ordered the Makari Bweni Party massacre just a few months before Haditha. So that's where he ordered an artillery strike on about 4 dozen innocent people who were quite literally having a wedding or a wedding party near the Syria-Iraqi border. And even despite the fact that the Associated Press had found evidence that, you know, there was essentially no evidence of, you know, terrorism or of Al-Qaeda's presence or anything like that, he still ordered the artillery strike and leveled an entire building to the ground and took out quite a few children too in doing so. And refused to apologize for it. And he later got promoted twice after that, arguably 3 times if you consider his appointment as Secretary of Defense. So with that being said, it seems like the people who support Israel will give everything the West does a pass, and they will, you know, essentially, like I said, find some kind of way to justify it. They'll be playing mental gymnastics on a level that not even Simone Biles could contend with, and you know, demonize anybody who criticizes the West or anybody who stands up to the West. So it's like, well, there's a reason they hate us, and so let's be careful with double standards. So, but with that, I'll give the rest of my time.
Did he say 3,000 people? I think he said 3,000 people.
What, in the context of Iraq, or in what specifically?
In the context of the Haditha massacre.
No, Haditha was, I said 3 dozen, not 3,000. No way in hell, it wasn't that way. No, yeah, 300,000 throughout the course of Iraq in general. Like talking about from like 2003 up until about 2011 in terms of just the sheer destruction that the United States and its allies brought upon Iraq. Haditha specifically, if I recall correctly off the top of my head, was about 3 dozen casualties. But again, that's give or take. You know, I don't have the number memorized off the top of my head, so I apologize for that.
Is Barazimo? Are you there now?
Barazimo, I still here.
Yeah. Okay. You're next.
Okay. Very good. Hi, Chip.
Hello.
Look, I am new to these platforms. I was under a number. 44 something, and I was on your show a couple of times. Now I've got a name, and I'll probably be coming back time and again. My point here to start with is that your show, your platform, and I also happen to also see your guest today's. She was very good. I saw her show yesterday too. So I've been navigating all those platforms, and I see that the Hezbollah, that they call the Hezbollah in Israel, they've mobilized. They mobilized quite well, and if Zek is still around, I don't see he's there. Zek, and before that was Michael, and then there was Danielle with Zubaydah yesterday. Those guys looks like, to me, from my view, that they go through courses, and they are good. They were suave. They know how to direct the narrative somewhere else. They take you away from the subject. So now I've been listening to this platform, your platform, for the past hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours. Discussion is tit for tat, tit for tat, tit for tat. Like, okay, Michael was talking about the kibbutz that was attacked or something outside the Gaza Strip that was there since 1946. Well, okay, fine. No, 1946. What are they doing in the kibbutz? Are they the original inhabitants? They are a cover. So there was a lot of feeling by the time 1946 came in amongst the local indigenous, not just Muslim and Jew and Christian, but Jews too. They were quite furious about this income influx, rather, of coming and taking over the land. So, you're telling me about it's a jailbreak. People I don't, I'm preaching to the choir. Okay, you eloquently say that, especially your guest, that she's actually very, very good in pointing out the sources and the food. But just two things that I need
Can you make the
to
point you
put
want to make?
out.
You're sort of just dragging on. We need to get to the point.
Now, as far as, again, the terrorism, what do you call the settlers? I mean, this is a terrorist that is protected by a state. They're terrorists. But those guys are very good in just taking the point and putting it somewhere else and moving around. We have to be careful. The fact is that we have people being killed every day. I mean, the death is mounting, is past 35,000, and we don't know how many are there under the rubbles. And the wounded over 75,000. That's the actual events that's going on right now, and they keep taking us and taking all those platforms away to some semantic discussions about Jews and Muslim and David and Solomon and who was there, and the Canaanite and the Ashkenazis. That's not the point right now. Whoever is it there that has the right to kill 35,000 civilians? That's where it is right now. So we need to just kind of buck them off. Says, okay, here's what we are at this point in life in 2024 in April 8. We have this dilemma. What do you say about it? Don't tell me about October 7. They just pushed October 7, anti-Semite, terrorist, Hamas. We have to just tell them, stop and tell me what are you doing now. So we need to keep the narrative under control. That's my point. Two other things that I need to point out, and
Please do it. Please
Zubaydah
do it.
is not here
We gotta keep moving on here.
to collaborate. When the Muslims,
in fact, Erasmo, listen. This is not criticism. I know you said you're new. This is a forum where people are really quick to the point, and they bring their points and they kind of come with it. So if you want to pause a second, think through what you want to say, and then we'll bring you back on. We have to kind of keep the pace going a little bit. People in the audience are getting a little frustrated, as am I. But no offense to you. I know you're new. Mel, I'm going to give you a chance to go, and then we're going to go to Mo, and then we'll go back to Be Blessed. Go ahead, Mel.
Hi, everyone. I was just going to say I can give my time to Be Blessed because there was a lot of points that the previous person made that are just downright false, and I know she was ready with the receipts.
Okay, sounds good. Be Blessed, you're up.
Yes, please. So yeah, there was several things. Firstly, when pro-Zionist was up here saying that Jewish students were stuck in colleges because of pro-Palestinian protesters, he was actually lying. He's talking about the Cooper Union situation. If you watch the video again, you'll find that the reason why the doors were closed was not because it was for the safety of the students, ours was originally reported. It was actually to keep out the protesters because they didn't want for them to take a particular route. You'll see that the students that they were saying were scared were actually not only very calm, but were saying, are we allowed to open the door? Can we go through that way? And the answer was no, because they were trying to make sure that the protesters didn't go to a particular section of the building. So outright false. When he talks about situations of people being attacked, he needs to also talk about the fact that there were pro-Israeli individuals that came to Palestinian, pro-Palestine protests who were carrying weapons, who were attacking people, and none of these things have ever been listed as not only hate crimes but acts of terrorism. Why is that? And the reason I mention that is also because when we talk about situations when we say that Islamophobia is not as high up as what's happening with anti-Semitism, there's two reasons for that. One, Islamophobia isn't often reported as such. You have to fight for that to be categorized. The number of people that have lost their lives and it's still not even being classed as a hate crime. You only need to see what's been happening recently. In addition to that, yes, anti-Semitism is on the rise, but what we also have is an active attempt to try and recategorize what is anti-Semitism. And so the Zionists can come out and say, oh no, anybody who ever speaks against the Israeli state, including Jewish people themselves, are being accused of anti-Semitism, much like Jewish Voice for Peace, who were protesting, I believe in Washington, and then were accused of anti-Semitism, a right that they all have as Americans. When Zach is talking about that Muslim people are the worst kind of terrorists, he's actually talking, again, complete and utter false. If he actually bothered to read the reports that were being submitted by the intelligence services, he'll find that actually most terrorists look like him. So for the rest of this, I would rather he didn't make any sudden moves. The reality is that far-right white fascists are the worst kind of terrorism. In fact, so bad that the intelligence services are very concerned, both in America and in the UK. It's better if you read and try and attempt to understand what's going on rather than just make up your own facts.
Hold on one
So
second.
no,
So,
it's actually trying to walk back some of the misinformation. I also want to point
so
a couple
real
of
quick,
things
we got
as
to
well.
give people a turn. So people,
I'll
let's give
be
it
quick.
30 more
Yeah.
seconds, okay?
There was a lot of misinformation.
As best
Again,
we can. We
when
can't
we
give
were
somebody 5 minutes. We got to give.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Anyway, so when we see situations where Gaza is being bombarded and you have settlers on the hill sitting there with popcorn and turning it into a party, what do you call that other than a celebration? What do you call it when we see footage of, young boys who are part of organizations like T organizations, which Ben Gvir is part of, like Lahava, saying kill all Arabs? What do you call that? Thanks, Mel.
Just want to point out she knows nothing about any of this. Like, have you ever been to what we're talking about?
Zach, let's do this. We have to give people a chance.
Don't be a patronizing dick, Zach.
Hold on.
Again, Zach has
a chance to respond. Just give him a second, Zach. So let's bring in Kat, then Mo. Okay, go ahead, Kat.
Yat Shik. So it means hello, my family. I don't know about Zach, but sorry. So I know that was a personal attack, and I apologize. But my thing is, on an Indigenous point of view, and I don't speak for all Indigenous of North America. This is my own personal views. We've been dealing with tea for a long time. With some of the history books, it's dating as early back as 1492. So when we talk about tea, it isn't just about a certain, amount of people or a certain amount of things that are done. That stuff was brought here to this nation to annihilate the native people that were living here, stole our land, destroyed it, tried to still destroy us by putting us on reservations, and yet we were able to go off to World War II, and thank heavens my late daddy was one of the World War II Marine, and the very rights and freedoms and privileges that Americans have to this day is because of my people, and as well as other native tribes from previous wars as well that were code talkers. And to have somebody in a college level, I'm sure Zach was a teacher or a professor in a college level, to teach that same ideology that has been passed on as illegal colonizers' descendants. Not all of you are bad, I know that. But when you keep teaching these things, the hate, the lies, the racism, All these things that you continue to teach in your own roundabout way, you're continuing that. That is why when a war happens around the world, that very racism that's embedded with our generations now are doing what they're doing. We as indigenous people are still quietly fighting against the Zionism, the colonization. And right now, Palestinians are going through what we as indigenous people went through years ago at that level, at that magnitude of what as what Israel is doing right now. And to sit here and support what Israel is doing, it needs to stop. The land around the world is for everybody to live on, take care of. Stop destroying Mother Earth. Enough is enough. Stop destroying our children and our future children's place of living. It's time to share. And I don't care what religion it is, that doesn't give you a right to go off and damage somebody else's home and steal it. Enough.
Can I talk to Kat for a second?
Thanks, Kat. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Kat, I'm sorry that you don't feel like we are family, because the truth is, for the life of me, can't figure out how you came to this point where you believe that the Palestinians are closer related to your family and your experience than the Jews. Do you know that the Jews consider ourselves the indigenous people of that land?
I don't.
You're muted. No.
I don't consider myself indigenous, and I'm a Jewish person.
I don't.
Kat,
You're muted.
And there are many people who feel the same way.
Okay,
Our
well, if you
Torah
can
even says we're not indigenous, but
that's
I know
not what indigenous means. But continue. Kat, I wanted to talk to you.
Let me see if I can unmute her.
She's on. I didn't hear what you said.
Kat, you need to unmute. Kat.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
My heart goes out to the Jewish people for what happened to them. However, it does not give the Zionists the right to hijack and in their name to do what they're doing right now. It is wrong. It is genocide.
Whatever's happening now is a different story. I'm asking, do you know?
Give her a chance to finish her answer, please. Go ahead, Kat.
I know what's going on. I'm not blind to everything. I'm well read. I just may not speak as intelligently and eloquently as most people. So my point is, my heart goes out to Jews for what happened to them. And even to this day, there's many of them speaking out against the Israelis and the Zionist movement. They know it's wrong, but it's that very ideology that is damaging, and they're hijacking, as they've done everybody else, just like the illegal colonizers, Zionists. They're all the same. They want to hijack, they want to steal things does not belong to them, and it's wrong.
I just want to ask the question, though. Are you aware that Jews consider ourselves indigenous to that land?
In my eyes, you both are. But that particular land that belongs to Palestinians, Jews came from a different portion of that area.
It's not true. Unfortunately, it's not true.
All that land right there the Palestinians have, that doesn't all belong to the Jews.
First off, no land belongs to anyone, right? Isn't that the whole idea of indigeneity, that like you shouldn't be able to own a land like that? And I don't think Jews are saying that, but what we are saying is that 3,500 years ago, we were the first people on that land, and we have a deep connection. No, we really weren't.
There were many other people living on that land,
humans,
not just yours.
Humans. I know. Listen, there were humans, but the first ones do you know that the Lenape Indians, which are the local tribe for where I live in New York, the Lenape Indians get their cultural distinction. It starts to form about 1,400 years ago. So that means that
they have been here long before the illegal colonizers came here, which
long
is your
before.
ancestors.
We only came in 1400. We only came in 1492, like you said. Right?
We indigenous people have been here long
I said
before
1400.
That. They didn't just develop it all of a sudden in the 1400s.
No, not in the 1400s. Not in the 1400s. 1400 years ago, so the 600s.
That's only because the colonizers came here.
No. In the 600s, long before any colonizers came here, that's when the Lenape.
We have been here. You cannot do that to indigenous people of a particular area.
Listen,
the Americas belong to the indigenous people. It is stolen land. And
we
where
have
you
very
guys
clear
are at,
fossil
you guys had
records
your
of how
areas
humans.
as well. But that particular spot of where Palestinians are, that belonged to them. It doesn't all belong to Israelis.
I unfortunately, I mean, listen, the Palestinians as a people are sort of like saying that the Americans are like connect to the indigenous. It's like the Americans are a group of people from all over the world that have come from all different places over a long period of time. To connect them and to say Americans are connected to all are the indigenous group is ridiculous, because it's like, and that's why saying the Palestinians, because the Palestinians don't exist as a people, as a national movement until the 60s. They are a very real thing with a very real identity and a very real experience.
They were there just as long as everybody else.
Listen, they can genetically listen. Do you know that
they were there?
So my great grandmother was a Blackfeet Indian. Would you consider me indigenous?
Oh, sure.
No. But this is what I'm saying. I don't consider myself indigenous. I don't consider myself indigenous.
Do you know why most of you that are YT claim that?
I claim it because it's the real thing. I claim it because my family has literally been.
That's the problem. Is
I'm a son of the American Revolution. We've been here since before.
You claim this. Oh, my great grandmother was a Cherokee princess. Oh, this.
I'm not a Cherokee princess. Just a regular old black.
Why do you guys want to continue to steal our people?
I'm not trying to steal anything. What I'm saying is it's irrelevant to who I am. I'm a YT person, right? I'm a YT New York Jew. My connection to somebody who I share no cultural connection to, no religious connection to, no language connection to is crazy. The Jewish people are speaking Hebrew. It's the language we spoke 3,500 years ago. We are the Jewish people in the kingdom of Judea 3,500 years ago.
You cannot erase other people.
The name Palestine.
You should not do it.
The name Palestine doesn't even start.
Hold on, guys. I gotta pipe in. Zach, this is a commonly held point where people say, we were the people that were there first. No, you weren't. You were there. There were Jewish people from the region that were there. If you do a DNA test of some Jewish people in Israel and some Jewish people around the world, you will find common DNA traits. But there were plenty of people that preceded the very kingdom that you're claiming to have ingenuated the land. That's not the only people. You said humans, but not people. So are the people that preceded the Jewish kingdom not humans? Are not legitimate people?
The Egyptians controlled the land.
If the people who are descendants of that territory happen to be both Jewish and of Arab descent or Canaanite descent, why is one more important than the other? Why does one group get to say God gave us this land, while the other lineage says we were in the land too? Why can't it be that in the modern era, both were living in the land? There wasn't all-out war until one group said, I'm taking this because I want to take it because this is my ideology. And then all this hell breaks loose. Why is that okay?
Okay. So what do you consider a Palestinian?
I consider somebody at the time was considered Arab. But since then, collectively, they've referred to themselves as a group that have a shared identity and culture that they refer to as Palestinian in that historic territory that they refer
100%.
to as Palestine.
So essentially, every Arab in the land in, let's say 1900 is a Palestinian, right?
However you want to do it.
Let's go way back. Let's go way back. And
were there any human beings living on the physical terrain that is now considered Palestine in more than 3,500 years ago? Yes.
No, what I'm saying is that everybody that.
Yeah, that's a very simple yes or no.
Oh, of course.
Okay. So then why is it that another group that claims that all of a sudden that this one little nick of time that's exactly 3,117 years and 6 months ago now has ultimate claim to the land?
Because, Chip, we're not claiming that we were the first people on the land, like first human beings on the land. That's not what we're claiming.
So why is the claim valid then?
Okay, because again, so let's say we take the 1900, everybody who's an Arab.
Why is the claim valid then? That's all I'm asking.
I'm explaining.
Why is the claim valid?
I'm explaining. Every Palestinian in 1900 is a Palestinian. Every Arab in the Levant is a Palestinian. Now, every single one of them, you would agree, doesn't genetically trace back to the Canaanites. right? Because some came from Egypt, some came from Turkey, some came from Iraq, some came from Iran, some came from Saudi Arabia. Like there was Arabs from all over. We're talking about thousands of years have happened. Like, right? So you would agree that not everybody that landed in that land could say that they were Levant Arabs that could trace their lineage back to that piece of land 3,500 years ago, or at that time.
My question is this: so if there were people there before,
Jews can't.
if there were people there before and people thereafter, why does one group get to go back and pick one exact period of time, thousands of years ago, and say it's mine now because I say so?
Because what I'm saying is the Palestinians literally cannot connect themselves to an ancient group because there is no cultural or genetic connection that is uniform across Palestinians,
That's a lie.
Palestinians,
That's not
to
true.
an ancient group. They can't. We do. That is the difference, is that we have cultural and genetic connection that ties us to a group of people that existed 3,500 years ago on that.
Herein lies.
So can Palestinians.
Let me give one word. Hold on. The word is entitlement. This is the challenge of this entire thing. One group believes, and they obviously Zach believes this, that they are literally entitled to the land without question of anybody else. And if anybody challenges that, they're the enemy of that entitlement. That is not true. That is a perception, not a fact. There's a big difference between perception and fact. And if you claim you're entitled to it, then the same entitlement that you claim that you have to that land, I could come to your house in New York and say, Zach, I have an entitlement based on 4,400 years ago because of my ancestral heritage. I'm taking your house, get the F out. And you have to say, you know what, that's consistent ship, I'm leaving tomorrow.
You say we're entitled, we're the most multicultural nation in the entire region. We're the only ones that aren't kicking everybody out. We're saying, yes, we have a claim,
bullshit.
And we're going to allow everyone else to live with us.
That's absolute bullshit, Zach.
That's literally revisionist history, Zach.
You're not allowing everybody to live with you. It's an ethno-state.
It's not an ethno-state because we are literally the most diverse state in the region. I don't know how you would call it an
people
ethno-state.
migrants.
We have literal Muslims on the government, on the
Jewish
Supreme
people
Court.
migrants. Did you not hear that, Zach? Ethiopian Jewish people are called migrants.
Again, your points are absolutely non sequiturs. They have nothing to do with anything, and I will not like. I just
Ethiopian Jewish people who are citizens of Israel are referred to as migrants.
Zach, I got about a piece. Just real quick, Zach. Though, if you're claiming that every person who's a non-Jewish person in Israel has the exact same path in terms of legality and in terms of opportunity, in terms of life experience, you're just not being genuine. There have been individuals amongst that minority group who have made their way through the maze, as they have in America. But if somebody made the claim that African Americans, a minority group, have the same exact chance in life as standard Americans, quote unquote, white America or Jewish Israelis, you're not being real. That's just not.
I'll cop to that. Cool. I'll cop to that.
What's that?
I'll cop to that. I will cop to that. Just like a black person.
So it's an ethno-state with a second-tier level of citizenry that you claim to be somehow
not second tier, and also not an ethno-state.
You're right. It's not second. It's 14th tier. You're right. Second is not fair. That's a good
You
point.
never heard of the nation-state law.
So anyway, here's the deal. Let me let a couple other people come in.
2018 nation state law. It's ridiculous.
It's an interesting claim, though, if you pick one particular time in history and make sure that it has an arbitrary application to the modern era, unquestioned. And therefore, what if some group came that was there 5,600 years ago and said, you know what? My DNA matches this, so you got to go. Anybody can.
If there was a group who could come and say, we have literal cultural traditions that we've been doing for 3,500 years that connect to this land. We have a language that we've been using for 3,500 years that connects to this land. And we have a religion that was literally founded and created in this land that goes back 3,500 years. We have kingdoms with archaeological connection. If you can find me any other people, and before us, by the way, it was the Egyptians. And the Egyptians are basically first people. They're literal first civilizations. Like
actually, no.
As an
African, I have first full claim. So get off my damn land. Anyway, thanks, Chip.
Yeah, hold on. Who's going next? We have to give somebody else a chance.
I think it's my turn.
No, I'm done. I'm gonna drop.
I think.
Can I just make a quick point, Chip?
I think Mo hadn't talked yet, right? Is that or Mel? Yeah, go ahead, Mel. Go ahead. You hadn't had your turn. Go ahead.
I was just gonna point out that the pattern of my background is something called Tatrees, and I might be saying it wrong. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. This is a tradition of the Canaanites that you can see as an influence on Victorian fashion at that time, because it was what the Canaanites were doing. And this is a tradition that is kept by Palestinians to modern day. And this is just one example of Canaanite culture amongst Palestinians. Additionally, more Palestinians can trace back their lineage to Canaanite DNA than any Jewish person can today. 8% of my DNA as a Jewish person is from the Levant region. The 8%. And if you talk to most Palestinians, they're going to have a lot more than that. And that's just a fact. That's all I wanted to say.
A pendleton, Navajo clan, you're just culturally appropriating is what you're doing. You're not actually.
Zach, we got to give people the answer. Mo, it's your turn.
Okay, first peace upon to all of you guys. That's for peace. I just before I get into Arab and Arabized and even things that he said, I have one question, right? Israel had since 1967 to come up with a solution that is just to the Palestinians and to the Israelis. And you know, whether it's a one-state solution or a two-state solution. One-state solution, make everybody an Israeli citizen, everybody have the same rights. Two-state solution, have the Palestinians have their own self-determinations, you know, on foreign diplomacy and all of that. And they have failed to do all of it, both of it, whether it's, you know, U.S. government failing to do so, they all failed to do that. So now when you bring up the October 7th, that is a reaction from the action that you have been doing. Like, what did you expect to happen when all you're doing is oppressing them for years on years on end? And now, Zach, I don't know if you know the difference between Arabized and Arab. The Arab come from the land of Yemen, Yemenites. They have moved up north to Saudi Arabia and so on when the Queen Sheba dam broke. And that's when they went. And Abraham's son Ishmael was in Mecca, and that's where he learned the Arabic language, and that's how the migration started. But if you want to say that Israelites, Abraham was from Mesopotamia, I think that's modern day Iraq. Israelite, like, so how does, if you are an American Italian, if your father, your grandfather are Italian, you claim to be an American Italian because of your father, your grandfather. So why is it that no Jew or Israelite claim Mesopotamia to be the land of their fathers, not Palestine? And again, the Israelites was also getting unalived by the Egyptians, and they ran right along. And then to come up, the Jews, they were also unalived massively by the Romans and the Byzantines. And then again, in both world wars, by who? Europeans, not Muslim Arabs, not Muslims. The Muslims, ever since Omar ibn Khattab, the second caliph of the Muslims, took over Palestine to free it from the Western civilization, they have lived, the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews, in peace. And what did you guys do to the third oldest church in the world? The oldest in Gaza? Destroyed it. But again, we don't want to sit here and talk about history and keep allowing people to get unalived. Okay, let's talk about today. Like, Israel claims to be the 14th or the 12th most powerful country in the world. They also have the top 4 freaking countries, not let alone NATO, on their back, supporting them. Why have they not come up with better solutions instead of unaliving United Aid workers, bombing hospitals, churches, mosques? Do they not have better solutions? I mean, in Lebanon, they took out that one Iranian general, not just the apartment, they hit his room and he was unalived. They did not destroy the entire building nor the entire city or the entire block. So why are they doing that in Gaza? Thank you, Chip.
Thanks, Mo. Okay, so let me think. We have Ramona hasn't had a chance to talk yet, I don't think. Let's give Ramona a chance first, Kat. We'll get to you in a second here. Ramona, are you there?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a few corrections first. Zach, indigeneity is not related to blood quantum. There is no such thing as Jewish DNA. There is no such thing as Canaanite DNA. Canaanite is not an ethnicity, okay? It's a geographic designation. It is the people who inhabited the area in the land of Canaan, just like the Philistines and the Phoenicians. And regardless, blood quantum is not does not define indigeneity. Our identity was not created in the 60s as Palestinians. Your own Zionist ideologues and leaders refer to us as Palestinian Arabs as early as the 1920s and 1910s, including Zev Jabotinsky. And he referred to you as a colonizer and a colonist, and he referred to us as natives. So you're doing a little bit of historic revisionism right now. You should be a proud colonizer, Zach, because that's what your ancestors did, especially if you're a Zionist. Now, with that said you spoke Hebrew. You're a people who spoke Hebrew for 2,500 years. No, you did not.
No,
You didn't.
no, we didn't.
No. You revived a language. The Zionists revived the Hebrew language, which was strictly used in literature at the time.
It was liturgical.
Yes, they revived the Hebrew language, a bastardized language based on Arabic and Yiddish and Greek and other languages. Yes, half of your language is Arabic. It's
All
taken from
languages,
Arabic.
all languages, all
Yes, so
languages have influence.
the point is, this language, this bastardized language, was created and revived based on other languages in order to fabricate a fake national identity that you do not have. Because at the time, you belonged to whatever nation state you did. You spoke Yiddish, you spoke Arabic, depending on where you're from, like North Africa, for example, and you don't speak the Old Hebrew dialect. If I pull up Old Hebrew right now on the screen, you're not going to be able to read it because you took out whole letters from Old Hebrew because you cannot pronounce it as an Ashkenazi. And I remember you the other day talking about, how many Nobel Prizes do Ashkenazi Jews have? It must be something intrinsic about being Ashkenazi that makes you smart. Now, just so I don't take too long, the last thing I'm going to tell you is, you do not have one culture across North Africa and across Europe and across the Middle East and one language. Like I said, you fabricated an identity and you refuse to assimilate into societies. Like in the 1850s, 1860s, for example, Britain had a Jewish prime minister, Benjamin Disraeli. He talked like Schmittler. He talked about his pure Hebrew DNA. He refused to assimilate and he refused to let the Jewish people assimilate because he wanted to keep his Hebrew DNA pure and white. And you're acting like them. You're acting like Zev Jabotinsky. You're acting like Ben Gurion. You're acting like Golda Meir, who wanted to keep a white majority. Ben Gurion himself said that Schmittler did the Jewish people, took away the brilliant Jewish people who were supposed to build Palestine and brought the savage, uneducated North Africans who can't even read books. So it is a white supremacist movement, and you're a perfect representation of it. We practice Canaanite traditions. You don't. Your holidays.
Again, we are Canaanites. Jews are Canaanites. Historically,
You're not.
before all of this bullshit, before all of this bullshit, history fully agreed that Canaanites became Jews. That's how it happened.
Okay,
So this
I know you're
idea that
upset,
we
but
aren't
let me
Canaanites,
just
we are
finish
the
up.
Canaanites.
Okay, I know you're upset. Just let me finish up.
You have to listen to
Okay,
Ridiculous.
the Hebrews came from from Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq with Abraham, from Ur, and the Israelites came from Egypt with Moses. The land of Canaan, the invasion of the land of Canaan, was recorded by the Egyptian in their correspondence with the people of the land of Canaan. The invasion of the land by the Hebrews, again, was recorded in Tal al-Amarna letters and other historic evidence. So no, you are not Canaanite. You invaded the land of Canaan. Now, with that said, a group of the Canaanites did convert to Judaism and later were exiled to Babylonia and there became identified as the Israelites and later came back to the land. However, a big group of Canaanites remained on that land. They were polytheistic, they worshipped multiple gods, and that's where our culture comes from. That's where our cultural continuity comes from. Like Mel brought up Tatriz for you, the motifs of Tatriz depend on what area in Palestine you're from. You don't use the phoenix on your traditional dresses. You don't have a traditional dress unless it is a religious one. If your traditional dress is the ITF uniform, that's not a Canaanite culture, okay? So we use the phoenix, we use the Canaanite star, we do dabke, our dabke is our traditional dance. We still practice their culture. You don't practice a distinct culture. You fabricated an identity and now you're trying to erase our identity. So no, you're not Canaanite. And my last question to you is, did the Romans expel the Jews, Zach?
I'm sorry, do you recognize that? That's our indigenous dress.
Sure,
That's
perfect.
what
Is it
we've been
religious?
wearing. That's
Is
what
it
we've been wearing.
religious?
This is a tzitzit.
Oh,
This is
when do you
tefillin?
wear it?
Excuse me.
That's
Let's
a
focus on
talit.
Talis,
That's a
sorry.
when do you
religious
wear it?
scarf.
It's a talis.
When
It
do you
is
wear it?
for religious matters.
Exactly. Now,
Exactly.
That is our culture. Do
that's
you
my
understand
point.
that? That is the Jews. That's the
That's
difference
my point.
with
Your
That's
us
holidays are
religion, not
religious.
that
culture.
connects to our religion.
Exactly.
It is our culture.
No. The North African
Dude
Jews
doesn't know the
identified.
difference between culture and religion.
Yes.
Oh,
The North
or maybe you
African
don't
Jews.
understand the
But answer
difference
my
between
question. Did the Romans invade the land?
Jewish
Sorry, did
people
the
and the rest of the
Romans
world.
expel the Jews, Zach?
Did the Romans? Yes, of course.
Really? The Romans expelled some of the Jewish elites, but did the Romans expel the Jews? Ethnically cleanse them. They expelled them from Jerusalem, but they expelled them from Palestine.
Again, always there was Jews in Palestine. We have an unbroken
Perfect. So
connection
where
for
are they
3,500 years.
today?
What?
Where are they today? Are they you and your ancestors from Europe, or are they the Palestinians?
The Ashkenazi people,
No,
which
not the
is me.
Ashkenazi
If you want
people.
to talk about Ashkenaz, because that's what you're
No.
saying. You're questioning
I'm
my
talking about a group
indigeneity.
of
By the way,
people.
Kat, what she's doing is she's saying that some Jews are indigenous, but this white dude right here, he can't be indigenous because he's white.
Oh,
So,
actually,
and
yeah.
that's a blood
Actually, yeah.
quantum
You
question,
can't.
by
You
the
know
way.
why?
That's a
Not
blood
because
quantum
you're white.
question.
It's not because you're white. It's
Mhm.
because indigeneity is related to colonialism. It's the people who inhabited a land pre-colonialism, who formed a non-dominant
Wait,
group
so
of
what were the
society,
Romans? What
who
were the
have their
Romans?
own culture and distinct, who have
What were
their
the
own
Romans? What were the
language and culture.
Babylonians?
So, one second. The Romans did not expel the Jews. We can agree that Jews had a continuous presence on the land. Can we
Yes.
agree on that? Right.
Yes.
The Arabs did not ethnically cleanse the Jews. In fact, the Arabs brought Jews with them to Jerusalem from the Arabian Peninsula. They brought them back. And the Romans only expelled some of the Jewish elites.
Okay,
So,
what's the
the
point?
Jews who remained on the land, Zach, who are
Yes.
they today?
The Jews that remained on the land, they're Jews.
Yes. Who are they today? Are they
Mizrahi
Israelis?
Jews.
Are they Zionists?
What are you talking about?
Do they happen
95%
to
of
be
Jews, by the way, are
Palestinians?
Zionists.
Do
But
they happen to be Palestinians?
so what you're saying is
That
you guys are
statistic is
Jewish
fake,
now.
by the
Is
way.
that
For
what
the
you guys are
700 people
saying?
watching,
Is that the
95% of Jews
narrative
care
now?
about Israel. They're not Zionist.
That's what a Zionist is. We care about the
I
existence
know you
of the
hate
state of Israel.
definitions, Zach, but that's not what a
No,
Zionist
actually,
is.
Zionists don't care
By the
about
way,
the Jewish
so
people.
I don't know
So
what
anyways,
fucking traitor is talking to me, but like, what is the
why
definition of
are you
Zionism?
getting upset and triggered? I'm asking you, who are
No,
the,
not
where
you.
did the Jews
You're
go? No, where did the Jews go who remained on the land? Where are they today?
again.
Who
Are
are
you
they today?
claiming that the Palestinian people are just Jews that became
For the
Muslim?
most part, yes, I have my family tree and I can tell you, yes.
So then even you agree that we're the indigenous people because you're just saying.
No,
They are
again,
both the same
But
I'm
this
family.
making
this
They are
again
both the
this
same
comes back
family.
to why I
Palestinian
doesn't
and
consider
they
me
are both
an
focus.
indigenous Native American
Indigeneity is not
because you can't.
indigeneity is not related to your blood quantum. Indigeneity is related to your pre-colonial existence on
Okay.
a land and having a distinct culture. You don't have a distinct culture. You pulled up a religious dress. You don't do tatris. Not
Do
a
you know
single
that when I
Zionist.
was a baby, they chopped the top of my penis off?
Yeah, it's religious.
That's a pretty.
That's from your Talmud. That was written in like by rabbis.
No,
right?
that's
From your
Abraham.
Talmud
That's
and your
literally
Mishnah.
Abraham.
Yeah,
We've been
yeah,
doing that since
okay,
Abraham.
okay. Zach, in your book of Numbers, it used to be patrilineal. Being Jewish came through the father.
No,
And
it
then when
comes
the
through the
Talmud
mother.
was written down, it became matrilineal. So no, it changed over time. Even Al-Qurtubi, the Maimonides,
Do you know
he
why
was
that
probably
is?
one
Do
of
you
the
know why
most
that is?
influential. No, he was probably one of the most influential Jews of the time.
Do you know why that is? Do you know why they
Al-Qurtubi,
changed
you
it
know
from
what he said
patrilineal?
and what he believed in? That Judaism was a religion, and later it became an ethno-religion. So my question to you is, the Jews who were on that land, who are they today?
Again, are you telling me that every single Jew then is now every single Palestinian? Is that you're saying there's a direct link over thousands
No,
of
I'm
years
not saying
between
that.
everybody that started to self-identify as Palestinians
No.
in 1960 and And
No, we
the
didn't
Canaanites,
identify as Palestinian in
it's ridiculous.
1960.
You have no actual connection. By the way, you can go talk to
No.
ChatGPT about this. They always tell the truth. And you can just be like, ChatGPT, do the
Okay.
Palestinians have any
I
cultural or
have
genetic
more
connection?
brain cells to talk to a book and read a book than talk to ChatGPT. But
Okay, well,
anyways,
ChatGPT's read every
our
book, so maybe
identity
you
was
should
not
try
created
to.
in the 60s. You know whose identity was fabricated in the 1860s? Yours, as a Zionist, your identity. Because before that, you spoke Yiddish, and
Really?
later you
Because
bastardized the language
do you
in
realize
order
that
to
every
fake your
Passover,
identity. No, I
we're
don't
about to celebrate
appreciate you
Passover in
erasing
2
mine.
weeks. We're about to
Stop
celebrate Passover.
deflecting. Answer my question.
I'm
Where
telling you,
are
we're
the
about to
Jews?
celebrate Passover in 2
Where?
weeks. We've
Okay,
every
Passover,
year, all
religious. Isn't Passover celebrating like Moses going into
Yes.
Isn't
It's a
that
religious
considered
holiday.
religious?
Yes.
He's just proving my point.
You know what we read on the holiday of Passover?
We can't hear you, Zach.
The stories of Passover, how we came to be as
Wait,
Jews
we
from
can't hear you.
Abraham on.
Mute and unmute. What, Mel? Sorry.
I was just saying, you know what we do on Passover is we read the story of our people from the beginning of the written record from our holy books. Not because it's our culture, but because it's our tradition, our religious tradition.
and our religious tradition says next year in Jerusalem. Every year, no matter where we were.
Yeah, but not this year, right?
But not this year.
But not this year, Zach, because our religion has nothing to do with Zionism.
Zach, before Zionism,
our religion
Zach,
has said next year in
before
Jerusalem.
Zionism, you had Jews in the land, Jewish citizens under the Ottoman Empire that said every day, next year in Jerusalem, next year in Jerusalem. Don't conflate religious Zionism with a political white settler colonial movement. Don't confuse it. That's
By the
why
way,
the term
don't
was coined.
confuse
Answer my
the Jews'
question.
connection
Answer my
to Israel with the
No, no.
fact that there was white colonials who started the Zionist movement. They can both be true. The Jews
no.
can be inextricably connected to the land of Israel for thousands of years.
No, I'm not going to take
and
your
we
connection to the
start
land
a-
away, Zach. I'm
Real
not going to
quick,
take
guys.
that away.
I want to ask Zach a fair question. Zach, is it okay to murder 15,000 children because you believe what you believe?
If there had been 15,000 children murdered, I'd be not on alive defending it. They have not been murdered, Chip. You know that that's intellectually dishonest to say that they've been murdered.
What would you describe indiscriminately dropping bombs on civilian buildings?
Zach, just
I
be
would call
honest
it
with
war.
yourself.
I would call it war, Chip, and you know that. And you also know that the definition of indiscriminate is like exactly opposite of a million other things that you would say, which is that they used AI to target buildings, that they blah, 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 blah. Like, you're going to say all these things and then tell me it's indiscriminate? It's not. It's clearly not. It's very intentional. And if people die, that's a fucking tragedy. But it's not like a crazy thing. They are literally setting the gold standard for civilian to combatant deaths in the world for all urban combat ever.
So I guess the changing tide of public sentiment as far as those who were either ignorant of or aware of Israel and felt a certain way over the past 6 months is because everyone else is a complete and utter moron and can't see it for the way that you're framing it. And that the criticism of Israel is totally unfounded. They're the moral party. They're doing things by the book properly, and the world just doesn't get it. Is that what you're saying?
When you look at NYPD and you're like, they're killing a lot of black people, do you ever stop to even think whether that might be connected to racism? No, we know it's racism because it's the same when it quacks like a duck and it looks like a duck. And what I'm saying is we are targeting the only Jewish nation in the entire world for the exact same blood libels that we've been targeting Jews for thousands of years. Literally, it's crazy how much shit you guys say that Nazis literally said. You say Zionist, but
Same could be said for Zionists.
no, actually, that's not true. It's just not true.
There's a whole book on it, Zach. I know you don't know how to read.
You know what? Tell
I know
me.
you never
How about
got your
you tell me?
degree.
I've read all the books.
You should
Okay, so
read
tell me-
Zionism during the Holocaust.
ChatGPT to me. What are you talking about? What books?
What do you mean? What?
Zionism During the Holocaust by Tony Greenstein. I suggest you pick that book up and read it at your earliest convenience.
What is the quote that you're referring to?
It's not a quote. It's an entire book of Zionists literally teaming up with the Yazis and the same rhetoric that's being used today, being used by Zionists that was used by Nazis.
It's actually a very interesting point. Do you know that in the early stages of Hitler's situation, the idea was to kick the Jews out of Europe. He just wanted the Jews out. He just wanted to expel,
Yeah, so did
ethnically
Herzl.
cleanse the Jews. You know who
So
didn't?
did Herzl.
You know who didn't want that? I know, no, you're right. You're 100% right, because he knew that if they were ethnically cleansed from Europe, they would end up in Israel, right?
Herzl actually said that
no,
we
no,
caused
no,
anti-Semitism.
Palestine, not Israel.
At that time, Palestine. You're right. They would end up in Palestine. So if they were kicked out of Europe, they would end up in Palestine.
Why couldn't they go anywhere else?
I mean, the point is, we would have ended up there. Why? Because there was a national movement. Why? Because there's like a 1,000-year-old
Because we
connection to the
were
land.
prevented from immigrating to any other countries.
You're
because of
100%
the
right. Also,
Zionists.
yeah, because whatever the reason that the Zionists did, listen, they did it. You know what changed? You know what was the changing tide? It actually changed everything about, because you know that there weren't death camps in the beginning of the Holocaust. There was just concentration and work camps. Do you know why death camps got created? Because there was a guy, he was the leader of the Palestinian people in Jerusalem, this guy named the Grand Mufti. And the Grand Mufti said to Hitler, he said, Hitler, if you kick all the Jews out, we're going to get all the Jews. And we don't want the Jews.
Did
We don't
he
want the
really
Jews
say
at
that?
all. He said, you got to take
Show
care
us where
of
he
the
said
Jews.
that. Show us.
This is like historical
No,
facts.
show us
Again,
where
you
he
can
said
look.
that. That's
You can
something that
show
no
Show
it.
us
one
the
I don't
really
show.
resource.
I'm sitting here. We're having an argument. I
Show
don't do
us where
this.
he said that.
I
You
don't
made
do
a
this
positive
sources
claim.
bullshit.
You made a
What?
positive claim. You need to prove your source, just like I did.
Yeah. By the way, would the Holocaust have
Sure.
happened if the Mufti was not alive? If the Mufti was not born to begin with?
I'm saying if the no.
Would
Well,
the
first off, it might have
Holocaust
been an
have
ethnic
happened
cleansing.
if the
It might have been an
Mufti...
ethnic cleansing. It might have been less
No,
deaths.
Zach. Oh, okay. So with that, perfect.
Do you know
You
that
said
we
that.
aren't at
Okay.
pre-Holocaust levels?
Would less
We
Jews have
haven't.
been
We haven't recovered
exterminated?
yet.
Would less Jews have been exterminated if the Lehi and the Stern gangs and the Zionists did not collaborate with the Yazidis, while the Jewish people that were getting exterminated were trying to boycott
Again,
German goods,
what do you
and the
consider
Zionists were
collaborating?
busy
What do
doing
you
business
consider
with them?
collaborating?
Oh, doing business with them?
Okay. Do you know why they were doing business with them?
Why were they doing business with them?
Okay, imagine I'm a travel agent and I'm trying to get everyone to go to Israel, and I hear that there's a guy in town and
Oh,
he wants everyone
To
sorry,
Palestine.
Palestine,
right.
previously Judea, but Palestine. He wants
Yeah,
everyone to
in
go
your
to
dreams,
Palestine.
Judea.
I'm a travel agent. I want everyone to go to Palestine, and I hear that there's a guy who's getting into government, and he's going to say that every Jew, every target of my market is going to have to leave that place. In the beginning, he sounds like an ally of mine. I'm like, I want all the Jews to go to Palestine. You
Okay.
want all the Jews to go to Palestine. We're buddies. And
That
so
is
in the very
incorrect.
early stages of the German connection, there was interactions. There was no working with. There wasn't a long-standing agreement. It's just that there was two groups that wanted the same things.
Do you know what Chaim
And
Weizmann
then
said
it was
about
the
the Jews?
Arabs of Palestine who said, no, don't you send your Jews here. We would rather you murder them. And then 6 million of us got murdered. So I know that you guys all consider this to have Kat, you're shaking your head. Why do you not agree with do you not believe what I'm saying is true?
But your first president called the Jews in Europe economic and moral dust, and he didn't care what would happen to them.
What?
You know that, right?
Ben Gurion, right, Ramona?
Oh
Said
no, actually that's Chaim Weizmann. That's the first
said
president.
what to what?
That you are economic, moral dust.
What does that mean?
That he didn't care what happens to you. I'm trying to pull up the specific quote, so because you're acting as if the
Do you
Zionists
know
cared about
what
the Jewish
our
people.
freaking founding fathers said in the United States? Like, I don't take
Yeah,
those
you know what
people.
he
I don't
also
take
said?
someone who lived in the
The
1800s. and be
founding
like,
fathers
Here,
of
here,
your
it's
ideology.
Dude, Zach, it was your first
You don't think
president.
that has an impact on who they are today?
if you think that like what the founding fathers said had anything to do with
The
my
founding
like
fathers of Zionism have constructed Zionism as it is today. The same
what
reason why millions of
Mel,
Ukrainian
what do you
Jews
think?
died,
Mel, what do you
because
think
the
Zionism is?
Zionism is a
founding
political
fathers of
ideology.
I'm sorry, Mel.
Meaning what?
The founding fathers of this nation were racist.
I know, Kat. They were super
Okay.
fucking racist. That's what I'm saying.
The
Which is why
problem
we still
is
have racism.
Oh, okay, I
the
found it.
racism has been here since then, and it has continued because of Zionists and colonizers, all their descendants like yourself,
Sure.
that keep telling these lies and the hate and the racism and teaching it.
Kat,
That
this
is
is where
why
I
it
will agree with you.
continues to this
If
day.
you think I'm
As-
going to try to tell
as
you that there's no
indigenous native
racism in
people-
Israel,
As indigenous native people, okay, you guys, you're on stolen land. You know that,
We're
right?
not, though. Or you mean here?
Yes, you are.
Right here, I am. Yes, 100%.
Yourself,
I
because
am.
your ancestors
100%.
are illegal colonizers.
Yes.
You're on stolen land.
Yes.
And I can guarantee the only reason why you claimed you might be Blackfoot is because back in the day, they wanted more land. So, oh yeah, we're indigenous. This is, we're a part of this tribe, so that belongs to us. Because it was stolen from us, they forced us on a small piece of land. And because there was resources on our reservations. A lot of people have done that back then because they were selling land. That's where the $5 Indian comes in.
Kat,
they
you
were
might be
selling
correct.
a lot of land for $5. Stolen land, okay? Now, when we come to religion, we were forced to eat, sleep, and look like YT people, okay? We couldn't even practice our own cultural religions, which when our tribes, we all have our little bit different ways of doing things. We weren't even allowed to do that till the 70s.
Kat, do you know that the Jewish people weren't allowed to practice?
Sterilizations.
Kat, do you know how many times our people were not allowed to practice our religion, to practice our culture?
You guys got to do it before we did.
What do you mean got to do it before you did? I don't
In
know
where?
what that
In
means.
where?
Because you were considered a white
Kati,
person. If you go back and look at,
ask him where.
Kat,
if
what
you
I'm
go
saying,
back and look at the forms and applications, it was YT, Black, Native American. Now, everybody else that didn't look brown got to go under the YT box. Therefore, you guys had more privileges and more rights than we as indigenous people had and our African American brothers and sisters had.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Trust me.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're still teaching that ideology and trying to say, oh, well, the Jews this, Jews that. We know that.
But Kat, I'm not talking, you don't understand. We go back.
Yes, I do
No.
understand.
What I'm saying is that our history, we existed as Jews for 2,000 years before the Lenape Indians considered themselves Lenape Indians. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's
that
how
is not
old
true.
the Jews
you
are.
cannot do that to indigenous Native Indians.
This is just
You cannot do
factual
that.
history.
All right,
It's just,
guys, we have to give some others a chance. I have a question for Zach, and then we're going to move on to, I think the next guest is going to be Benjamin. Sorry about the wait, everybody. And this is a great conversation, by the way. Thank you for you doing it. We're not getting a whole lot of progress. Real quick, Zach, or to the audience. Okay, what does spraying that same skunk water we talked about earlier tonight, the same sort of chemical agent / unpleasant substance, on the homes of Palestinians in occupied East Jerusalem have to do with maintaining the security of the state of Israel? Anybody want to venture a guess at that one?
dude, again, we're running a police state. I think it's a huge mistake. We shouldn't have done it. 1967 was our major mistake. We decided to administer a police state over a group of enemy combatants, and we've been paying for it ever since. And because of that, we are guilty of police state abuses. I would stand here and say, I'm not going to say that everything any Israeli soldier, who, by the way, gets conscripted at 18 to 22, has ever done is correct. I'd be stupid for doing that. What I am saying is that we are a generally moral army led by principles of morality that we are all comfortable with as modern
Don't do
humans.
it. You do it every week to Palestinians. That smell sticks to your clothes, sticks to your house. It gets
Again,
you
it's
sick.
I'm saying it's bad. I'm saying it's
You literally
bad.
have trucks to spray skunk water on people.
You're right. It's a shitty thing. I don't know.
It is
Again,
chemical
so is
biowarfare.
stabbing people, by the way. So is stabbing people randomly on the street. Like, that's also a shitty thing.
Well,
So
here's a question
if
though,
a
Zach.
child
If you're
throws a
here,
rock at a tank,
yeah.
By the way, I was in Israel in 2014, and a couple blocks from where I was staying in Jerusalem, a man rammed his car into the bus stop, got out with an axe, and hacked an old man to death.
You're comparing
That is the
state-sanctioned
kind of stuff.
violence with
I'm
the
saying
actions of
that's-
individuals.
I'm saying that's the kind of stuff Israelis deal with, and you ask why there's a security measure in place, and it's because of that. This idea that happens because of the security
wrong.
measure is
What about
ridiculous.
him? He
You're
talked about
oppressing
something
Ridiculous.
specific.
the people.
Why are you
Zach, that's
victimizing
wrong. It's
yourself?
and
totally
abusing
wrong.
them.
That is totally wrong.
Can I res-
I don't understand one thing. Why Zach is continuing?
I'm trying to get some order to the panel, everybody. So let's do this. I'm going to take some turns here. I appreciate it's a very good discussion. One more question I want to ask the audience before I let Malcolm go, and that is, okay, this is stimulus response questions. So we know that what Zach said is probably concerning to the Israeli side. They don't want to have people ramming people with cars or firing at civilians or axe attacks or whatever the hell it is. And the question is, are those behavior patterns that Zach and refers to T attacks, are they coming out of a vacuum of just pure hatred? Or are there factors in which people who have tried for decades to try to get some resolution to their plight, and it always ends at a dead end, and it always gets worse for them, with the government moving in and doing more settling, more police actions, more direct firing at protesters when they go out and just peacefully protest or nowhere near the security fence, they get shot in the head, shot in the groin, shot in the face. That kind of behavior, what do you expect one to do? Sit back and smile? That's the point I want to try to ask someone like Zach. What would you do under those circumstances, Zach, if you were on the receiving end of the brutality and the unnecessary behavior by the police state, as you called it?
And what is that after 3 wars and 2 intifadas, and the second intifada being the intifada where all the walls go up and all the checkpoints start actually existing, this idea that it is caused, that the attacks on the Jewish people are caused by what the state of Israel is doing just can't be true, because we have been being attacked since our first day. So you can say that, yes,
Why though? Why though?
is behind everything that the Palestinians do.
Critical
Yes.
thinking skills.
But
Why?
what do you mean? Why what?
The formation of the state did not have confirmation from the other side of people that were living there. So why would you think anything would be different from day one?
They were about to get their own state. They chose instead to try to steal everything that the Jews had bought while taking
Stop
it.
lying,
100%.
Zach. For God's
Zach,
sake.
where do
That's
you
not
get your
lying.
history from?
What do you think
The
would have
garbage
happened had we
disposal?
lost in 1948? What do you think would have happened if the Jews had lost against the 5 Arab armies in 1948? What would have happened?
I just have to say one thing. The
We
last
would go
place
back
you
to
want
where
to
we
buy,
came from.
hold on, the last place you want to buy your history textbooks are at the dollar store. Just want to make that point. Okay, go ahead. Why don't we let Benjamin come in? Benjamin's been very patient. How you doing, Benjamin?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Really interesting listening to that discussion. I just wanted to make a couple of points. Firstly, there's a reason there's such tension and conflict in that area. There's a lot of claims to that land, and the discussion about cultural linkage and lineage to that land isn't going to move the wider debate forward at all. Inevitably, there is going to have to be a 2-state solution in Israel, an Israeli land and a Palestinian land. And unfortunately, the 7th of October Hamas attacks, terrorist attacks, have not helped that cause on either side. So the people that I see through the streets a lot of the time chanting for this supposed free Palestine, they're really contradicting themselves somewhat, because Hamas, who are in charge of the Gaza Strip at the moment, who attacked Israel on the 7th of October, they haven't helped their own cause at all, because there is now a bigger security and threat concern to Israel since that day. And perhaps some would argue that Netanyahu is absolutely thrilled by that. But it really isn't. The Hamas attacks really haven't helped this 2-state solution that is really the only thing that can ever...
Neither have the settlements either.
No, I agree.
Do you think that with the settlements being so pervasive, with 700,000 plus settlers and all the territorial aspects that have been carved out and broken up, and how the territory is no longer contiguous for people who originally were even displaced there, now that territory has been broken up, how can there be a, quote, 2-state solution without the withdrawal of those settlements?
Well, no, I agree. There are illegal settlements, but I find it also wrong that Israel is held to a higher standard than other countries around the world and other regimes around the world. Why is Israel held to higher standards? Why are people on the streets chanting?
The standard is international law, and Israel doesn't follow it.
What standards are you referring to that they're unfairly held to? How about that?
No, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be held to. I'm not saying that they shouldn't necessarily be held to standards, but I find it hypocritical somewhat that there are Free Palestine marches on the streets when you have regimes in a similar area where, for example, in Afghanistan, an Islamic country, under Sharia law, where you cannot. Where women cannot get educated, where it is ruled by fear. But sorry, I don't go out onto. Sorry, can I just finish? I don't go out on
But
my
I'm saying, but
streets.
what do those apples? What do those apples and oranges have to do with anything? That's what my question for you is.
Okay, I don't go out onto my streets, onto the streets in my country. Sorry, and see free Afghanistan protests. I instead go out onto my streets, and I'm actually quite fearful for Jews, and I include myself in that. They are hate marches, quite frankly, and the marches would not happen. And I've given the example. You do not see free Afghanistan marches, free Iran marches. It is double standards, and that is what I am referring
See
to
them.
when I
They
say
exist.
that
Benjamin,
Israel are being held to higher
Benjamin,
standards than other places.
Benjamin, I
It
have a
is
question for you.
anti-Semitic, pure and simple.
Okay, hold on. That's where I draw the line. Okay, so making this extrapolation of somebody who has more intense emotions about their anger towards an historical injustice, and then carrying that forward to Jew hatred, is an unacceptable bridge. You're making a connection that because of discomfort that you or you perceive others may be feeling, you're chalking it up to a motive of hatred.
Yes,
What it could simply be, and be fair,
no,
I know this is hard to do, to put yourself in someone else's shoes. I have a hard time doing it myself. But imagine if your parents or grandparents were living somewhere, had been there for multiple generations, and then somehow, some way, some arbitrary decision, you're kicked off, and then all the other things that are done to your people subsequent to that, and if you dare try to push back, you're vilified as the bad guys, and then you go out and protest because you're emotional about that, and now people say you hate the ethnicity of the people who did this to you. Does that make any sense to you?
That does make sense to me, but you're not really addressing the wider point that I was making, in which I'm saying that Israel and the state of Israel are being held to a much higher standard than regimes around the world, of which some I've
Sanctions on
named.
Israel like there are on Russia?
And that is what I'm saying, I think, is anti-Semitic. I see these hate marches in the street, and I personally feel threatened by some of the things I am seeing, because
Has anybody committed an act of violence against you?
Is that a relevant question? No.
You said you feel threatened. I'm asking if anybody acted on the fears that you have. Do you?
Of course.
It's not irrelevant. It's not
Of
irrelevant.
course, it's very relevant. It's relevant.
Real quick, it's more than relevant. You said you feel threatened. I'm asking you, has anybody on these quote unquote hate marches physically attacked you?
No, but that's not
okay.
the point.
Great. Well, then maybe your fears are misplaced.
Well, no, sorry.
It's called being racist. That's the word you're looking for.
Should the Palestinians
Sorry,
express it?
Are you saying I'm being racist?
If our marches are hate marches, if armed
I'm being
resistance is
racist.
wrong, it's
Wait,
terrorism.
Ramona, before you go any further,
Oh,
I
yes,
just want to
no.
make one point. The only reason you're seeing so much of the pro-Palestine protests now is because that's what the media that you consume is showing you.
Well, you say I consume. You're clearly consuming the same media. Otherwise, you
I
wouldn't
don't
be.
consume news media. However, there's also another point. Just because you're not seeing that the marches for the women in Afghanistan and all these other places that you've named doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that in your privilege, you have not come across them.
Sorry, you don't know anything about me to claim I'm in some sort of
You
privilege.
just said that they don't exist, which means that you're full of it because they do exist. I've seen them on my college campus in the past. I know that they exist. So you sitting here and straight up lying to prove a
I'm
point
not
that Israel is
lying,
held
am
to an impossible standard when Russia is more sanctioned than Israel and has committed not even a fraction of the war crimes that Israel has.
Okay, to compare.
Be so serious.
To compare
Be
the
so
acts of what.
serious.
To compare.
Being so serious is that you're actually just false. Everything you're saying is false.
Zach, please go back to your dollar store textbook, sir.
I know
Don't you call
Go
yourself
back to
the
your
most
dollar store
moral
textbook.
army? Wait, don't you call yourself the most moral army? Don't you hold yourself to that standard?
Yes.
So own up to it. Take accountability. Russia is more sanctioned than anybody.
So
And
tell me the war
Benjamin,
crimes. Tell
when
me the
people
war
in
crimes.
Syria were getting
Tell me
slaughtered
the
in
war
Gaza.
crimes.
1 second, Zach. When people in Syria were getting slaughtered, we were protesting in Gaza. We were collecting money for people in Syria when we didn't have money in Gaza, right? So just because you don't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So now I have a question for you. If the Palestinians can't protest or march, and it's hate marches, if our Great March of Return, where we got slaughtered, is a hate march, if armed resistance is
That's not what I'm
terrorism,
saying is a hate
what
march.
should the Palestinians do?
You just did.
I'm saying, no, if you
What should the
listen for
Palestinians
once,
do,
Kat.
Benjamin?
The point...
Palestinians should have accepted a state like the 10 times they were offered it.
Oh, go
Exactly.
ahead. Talk about it.
That's
Talk
silly
about it.
argument.
Look, what I'm calling a hate march is the marches that I see
Thank
on
you,
the streets... Is the marches that I see on the streets in my country, in which people are calling for, from the river to the sea, Palestine will to be free. To me, that is a complete sign for the complete and utter destruction of the state of Israel. There are people wearing, there are people holding signs in these marches saying Hamas are not terrorists. In what...
Benjamin, no, Benjamin, no, Benjamin,
Sorry,
sorry.
don't tell me no. I've seen it. There are signs on these protests in which they are claiming
Show
that
us.
Hamas are not terrorists. These are hate marches, and they spread division and stoke racism and anti-Semitism. And that...
Okay, so let's do this. Let's look at this, okay? So people are out in the street marching, saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, you're familiar with the Israeli government has said the same thing as far as members of the hard right-wing Likud party and others have said the same thing, that they want to have total control of a Jewish state from the river to the sea. So what's the difference there?
You would not ask me if I agree with that, have
Hold
you?
on, one sec. I want to give you an alternative idea to think about, okay? Now, we know that in historic Palestine, before the state of Israel was created, right, we know there were Arabs and Muslims who lived in the territory. Was there mass murder of every single Jew? Was there an extermination campaign being carried out by Arabs / Palestinian Arabs, Muslims against Jews in that territory? No, there wasn't. So when people say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, it doesn't mean let's go exterminate the Jews. What it means is that the Zionist project that implemented this artificial ethno-state got crammed down the throats of the residents who had been there for long periods of time needs to be dissolved. Not the human beings murdered, but the state, the borders, the political bullshit, the racism, that's got to go away to the dustbin of history. That's not telling the people they got to leave or they got to be unalived. Don't conflate the two. That's an absurd thing. And that fact that it's genocidal is ridiculous. It's an absurd thing. And I got to tell you another thing too, man. Think about fear, okay? Here's fear. You're feeling uncomfortable. I feel bad for you. Imagine having a 2,000-pound bomb drop on your residential complex. It destroys and obliterates your entire family. 31 people of your family die. Kids' limbs blown apart.
Stop comparing the fear that I get.
Imagine for a second the fear of that. And then see how bad it is walking to the coffee shop going, I hate these marches. They make me feel so uncomfortable. Give me a break, man.
You're understanding what I'm clearly conflating the fear that I get upon seeing these marches in my country to what is happening in Gaza and to what happened to Israel. Okay, I'm clearly not conflating those two things, but that doesn't mean that what I'm seeing in these marches isn't hateful. There are hate.
Did anybody attack you?
Sorry, that's just not the point.
No, answer. Did anybody attack you?
No one has physically attacked me, thank goodness.
Has anyone
Okay, so why
physically
are you
attacked
scared?
anyone you know?
That's not the point.
Maybe self-reflect on your own biases?
Chip, do you deny that there is violence that is used on your side of the fence?
Well, when I'm not on any side of the fence. I'm just saying in terms of analyzing protest movements, if protests get violent, as they did when
Not about protest. I'm saying, does the Palestinian liberation movement use violence to get its aims achieved?
Yeah, but as far as I know, though, the PLO and the H group are not marching wherever this particular person happens to live.
Is there a connection between Palestinian liberation movement violence and Jews?
No, but there is a direct connection between Zionism and brutality and dispossession of land and murder. That's clear.
That's unfair. You know that's not true. I mean, whatever you just said, we can talk about that as a secondary thing, but to not agree that there's a connection between
No, it is true.
It is very true.
It is true.
If Zach is asking, has violence been used ever in the history of the conflict by pro-Palestinians in the area where the where the thing exists, yes, but it's not been done outside the territory with any sort of a regular. In fact, when's the last time, Zach? It's a fair question. When's the last time you heard a news flash of a Palestinian supporter or a Palestinian unaliving Jewish people outside of the region where the direct conflict is?
I don't know,
I
but
can't recall a single one.
but
So therefore, it's not.
RFK's dad was killed by Sirhan Sirhan, who was a Palestinian activist.
It's not hatred towards Jews, though. That's the big point. But this person saying he feels uncomfortable. The spirit is directed towards the liberation of the region and a return to a decency.
Well, it's not just me.
Cool.
I-
But do you
I put it
recognize
out
that when
there.
black
It's not
people
just
say,
you, it's
hold
a
on,
bunch
do you
of-
recognize that when black people say they feel unsafe for a reason, that it's not really up to us white people to decide whether it's valid that they feel safe? And what I'm saying is that for a group of people who were literally marched into gas chambers 80 years ago,
Don't compare us to black people,
Why are you
bro.
comparing
that
yourself
we
to
can
black
No,
Zach?
anytime,
be
anytime.
fearful of
Zach.
The
people
problem is
that want
anytime
to
black people
destroy
say
our nation.
they are feel
No.
Outrageous.
unsafe.
No.
What?
No,
Chip,
what
Zach,
Zach?
listen, there's a very good book
Zach.
written by Norman Finkelstein. It's called The Holocaust Industry. And when people like do what you just did there, is to reach back into history and go, woe is me, I feel uncomfortable because my grandparents were subjected by a maniac in Europe. What do Palestinians have to do with any of that crazy behavior? The
Do
answer
you
is
think that's the only time Jews have ever had violence perpetrated
no,
against us?
of course not, but the Palestinians.
You're right. It's thousands of years. It's
But they're
thousands of
not-
years in different
they're not-
countries
but they're
by
not
every
responsible.
different kind of group.
But
But Palestinians
are
have
not
never done it.
responsible.
So welcome to the club is what I'm saying. And so what I'm saying is that when Jews feel that a certain group is violent against them, we literally get 3,500 years of inherited trauma rising up in us, being like, guys, this is
Then
real.
don't-
They really
then-
do
then-
murder
then-
us because
then
we're
don't-
Jews.
Then don't choose to brutalize somebody and then worry about the kickback.
No, maybe the reason that you're saying that we're brutalizing people is because of the same kernel of Jew hatred that has existed and caused things like that, the Holocaust. I know you don't agree. I know you don't agree.
Silliness, out the yin yang. Let me explain what this is. This is what it always comes back to. Every time I have a conversation about this, it always goes here. And here's why. You have indefensible behavior by the Zionist movement, which used terror, violence, intimidation, and land that they stole land from people who were living on it. Whether they think it's theirs or not, they did that, right? And then anytime you criticize that behavior or any of the subsequent resistance that happened, and then the crazy disproportionate responses and the brutality that's regularly done that Zach acknowledged tonight, right? That any criticism of that is an attack on the whole Jewish people and that they're threatened, their very existence is a threat. I talked to Poker Queen yesterday and I explained to her very clearly. And she admitted very clearly that it was legitimate for resistance groups who are under occupation and oppression to resist with violence if necessary. But when it comes to Israel, for some reason, when they violently dispossess people of land and they violently oppress them and they brutalize them and unalive them and bulldoze all the shit we know they do, that somehow the rules are changed because they've been through historic persecution. If you are somebody putting out violence on another people and oppressing them, I don't care if your grandmother, your grandfather, your whatever happened to them, it doesn't make the shit you're doing right. Period. Full stop.
The shit that we're doing is literally just a cause and effect from 1948, from them trying to annihilate the Jewish state at its conception.
Chip, is it okay if I make a final statement because I have to drop?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, Zach, it's not a David versus Goliath thing. You're making things up. Okay, 2 weeks after the partition plan, Palestinians were getting attacked and their villages were getting destroyed and they were getting ethnically cleansed. Jaffa was supposed to be a Palestinian city according to the partition proposal, not even plan, right? And then these people were getting attacked and gunned down and kids were unalived by hitting their heads with sticks. 89 villages were destroyed before what we call the Nakba. Before May 14th, 89 villages have already been destroyed, okay? And 300,000 Palestinians have already been ethnically cleansed by May. So stop doing history revisionism. We got attacked first. So yes, being around the Zionists, if anybody should be traumatized, it's us being around you, being around Zionists that dispossessed our families, our parents. Like my family, for example, they were refugees 2 times. They were expelled from a village to another village and then to Gaza, which 70% of the people in Gaza are refugees. So they already experienced the trauma of the Nakba, right? So now with that said, you're talking about security. Do you know how many T attacks the Irgun did? The Zionists are the first people to to introduce plane hijackings to the Middle East, hospital bombings, ship bombings, cafe bombings, market bombings, all kinds of S attacks. All kinds of T attacks were introduced by Zionists, by the Irgun, by the Lehi. You even unalived, assassinated Count Bernadotte, the UN peace mediator. These people were unhinged. They were unaliving everybody. They bombed almost every single British embassy around the world. And you're coming here and talking about armed resistance and terrorism.
I guarantee you, if you had asked my Jewish ancestors in 1940,
Look, I don't have the experience of the kids in the West Bank, but I have the experience of the kids in Gaza, right? So if I see you destroying my house, if I see you bombing my house time after time, thank you, Egypt. Thank you, Egypt. If I see you bombing my house time after time and having to rebuild it from the rubble, and I have to see my parents cry over the rubble, or have the experience of the children in the West Bank and see the ITF and the settlers dressed by the ITF raiding my home in the middle of the night, waking my family, waking my kids, and waking my brothers and sisters and traumatizing them with their M16s and their weapons on their way to school, oh, better believe I'm not even going to throw a rock at you. Better believe I'm going to throw a whole mountain at you for just traumatizing me like that. So don't you dare call us T's for resisting against our occupier, okay? If anybody should be traumatized, it is the Palestinians. So stop victimizing yourself. If we cannot, and Benjamin, by the way, if we cannot peacefully protest, right, and you feel hated and you feel victimized, I'm so sorry. Maybe you have to do a little bit of self-reflection, because when Palestinians tried peaceful means, like in 2018, when we tried to do our peaceful, our great
2018? Is that the first time you guys tried to be peaceful? You
No,
do realize
that's
this
not. Actually,
conflict
the
has
first
been going on
intifada
for a
was
while, right?
peaceful, Zach. Actually, the first intifada was peaceful.
No.
So joke's on you. Yeah, anyways, in 2018, in our Great March of Return, when we were going on the fence, literally every week for months, for 8 months, begging to be let back to where we came from. And by the way, it was organized by a poet, and it was symbolic. Do you know what happened to us when we were peacefully protesting? We were gunned down. ITF soldiers, ITF snipers were playing a game of how many kneecaps they can actually get. Old men in wheelchairs, little children, a 2-month-old baby, medics, journalists were getting unalived. So what should the Palestinians do if you're always feeling like a victim? What should we do?
I'm not saying that
Should
the
we just
Palestinian
sit
people, one
and
second, I want
put
to be
your
really
boots on
clear.
our necks?
The Palestinians are suffering. Full stop. Have been suffering for decades. Do you know why you're suffering? You're suffering because the people that control the Palestinians, the Palestinian leaders, get rich by rebuilding every time
Zach,
you get
why
bombed.
were we getting bombed
Because the
before the
Palestinian
issue?
leaders get rich stealing your international
Zach,
aid.
when
Because
we had a
Palestinian
Jewish
leaders
settlement,
get rich off of your
Zach, stop
suffering,
making
and
things up.
that is why you
When
guys
we
are all
had a Jewish
brainwashed.
settlement in Gaza, when we had Gush Qatif and Jews in Gaza settling in Gaza, why were we getting bombed regularly? That was under the Palestinian Authority, the biggest normalizer of all normalizers. They used all their weapons against Palestinians. They signed the Oslo Accords. They allowed a Jewish settlement in Gaza, and they arrested Palestinians all the time. So why were we getting bombed all the time under the Palestinian Authority in Gaza? If it's not the H group, what was it then?
Arafat was a billionaire. Netanyahu, who you guys think is so corrupt, he's worth $80 million.
Answer my question.
All of the Palestinian leaders are
Answer my
billionaires.
question.
Do you know how different that is from a money perspective? Do you know how
Why were we
different?
getting bombed all the time?
Because they get rich off of your suffering.
Chip, we can't hear you.
Because they.
If I understand what you're saying, Zach, the argument you're making is that the reason why the leadership from the Palestinian government let loose this violence is so they can then make money when the damage money flows in to fix the problems that were created. Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Okay. I think that's one of the most asinine things I've ever heard in my lifetime. And
So how did they become billionaires?
No, listen, here's the point.
I'm
I'm
so
not making,
disappointed
hold on, hold
also.
on. I'm not making the claim that they haven't siphoned funds off of some of the aid that have come in. But there's a big difference between taking money from a flow that comes to your country from aid sources and trying to predictively create it by brutalizing your people to subjective responses that are way disproportionate from a maniacal Zionist military.
Would aid money slow if they were a stable?
I think making the argument, in other words, if you're going to make arguments like that, then we can all day long go down and say Netanyahu invited the H group to come across the border on 10/7 and slaughter their people so he can go in and crush the Palestinians. You might think that's not true. I don't think it's true.
I think I don't think it's true. I don't think there's any evidence for it, but it's perfectly fair game if you want to talk about it.
But the point is, if you think that the leadership of the H group are so sadistic, why did they form in the first place? Do you have any idea how they formed?
They were a community group in the 60s, 70s that slowly became an Islamist.
No. It was formed by 3 people whose families were murdered execution style by the Israelis when they were very young. So if their motivation is to get back at the people who murdered their families, are they going to murder more of their people to make money for themselves?
Okay, but again, we're talking about literally the 70s. So yes, the 3 people that started a community group, which is what Hamas was in the beginning, may have been good people, but the leaders who have been controlling the destinies of Palestinians for the last 6 decades, those people are corrupt assholes who
I'm not going to say
the
there's not corruption, but your motivation for the way the money flows, I think, is absolutely asinine and absurd. Please don't even repeat that. Mo, what do you want to say to that? I want to hear Mo's view on that.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you for sharing a little space here on with me, Chip. Thank you. I appreciate it. Are we still debating whether or not people are resisting is even relevant? Because that's just ridiculous. There's a genocide going on. Also, I know that Zach and all Zach's counterparts love to talk about civilians and protecting civilians and how some Palestinians are good people. I'm raising money for PCRF, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. Zach, I would hope you would make a hearty contribution. The link is in my bio. And to anyone like Zach who says that this is only a war against Hamas and not the civilians, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund is actually a children's group that was began in the United States by an American man named Steve Sosebee. So, be great. I think would be a great building of bridges to show that you're sincere in your discussion here. You could maybe do like a TikTok where you show yourself, donating to civilians, right? You put it on TikTok and then you can start building bridges, right? Because indeed you're saying that you don't want to harm the civilians, that no Zionist wants to harm civilians who care about Palestinians. Well, we have about 250,000 children that are going to brink on starvation, and we're raising fat packs and protein packs. You can actually Google the organization, PCRF. They've received numerous accolades internationally and renowned from different hospital organizations for the wonderful work that they do. So let's have that conversation, because this carousel conversation of my facts, your facts, his facts, her facts, people are dying. There's a genocide, ethnic cleansing. Nicaragua's taking Germany to the ICJ, charging them with selling weapons to Israel for committing war crimes. This is the conversation we need to be having. I need you to defend why you're defending genocide. The rest of the world sees it. We're not going to defend our victimization. October the 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened in a context. That's what we need to remember. October the 7th happened in a context, not in a vacuum. So let's stop with the tit for tat, my fact, your fact, their fact, her fact. Let's deal with what is. Right now, there is a genocide. Right now, there is 250,000 children. Forget about the adults. Well, let's just focus on the kids. Right? Because if you're going to say to me that the kids are not innocent, then we're going to have a real issue, right? We're going to have a moral compass issue. Right now, there's a genocide, an ethnic cleansing. Right now, links in my bio. I would love for you to demonstrate to the entire platform here in front of almost 900 people that you are truly a man of your word. You believe in the civilians, you believe in not harming civilians, and maybe we can start building bridges. I think we need to start putting literally your money where your mouth is. Show us. Stop telling us. Show us. Because we're doing this in a vacuum, unfortunately. We have to be the only ones supporting our own civilians. We have to be the only ones begging people to support Palestinian lives. And we're done begging. You're saying you support civilians. You're saying you're anti-Hamas. Congratulations. Let's all be anti-Hamas and donate to PCRF, Zach. What do you say? Are you willing to do a donation right now and show us that you're willing to put your money where your mouth is?
Absolutely not. My last point was literally that people...
Thank you. I appreciate that.
People like you use the Palestinian...
Thank you, Zach. In front of 900 people. I hope you guys got that loud and clear. So it's irrelevant what this person says at this point. Shout out to the live.
using Palestinian suffering to make
Zach,
money.
your
Do
mic.
you know how many people make money from Brooklyn Mobe's Pesci's like little ingathering? Do you know how many people take a little bit out of that? Do you know how the billionaires take money out of it? He is literally doing what I just said is the reason that Palestinians suffer, because there is money to be made in this.
Hey, Chip, do me a favor. You're next to a computer, right, Chip?
I gotta go.
You're next to a computer, Chip? Can you type into Google PCRF and then go fact check, that link with the link in my bio. And then I want you to go and Google the numerous amount of accolades and international awards that that organization has received. Also check how they have been well received in Israel.
Yeah, I don't know why Zach would make the comment that he automatically dismisses it as sort of a collusive group. The other thing is that sort of blanket statement that everything that goes on is towards the idea of corruption and stealing money from the people. I mean, wow. I'm just like, wow. That's wow. Zach, you gotta be better than that one, man. Come on.
Can I also just make one opening statement? I'm sorry, Chip. First of all, how you doing today, Chip? You all right, man?
It's been a long day, but I'm glad to see you.
Shout out to my esteemed panel here, Iskander, Mel, always a pleasure to see you guys. Malcolm, Kat, I don't know if we had the pleasure of meeting each other. Brother Tony, I was supposed to call you back and I I forgot, my brother. Listen, Israel is to blame directly for the war in Gaza. Let me start off by saying that. I'm going to preface it by saying it just like that. Israel exclusively is to blame for the war in Gaza. Yes, it is a fact that Hamas attacked Israel on the 7th of October. And yes, it is a fact that attack, Malcolm, mute up. It is a fact that attack is what started the current round of violence. That is a fact too, okay? But the cycle of violence did not happen in a vacuum. It happened in a context. Let's be very clear about that. It didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened in a context. I'm going to keep saying that, okay? And the context is 56 years, okay, of suffocating Israeli occupation and effective control of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, okay? So the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian authorities is basically and is exponentially to blame for this current conflict and genocide. Hamas was being sidelined. So their response was them being sidelined while watching Israel sidestep them while making peace deals with other nations by this so-called Abraham Accords. So here you have this group within the boundaries of your own quote-unquote unofficial nation, and you're watching them make peace deals with everyone else except you. You're occupying me, but you're making peace deals with everyone around me, but you trapped me in the basement. You're treating me like the roses in the attic. So now they made a response. Now, Israel completely ignored Hamas and exploited Hamas and exploited the fact that there was a wedge between Hamas and the West Bank, the Palestinian Authority. They exploited this and they used it to their benefit. We can recognize this. Anyone who has half a brain can see this. It's not about facts anymore. It's not about 1948 or 67 or 71 or 75 or 82. It's about what happened right now in the context of me being a fully developed man from when I was a sperm in my dad's nutsack. All right, we don't care about what happened. We care about what is on the ground, okay? Now, we know that Israel has habitually used the Palestinian Authority on the West Bank as a subcontractor for the Israeli government. That's what they do. They use them. They manipulate them. This is the same group that habitually derailed any unified, unitary government that the Palestinians ever tried to have. They tried to do it in 2017. They tried to do it in 2012. They tried to do it in 2015. More recently in 2019, right before the pandemic, and Israel exponentially said, you guys unify, we won't support anybody, we're pulling out. So Israel manipulated the situation and came through like a bulldog tearing up a chihuahua. This is what they did. They took advantage of the situation. Now, that although the Palestinian Authority, we know, collaborates with the West Bank, the attack on October the 7th sent a clear, loud message to the Israelis. We will not be sidelined. The resistance is still alive. We still exist. You will deal with us. That's what the message was. Everyone wants to make this bigger than it is. Oh, they wanted to genocide us. They don't like Jewish. They don't give a shit that you're Jewish, folks. With all due respect, Your ethno-religion is indifferent to the situation. If you were Portuguese and you were occupying those Palestinians, guess what? They would have done the same thing. If you were French occupying those Palestinians, guess what? They would do the same thing. We are done explaining our victimization. It is time for you to lift the veil of propaganda, see through the bullshit. With all due respect, sorry for my brass language, but we're tired of it. This is why when you come to facts, people run. You say you don't want to hurt the civilians? Don't. Support us. I've been out here religiously for almost 4.5 months fundraising through a U.S. registered, backed, verified, authenticated fundraising organization that you still have not donated to. And it's for children. And it's not you. Nobody in the organization is a Palestinian from Palestine. They're all U.S. citizens. What's your excuse now? What's your excuse now? They run. Now, last thing I'm going to say. Hamas again sent a powerful message. Whether that message resonated with you and you sit there and go, but did they really have to? But did they? But what if? There is no what if. There is no however. You, me, and the rest of the people on this platform are comfortable in the context of Canada and the US and the UK and France. We live good. You want to get up and go outside the house and grab a carton of milk, you can. No one's going to stop you. You got a problem, you want to go to the emergency room, you go in your car, you go to the emergency room, no one's going to stop you. You want to jump on an airplane? No one's going to stop you. You want to go on a train, take a bus ride with a Greyhound? No one's going to stop you. Who the hell is anyone here to tell someone how they should feel when you don't live in their shoes? You don't know what you're capable of doing if you had to live in the context of their livelihood. I am comfortable in the United States. I will never project what I would think or feel or believe if I had to live with a boot constantly at the boot of my throat, suffocating me on a daily basis. The people in Gaza don't even know what a goddamn airplane looks like unless there's a missile dropping from it. The people in Gaza don't even understand what a train is until I go through the subway system in Brooklyn and have to show my cousin what a goddamn train is. We are so detached from the reality of their reality that we are presupposing a moral construct of what we think we might capably not do or do based on what we think, feel, and believe they feel and believe. What are you talking about? We're talking 6 consecutive generations of people celebrating death. 6 generations of death. And when we say that it is, quote unquote, the Jewish people, well, if I'm black and everyone against me is white, and I say that the white people in my neighborhood are bad, you say I'm racist. I'm just telling you who my perpetrator are. If I'm telling you as a Palestinian that every Tom, Dick, and Harry that has ever harmed me seems to be Jewish, and I say the Jewish people, well, there it is, folks. It's not anti-Semitic to point out who's harming you when you're in the context of a Palestinian. Now, when you come to America, the context is different. You recognize that the context is a Zionist. Because I meet beautiful people like Mel. I've met beautiful people like Nat. I've met beautiful people like Jews Against Genocide, and they are not the same. So the context changes. Again, I say to you, stop using the Gaza issue as a dog whistle against all kinds of, oh yeah, they hate it. No. Things happen in a context, and we're done explaining our victimization. I'm done explaining the victimization. I'm done with the tit-for-tat historical facts. Chip and everyone on this platform, we all have Google. We can all Google some stuff. If you want to be a biased person, you can find facts to sideline the facts and dispute mine, and I can do the same. But you can't argue reality. And the reality is that October the 7th happened in a context, not in a vacuum. And we're not having this conversation anymore. So any other Zionist that comes up here, we need to deal with what is, not what was. Because what is right now, you can never take back. You are now being called the perpetrators of your own modern day Holocaust. You need to start validating why you support that. I'm no longer validating my existence, my people, or my history. I need you to validate your support of a genocide. Period. Full stop. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Mo.
Yeah,
Appreciate it. There's someone here named Allah Weiner. I know, Kat, you want to talk. We have to get, there's someone named Allah who wants to say something, and then we have Daniel as a new guest, and then we'll circle back.
I've been quiet too for a while.
Yeah, I'll get back to this. I'll get you next, Iskander. Go ahead, Allah.
Hi, Chip. It's Aaliyah.
I'm sorry, Aaliyah. My eyesight sucks at this distance. It's very small on the screen.
That's okay. Nice to see you. Thank you for your work.
Yep, thank you. Nice to have you here.
I hear a lot of the arguments on the Zionist side coming back to, but we bought it. And I think that the most important thing for us to all collectively question is why we think it's okay to point to a sale or a money event to justify the causing of harm in any way. Like, it's the same argument there as it is that keeps, you know, hungry people sitting outside grocery stores with food that's being thrown away because it can't be sold. It is our fundamental faith in the existence of money and its importance in the human experience that tethers us again and again to this unnecessary suffering. I just want to encourage everyone to consider the abundance of resource, the abundance of data, the abundance of community that is available to us right now in this time in history, and to relinquish anything that holds us back because we think because like that he kept saying, if you look at it from a money perspective, I'm pleading with everyone to stop looking at anything from a money perspective. We always need to be looking at the reality, the fundamental truth of what's going on around us, because money is fundamentally representative currency. It represents something else. It's not a thing in and of itself. And the more we can culturally look at the person in front of us and not the price tag of the event, that's how we're going to win the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. I think Daniel was next, right, Daniel? Welcome. If you're ready.
Well, thanks for having me on. Would like to echo the reality argument here. I think it's so important to focus on the actual things we can do right now without waiting to resolve this situation. You know, yelling and arguing, I'm calling out Brooklyn guy, like that's not helping. That I'm totally on Palestinian side. Like I recognize the genocide, but I know for a fact that's feeding the problem. You know, that's really, really doing harm. You know, and it's a wasted opportunity, man. If you really know people in Palestine, you should be caring about them. And what if you were there and somebody was attacking your family and there was nothing you could do about it physically? What would you do? Would you yell and scream at them and make them even more angry? I'm not saying that you shouldn't be, mad, but you would try to help the situation, try to really help the situation.
Hand raised as well.
And the real problem is that they're indoctrinated, they're traumatized. Some of these people have never experienced like real care and concern and love. It's all just been, what are you going to do for Israel? What are you going to do for your family? What are you going to do, to make money? What are you going to do to keep us safe? How are you going to make sure we don't end up on buses to concentration camps again? So like, if you have the ability to talk to these people and like really try to get at them in their minds, in their hearts, and undo the real cause of this situation, which is the indoctrination from when they're babies, you got to take it. And that's what I'm here for, is just to say, like, take every opportunity to question them, ask them to answer, why are you doing this? Do you really believe that all Jews should be free and all non-Jews should be slaves? Like, some people really believe that. Rabbis really believe that, But it's ridiculous when you're outside the context of a synagogue or outside the context of this echo chamber, and you talk to these people, like, just ask them, ask them questions. That's real work you can do right now to solve real problems. And that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me on.
I want to just, if it's okay, I want to just say one thing to that and appreciate your input. I'm an American, so I don't have a direct relationship. I have no Palestinian bloodline. So I can only imagine, though, because I'm very angry and frustrated. I try to keep it under control. Obviously, it comes out sometimes. But What I would say is this: I would never, ever, ever, ever tell a Palestinian person how they should go about speaking to this issue ever, because I'll never get to the emotional level that they're at, or just the sheer horror. Just like I can't tell somebody how to talk to the Holocaust, because I've never been through that feeling either. So I don't disagree that there are times when things can be more constructive, when there isn't loud voices and kind of talking to people in a way that touches them versus angers them. I see that point. But I think to direct anything like that to Mo, not knowing his life experience, I think is a little bit presumptuous in my book. Mo, you want to talk to that at all?
No, because the moment someone says that they're pro-Palestinian and then tone polices me, already tells you that they have this kind of, with all due respect, Chip, a white knight, kind of superiority complex where like they know better than I know. So I'm going to come in here and tell you how to get me to support you.
Did you just call me white?
White knight, yeah.
What the hell's wrong with you, man?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, wait a second. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So melanated, less melanated. But yeah, this is not the first time. I've heard people say this all the time. And it's okay, right? I don't expect every person that says that they support me or that they want to support my cause to understand what it is. We saw things like this before with many different movements. For example, with all due respect, even during civil rights, you've had people telling black folks, well, that'll work. No, that won't work. No, you can't do it that way. You're not allowed to speak like that. You can't be this angry. Why are you protesting like that? Don't you know you're going to get less? Listen, sometimes you have to accept people for who they are, how they want to do things, and let it roll. As long as it's not criminal, it is what it is. I'm allowed to vent my frustration. Being a person who was born in the diaspora, because my father at 6 years old was kicked out of his country because his entire family was unalived and had to be raised in Italy by an adopted nun. Like, this is crazy, right? And then you're going to tell me how I should feel having to watch my pop live in Italy, get married to my mother, come to America for him to be murdered here, never having ever really celebrated his life, never really touched base with his family, completely detached, never knowing who or where I come from because of Palestinian occupation, because of Palestinian, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. When you think about that, who is anyone to tell me how I should feel when I'm just now reconnecting with family where 175 of them were just killed in 18 weeks? Imagine that. I just reconnected with family 4.5 years ago, right? Of which 175 of them no longer exist. It's easier for me and many people in Gaza to count how many are alive than how many have actually died. I want you to think about that. If I asked you right now, hey man, how many people in your family have passed away? You probably can think about this person. You'll count. Maybe you'll get to one hand or two. It's easier for me to count how many people are alive. I want people to resonate with that for a minute. Just let that sink in. It's easier for me to count who is alive. Just let that resonate and then come back and tell me how I should speak.
Thanks, Mo. Kat, just 1 second. I want to just acknowledge someone who's here. Mark V Dash, before you come up and say anything. Mark and I spoke the last time, I think it was 3 or 4 days ago, and Mark agreed to watch Life in Occupied Palestine by Anna Balter. So Mark, here's what I'd like to offer you. I'm happy to hear your comments about that. If you haven't had a chance to watch it yet, please come back when you have. If you have it. So let me let Kat talk and then we'll go to Mark and see if he's actually watched that yet.
Okay. I'll drop down as soon as I'm done. Mo, my heart goes out to you. As an Indigenous Native, our people have suffered. The stage that your people are in right now, we've suffered that a long, long time ago. And to this day, we still continue to suffer atrocities that aren't in the media. A lot of people don't know about it because they don't want to hear about it. The same thing with our African American brothers and sisters. This racism has been going on for too long. When, like I was saying before, when some of the wars come out, they had the concentration camps for the Chinese, things like that. So racism and hate and all the lies that are continue to be taught, like I said, are so deeply embedded in this nation, and it breaks my heart. And we have tried, the American Indian movement. We try to do peaceful protest. but we're always demonized every time. Even over water, we're trying to protect the water. What do? They have the military or National Guard there, and they have those huge water hoses that are meant for fire engines in the middle of winter, hosing our American Indians, trying to protect water from the pipeline and so forth. It's just my concern at this point. And I'm probably a little bit older than a lot of you on here. I don't know, Chip might be my age. We're in the middle of a political season right now. And one of the main things we need to focus, I know it's not something we were really talking about, but in order to make the change, and it's little by little, in this stage of where America is at, we're still a young country, mind you, the political system is what we need to use to get rid of the Zionist and the colonization mindset. We need to decolonize. There's so much of that embedded in the politics on both sides. We as Indian people have dealt with broken treaties for a long time, so we know about broken promises. We live with it every day. And the only way to get rid of this stuff is we need to vote these people out. We know who they are. And all we can do right now at this point is vote them out and put people in there that we know that are for the people, the humanity. That's what's in danger. Our children, our grandchildren. Many of those children that have been unalived and right now that are starving, where's the humanity? It is wrong. I mean, it's bad enough I've seen animals being abused and stuff like that, but now we're looking at children. Human lives are at stake. Only because the Zionists, Israelis wants to have their control. And it's about money, it's about religion, it's about the land, it's about the resources. It needs to stop. We are going to be our own explosion. I don't know how to put it. Humanity is going to do ourselves in if we don't stop. So we need to protect the land, protect its people. We just need to stop. Our children are not going to have anything in the future if this continues. Look at how badly Gaza looks now. It is flattened. How in the hell are they going to rebuild all that? Who's going to pay for that? There is no amount of money that can be put on an unalived child, mother, and yes, fathers. But we as women, we are the ones that bring these children to the world. We're the ones that carry those children within our bodies. But to have us unalived for the sake of, oh, well, this happened to us, to the Jews way back in the Holocaust. We get it. But that doesn't give you a right to do what you're doing to the Palestinian people. It is their land. Share it. Give it back to them. And when we talk about land back, that's the same thing Chip brought up. That's what we mean by land back. We don't mean by unaliving descendants of illegal colonizers. We're in a different day and time now. We're still trying to share what little we have left. We have to sit back and watch everybody else destroy the Americas. So we need to stop. Save these children what we have left. They are our future. And protect the land. So I appreciate everybody. Mo, I'm following you. I'm not in any financial position to help donate, but I pray every day. I pray every day for peace and for humanity to wake up. And there's a lot of awakening happening. We see the truth. We know the truth. And we just, in the States, those of us that live here, we need to vote and get this mess cleaned up. So I love you guys. Ayoninshna means I love you, Navajo. May you all walk in beauty. And thanks for the coins. Now I can start giving them to somebody else. It's been so hard, but I love you guys. Thanks again, Chip.
Thanks, Kat. Thanks for being here tonight. Yeah, great points. I think Iskander was going to get a say, and then we'll bring in Mark, see if he's watched the documentary.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say there's quite a lot that I could say. I could talk about the tactics. like the military side of this. I could talk about the politics of it. I mean, I guess it just depends on what the interest is at this point, because there was so much that's been said since about an hour and a half ago when I last spoke. So I've just been patiently kind of listening to everyone. So,
Well, all
I guess
I
with
want
that
to
being
ask you to
said,
explain is how do we convince those who are pro-Israel to get their head right?
you know what? That's a question I've been asking. I know I've asked Mo this question before a few times. I mean, here's what I don't quite understand, and it's this, right? It's like being educated isn't even half the battle. I mean, you can explain fact after fact. You can go through the history. You can talk about the military strategy. You can, give piece of evidence after piece of evidence. But convincing somebody who otherwise doesn't have a moral compass to have one, like in other words, recalibrating the moral compass of somebody who is morally bankrupt, is
Yeah.
very, very difficult. So, I mean, it's something that takes a very long time, and I hate to say that all hope is lost. I don't want to hold to that. I've converted people before, if you want to call it that, but it is very difficult. It really is. It's like telling somebody to have empathy or somebody who doesn't have empathy to suddenly have it. I mean, certain people I think they're sociopathic. They care only about themselves and next of kin. They don't care what you tell them because they're not really looking to have their opinion changed. They're just looking to project, looking to incite anger. I mean, it's like when I saw a certain individual, I don't want to mention names, drawing. So they had friends in the ITF, and they had a rocket, and they wrote, for example, Zubaydah's name and Mopeshi's name on the bomb before it was launched into Gaza, and it's just like, and then they put that on social media for the whole world to see, basically, and to them, they think that it's just that it's justified. They sit there and laugh, ah, ha, ha, and they're so arrogant, and they will. It's interesting. They sit there and will talk about how much they love the West and how much they love the United States in particular. Then I pull up as a Marine Corps reservist, and I'll say, hey, actually, what you guys are doing is wrong, or you don't have to take a little boot like me. I put up a picture of General Glenn. I'm thinking, hey, this guy, former commanding general of MARSOC, told you guys that you were doing everything wrong because you are doing everything wrong. You should not be occupying Gaza. You should not be bombing civilian areas. You should be using CSOs and having targeted strikes against specific insurgents, namely the leadership. So there hasn't been a single CSO sent into Qatar, for example, to get Ismail Haniyeh.
Can you tell people what does CSO mean for people who don't know what that means?
Oh yeah, critical skill operator. So special forces, basically. You don't sit there and occupy like this Israeli mindset of destroying an insurgency with just overwhelming military strength. It's like that's not going to be effective. It's just not. I mean, you're not going to pile drive through 2.3 million people in Gaza, let alone the 3 million plus in the West Bank, let alone everybody in South Lebanon, and all the ethnic Palestinians in Jordan and elsewhere. I mean, it's like you are not going to get through all those people. You just won't. The reality is the second Arab Spring is already brewing. I've been saying this for months. Slowly but surely it is brewing. We're seeing an axis of resistance growing against the United States as Russia, China, Syria, Iran, like they're all joining forces with one another. And we are seeing an axis of resistance against the United States and against the UK too, for that matter, because they're also complicit in this, hence the firing on Yemen. So with that being said, it's like, I can look at this and even at my level, see the strategic level of war kind of, rear its ugly head in that we are actively inching ourselves closer and closer and closer to global conflicts. And yet we have people who they don't care. They just expect the United States to back them up and to defend them no matter what. They want the United States to do the dirty work for them. I mean, it's bad enough that the United States invaded Iraq and completely destroyed the country and bombed the piss out of Libya. Now they want the United States to invade Iran. I've had discussions with Zionists on this app who don't understand anything about what, for example, Lieutenant General Paul Van Riper had to say back in 2002 during the Millennium Board Game Challenge about just how disastrous a war with Iran would be. They don't care. As long as they're the ones who don't have to do the fighting, they do not care. And so, I mean, to me, I find it just very selfish. It's like people who, and most of them too, have never actually served. So they have no concept of what they're talking about at all whatsoever. They don't care if a war is declared so long as they're not the ones fighting it. It's like they want war with Iran so badly, but they're too cowardly to pick up a rifle and go to Tehran themselves. They want somebody else's son or somebody else's daughter to go die fighting for their war. And they will accomplish basically nothing. And that, to me, it's like just that level of selfishness, that level of greed, the callousness and the tacit incompetence of that, just it baffles me. And to them, they've never known anything other than, I hate to use the word privilege, but that's pretty much what it is. So they look down their noses at people The saying goes, it's a rich man's war, but a poor man's fight. And that is essentially the case with just about every single war, at least that I can think of. Certainly in the U.S. context, that's true. And so, with that being the case, I'd argue that this would be no different. It's a bunch of rich Zionists who want war with Iran, but they're too cowardly to actually go fight Iran themselves. So they're actively trying to bait the United States into doing the dirty work for them again. Just like when Netanyahu supported the invasion of Iraq in 2002, he's now supporting an invasion of Iran in 2024. He hasn't changed.
Yeah, he said it would be a total stabilizing factor for the Middle East and the region. Guess what happened? I mean, it's completely the opposite. So that guy's a complete basket case. Okay, if you haven't seen, I've not been bringing up more guests because at some point I'm going to be finishing up. So for those of you who are in the waiting area, I apologize. We're going to let, I think Mark left because he didn't want to have. So Mo is showing a picture right now of what was being talked about. Mo, you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, absolutely. So this was taking on TikTok. This was shared amongst the Zionists. This was also shared, ironically, you'll like this one, Chip, by a guy named the Modern Democrat. Right?
It's the moderate Democrat.
The moderate Democrat.
The moderate
yeah.
Democrat.
The moderate Democrat. So imagine a person in America who claims to be a moderate Democrat in cahoots with people who literally have frontline access to people in another country army, right? So let's think about this. Imagine what it took to get my name, another content creator's name, and another content creator's name on a bomb destined for Gaza. So it must have went something like this. Watch this. Let me call someone I know in a foreign army in an active war zone right now. Hi, I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm calling you, you foreign army, to please put the following names of U.S. citizens on the bomb destined for Gaza. Okay, cousin. Okay, brother. Okay, sister. Okay, friend. Okay, fellow Zionist, whomever. And then they go and write it. Now let's presuppose something. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Let's pretend I'm a Korean. And let's pretend I'm a North Korean and I just happen to make it to America. And let's pretend that I call someone in North Korea and go, hey, cousin, friend, fellow North Korean, fellow communist, can you please put Chip Barnes on a bomb, please? Right? What do you think the US government's going to think about that? Or maybe I'm Russian, or maybe I'm Bosnian, or maybe I'm Nigerian. Maybe I'm another person other than Israel. What do you think the US government will do? Will I not find three-letter agencies knocking on my door? Right? Won't that not happen? Of course it will. Now, you US citizens, I want you to ask yourself this question. How is it that they get away with this? If I was to do this, I'd be anti-Semitic. I would be arrested for a hate crime. I would be anti-Semitic. I would literally be arrested for a hate crime. I would be thrown in a federal jail because this would constitute an active threat via electronic threat. And that's a federal crime. I would be facing federal prison time if this was anything else other than, with all due respect, Jewish. So please stop telling me when I call out my oppressors that I'm anti-Semitic, because the people who did this are Jewish. That's what they are. His name is Menachem Begin III. The account no longer exists. See, I rarely agree with Candace. I rarely agree with
Menachem Begin III.
Menachem Begin. Now here's the problem, right? Here's the problem, Iskander, because I'm going to use the Zionist language against them, and Chip will understand this. When you tell a Zionist that you're anti-Zionist, they tell you no, Zionist is Jewish. Do they not say that?
They frequently try and they get called out by anti-Zionist Jewish people.
Well, then I'm going to use their language. This was done by a Jewish person. I'm not going to differentiate now because I'm using your language. I'm not going to use your language when it benefits you, and then I'm not going to use my language when it doesn't. I'm going to be lateral. You want to say you're Jewish, then explain to me why you did this to me and why you shouldn't be prosecuted. I'm using your language as Zionist. As Zionist, I'm using your language. You claim you're Jewish? There you go. My oppressor is Jewish. My oppressor is you, the Jewish person. Now you say, well, wait a minute, it's not all Jewish people. Then how come my Jewish counterparts haven't reported this yet? How come my Jewish counterparts aren't saying this should constitute terroristic threats? What are you saying to me? That's like putting your name on a bullet. We have a threat around my way that says, don't worry, you got your name on a bullet. We know what that means, right, Chip? You know what that means. It means this one's for you. What is this saying? So let's stop being coy. I'm no longer going to sensitize my language anymore. You want to be Zionist? Fine. You say to me you also want to be Jewish? Fine. Then don't hide behind your identity when I call you out. Because now when I call you out, you say, but look, he's being anti-Semitic. First you say it's Zionist, then you say it's Jewish. No, you are using your identity to hide and scapegoat your perpetration of crimes. I'm done. I'm done. I'm using your language now, not mine. Don't use your identity to scapegoat your crimes. That's the stuff we're going to be calling out anymore. We're calling it out. I'm calling it out. We're all calling it out. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mo.
Wait, I was just going to say to that, I mean, most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians. They're not Jewish. They're evangelicals who think that Jesus won't return if Israel didn't exist, which I'm not entirely sure how they try to ground that in terms of the Bible, but this is what they claim. And so, anyway, that they're like, you see them talk about the Bible Belt. So all the Confederate flag waving morons who get pissed about Confederate statues being taken down are also the same people who will unapologetically support Israel. So I've always found that kind of interesting. The same people who tend to be extremely racist towards African Americans are also generally very, very much pro-Israel. So like politicians like Ron DeSantis, for example, who threw a tantrum when what was it, Fort Bragg was renamed to Fort Liberty. He's also like totally pro-Israel, extremely Zionist, and so he's appealing to redneck morons in Florida who comprise most of his voting base. So I just thought I'd kind of throw that out there as well. It's an interesting trend that I've noticed.
Interesting. So I would love to keep this going. This has been an amazing live. I want to thank everybody for being here. I've been on for quite some time, and I would keep it going.
I'm going to go live myself, Chip, but I want to thank you for hosting me. I want to thank Iskander. Thank you for always being a cordial host and sharing your real estate here, and I do appreciate you, and I hope I can reciprocate whenever you need. Please feel free to come on over.
Yeah, Mo, always a pleasure seeing you.
Have a blessed night.
Always a pleasure. Yeah, Mo Pesci, everybody. If you're not following Mo, please do. Good man. And also, if you haven't given to the charity he's supporting, it's in his bio. So if you have the means to do so, please do. Zach, we're holding you to that, Zach. You're going to do it. Anyway, I know a lot of people were in the queue today. I'm sorry if I didn't get to you. I know that everybody wants a chance to get up and just time ran out tonight. But I do have my normal schedule, which is every Wednesday night from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern. And then every Saturday from 12 to 4. So if you want to come in, more time then, and of course you'll see if I come up periodically. This is being recorded. I'm about to put it up on the internet when we finish. It's going to be on my YouTube and my Rumble channels. So if you want to check it out.
Okay, can I say this before you wrap up?
Yeah, go ahead, Malcolm. Go ahead.
Okay. The problem is Israel and Palestine. Whoever is right, Palestine is still losing. Whoever is wrong, Palestine is still losing. I think they should come up the solution that.
Yeah, someone else took that. I didn't take that person down. Someone else did out of the moderator, I guess. Listen, you're entitled to look at it that way. I mean, the way just real quick before we close up, I'll give you my view on that. So losing can be interpreted. Now, there's the military conflict, and then there's the political side of things. So you could argue, I guess, that because of the bombings and the terrain and the destruction of the infrastructure, that's, quote, a loss. And it is a terrible loss of life and property. And I don't know exactly how successful the H group engagement, because I don't think we're getting fair numbers. I don't know what the numbers are, but I think it's a lot less than what the Israelis are claiming. It's a hard battle. It's not even a slog on them. But the real change, in my opinion, has been the political change, the awareness and the media coverage, and people just having a total wake-up call. And the interesting thing is this may not just wake people up to this issue, but the people that are waking up to this issue are now starting to question a lot more. I've never seen more people, especially on TikTok, saying, what the fuck? They're learning things they never knew. So it's really interesting. It's a fascinating time. The more people we can educate, the better, about everything, not just this issue, although this is super important, but everything stems from the same political rot at the center. It's all the same thing. Everything's a symptom of that rot. So we'll talk more about that later. But again, thanks for being here. If you want to check the link in my bio, it says Linktree Chip Barnes, and you'll find my YouTube and my Rumble channels there. Every single live I've ever done since December 19th is up there. So check it out. And if you're one of those Zios trying to catch me saying something terrible, go through every single minute or every single one. You'll find that not one single anti-Semitic statement ever, nor will there ever be. But I will criticize Zionism, and I will criticize the behavior of the Israeli government, because both of them have caused great harm to others. That was unnecessary. All right, everybody. Thanks for being here. Sorry if you can get in. I'll see you next time, okay? Have a great